Harper Audio presents Diary of an Accidental Wallflower, The Seduction Diaries, by Jennifer McQuiston, performed by Lana J. Weston. May 2nd, 1848. Dear Diary, if a man's worth is measured in pounds, a woman's is measured in dance steps, and if those dance steps are with a future duke, surely they are worth all the more. Mr. Alban, the future Duke of Harrington, asked me to dance again last night, the third time since the start of the season. My friends are abuzz with what he might ask next, and I confess I hope it is something more significant than a dance. I know the season has just begun, but surely a proposal cannot be far from his mind. When I feel the sting of jealousy from the less fortunate girls lining the walls, I remind myself some casualties are inevitable if I am to dance all the way to a ducal mansion. Any girl who feels tempted to accept the first offer that comes their way would do well to comfort themselves on the arm of a mere Marquis. Miss Claire Westmore, the future Duchess of Harrington. Chapter 1. Miss Claire Westmore wasn't the only young woman to fall head over heels for Mr. Charles Alban, the newly named heir to the Duke of Harrington, though she was probably the only one to fall quite so literally. He appeared out of nowhere, broad-shouldered and perfect, trotting his horse down one of the winding paths near the Serpentine. His timing was dreadful. For one, it was 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon, hardly a fashionable hour for anyone to be in Hyde Park. For another, she'd come down to the water with her siblings in tow, and the ducks and geese they'd come to feed were already rushing toward them like a great screeching mob. Her sister, Lucy, poked an elbow into her ribs. "Isn't that your Duke?" Claire's heart galloped well into her throat as the sound of hoofbeats grew closer. What was Mr. Alban doing here? Riders tended to contain themselves to Rotten Row, not this inauspicious path near the water. If he saw her now, it would be an unmitigated disaster. She was wearing last season's walking habit, fashionable enough for the ducks, but scarcely the modish image she wished to project to the man who could well be her future husband. Worst of all, she was with Lucy, who brushed her hair approximately once a week, and her brother Geoffrey, who ought to have been finishing his first year at Eton, but was expelled just last week for something more than the usual youthful hijinks. Claire froze in the centre of the milling mass of birds, trying to decide if it would be wiser to lift her skirts and run, or step behind the cover of a nearby rhododendron bush. One of the geese took advantage of her indecision, and its beak jabbed at her calf through layers of silk and cotton. Before she knew what was happening, or even gather her wits into something resembling a plan, her thin-soled slipper twisted out from under her, and she pitched over onto the ground with an unladylike oomph. She lay there, momentarily stunned. Well then, the rhododendron it was. She tucked her head and rolled into the shadow of the bush, ignoring low-hanging branches that reached out for her. The ducks, being intelligent fowl, followed along. They seized the crumpled bag of bread still clutched in her hand and began gulping down its contents. The geese, being, of course, quite the opposite of ducks, shrieked in protest and flapped their wings, stirring up eddies of down and dust. Claire tucked deeper into the protection of the bush, straining to hear over the avian onslaught. Had she been seen? She didn't think so. Then again, her instincts had also told her no one of importance would be on this path in Hyde Park at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, and look how well those thoughts had served. "Oh, what fun!" Lucy laughed, every bit as loud as the geese. "Are you playing the damsel in distress?" "Perhaps she's studying the mating habits of waterfowl," quipped Geoffrey, whose mind always seemed to be on the mating habits of something these days. He tossed a forelock of blonde hair out of his eyes as he offered her a hand, but Claire shook her head. She didn't trust her brother a whit. At 13 years old and 5.5 feet, he was as tall as some grown men, but he retained an adolescent streak of mischief as wide as the Serpentine itself. He was as likely to toss her into Auburn's path as help her escape. Lucy cocked her head. Wisps of tangled blonde hair rimmed her face like dandelion fluff and made her appear far younger than her 17 years, though her tall frame and evident curves left no doubt that she was old enough to show more care with her appearance. "Shall I call Mr. Auburn over to request his assistance, then?" she asked, none too innocently. "Shh!" Claire hissed, because the only thing worse than meeting the future Duke of Harrington while dressed in last year's walking habit was meeting him while wallowing in the dirt. Oh, but she should never have worn such inappropriate shoes to go walking in Hyde Park. Then again, such hindsight came close to philosophical brilliance when offered up from the unforgiving ground. She held her breath until the sound of hoofbeats began to recede into the distance. Dimly, she realized something hurt. In fact, something hurt dreadfully. But she couldn't quite put her finger on the source when her mind was spinning in more pertinent directions. "Why are you hiding from Mr. Auburn?" Lucy asked pointedly. "I am not hiding." Claire struggled to a sitting position and blew a wayward brown curl from her eyes. "I am, feeding the ducks." Geoffrey laughed. "Unless I am mistaken, the ducks have just fed themselves, and that pair over there had a jolly good tup, while the rest of them were tussling over the scraps. You should have invited your Duke to join us." "He's not yet a Duke," Claire corrected crossly. "Much less her Duke. But oh, how she wanted him to be." "Pity to let him go by without saying anything. You could have shown him your overhanded throw, the one you use for cook's oldest biscuits." Geoffrey pantomimed a great arching throw out into the lake. "That would impress him, I'm sure." The horror of such a scene, and such a brother, made Claire's heart thump in her chest. To be fair, feeding the ducks was something of a family tradition, a ritual born during a time when she hadn't cared whether she was wearing last year's frock. These days, with their house locked in a cold, stilted silence and their parents nearly estranged, they retreated here almost every day. And she could throw cook's biscuits farther than either Lucy or Geoffrey, who took after their father in both colouring and clumsiness. It was almost as if they had been cut from a different bolt of cloth, coarse wool to Claire's smooth velvet. But these were not facts one ought to share with a future Duke, particularly when that future Duke was the gentleman you hoped would offer a proposal tonight. No, better to wait and greet Mr. Auburn properly this evening at Lady Austerley's annual ball, when Lucy and Geoffrey were stashed safely at home, and she would be dressed in tulle and diamonds. "I don't understand." Lucy stretched out her hand, and this time Claire took it. "Why wouldn't you wish to greet him? He came to call yesterday, after all, and I was given the impression you liked him very much." Claire pulled herself to standing and winced as a fresh bolt of pain snatched the breath from her lungs. "How do you know about that?" she panted. "I didn't tell anyone." In fact, she'd cajoled their butler, Wilson, to silence. It was imperative word of the visit be kept from their mother, who, if last season's experience with potential suitors was any indication, would have immediately launched a campaign to put Waterloo to shame. "I know, because I spied on you from the tree outside the picture window." Lucy shrugged. "And didn't you say that he asked you to dance last week?" "Yes," Claire agreed between gritted teeth. Mr. Alban had asked her to dance last week, a breathless waltz that sent the room spinning and held all eyes upon them. It was the third waltz they had shared since the start of the season, though not all on the same night, more's the pity. But the glory of that dance paled in comparison to the dread exacted by Lucy's confession. Had her sister really hung, ape-like, from a limb and leered at the man through the window? Except, hadn't Alban sat with his back to the window? She breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, she was almost sure of it. He'd spent the entire quarter hour with his gaze firmly anchored on her face, their conversation easy. But despite the levity of their exchange, he'd seemed cautious, as though he were hovering on the edge of some question that never materialized, but that she fervently wished he'd just hurry up and ask. Given his unswerving focus, there was no way he would have seen her clumsy heathen of a sister swinging through the branches, though she shuddered to think that Lucy could have easily lost her balance and come crashing through the window in a shower of broken glass and curse words. But thankfully, nothing of the sort had happened. No awkward siblings had intruded on the flushed pleasure of the moment. Her mother had remained oblivious, distracted by her increasing irritation with their father and her shopping on Bond Street. And to Claire's mind, Mr. Alban had all but declared his intentions out loud. Tonight, she thought fiercely, tonight would be the night when he asked for more than just a dance, and that was why it was very important for her to tread carefully, until he was so irrevocably smitten she could risk the introduction of her family. "I do admire him," she admitted, her mind returning reluctantly to the present. "I just do not want him to see me looking like—" Claire glanced down at her grass-stained skirts and picked at a twig that had become lodged in the fabric. "Well, like this." Lucy frowned. "I scarcely think his admiration should be swayed by a little dirt." "And you didn't look like that before you dove behind that bush," Geoffrey pointed out. "Stunning bit of acrobatics, though. You ought to apply to the circus, sis." "I didn't dive behind the bush." Claire battled an exasperated sigh. She couldn't expect either of them to understand. Lucy still flitted through life, not caring if her hair was falling down. Such obliviousness was sure to give her trouble when she came out next year. Claire herself couldn't remember a time when she hadn't been acutely aware of every hair in its place, every laugh carefully cultivated. And Geoffrey was, well, Geoffrey. Loud, male, and far too crude for polite company. As a child, the pronounced differences between herself and her siblings had often made her wonder if perhaps she had been a foundling, discovered in a basket on the front steps of her parents' Mayfair home. She loved her brother and sister, but who wouldn't sometimes squirm in embarrassment over such a family? And what young woman wouldn't dream of a dashing duke, destined to take her away from it all and install her within the walls of his country estate? Claire took a step, but as her toe connected with the ground, the pain in her right ankle punched through the annoyance of her brother's banter. "Oh," she breathed. And then, as she tried another step, "Ow! I must have twisted my ankle when I fell." "I still say you dove," Geoffrey smirked. Lucy looked down with a frown. "Why didn't you say something?" she scolded. "Can you put any weight on it at all?" "I didn't realize at first." Indeed, Claire's mind had been too much on the threat of her looming social ruin to consider what damage had been done to her person. "And I am sure I can walk on it. Just give me a moment to catch my breath." She somehow made her way to a nearby bench, ducks and geese scattering like ninepins. By the time she sat down, she was gasping in pain and battling tears. As she slid her dainty silk slipper off, all three of them peered down at her stocking-encased foot with collective indrawn breaths. Geoffrey loosened an impressed whistle. "Good God, sis! That thing is swelling faster than a prick at a bawdy show. Geoffrey!" Claire's ears stung in embarrassment, though she had to imagine it was an apt description for the swollen contours of her foot. "This is not Eton. We are not your friends, and that will be quite enough." "Don't you have Lady Austerley's ball tonight?" Lucy asked, her blue eyes sympathetic. "I can't imagine you can attend like this. In fact, I feel quite sure we ought to carry you home and call for the doctor straight away." But Claire's mind was already tilting in a far different direction. This evening's ball hadn't even crossed her mind when she had been thinking of the pain, but now she glared down at her disloyal ankle. No, no, no. This could not be happening. Not when she was convinced Mr. Alban would seek her out for more than just a single dance tonight. It didn't hurt so much when she was sitting. Surely it would be better in an hour or so. "Of course I can go." She struggled to slip her shoe back on, determined to let neither doubts nor bodily deficiency dissuade her. "Just help me home, and don't tell Mother," she added, "and everything will be fine." Chapter 2. You belong in bed, not in a ballroom. Dr. Daniel Merrill chased this medical opinion with his most impressive glower and prayed his patient would see reason. He'd been summoned to 36 Berkeley Square by a furtive note delivered to the morgue at St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He'd come immediately, no matter that he'd been forced to abandon a body lying half-dissected on the theatre table. The deceased was of unusual height and abnormal bone density, and a cataloguing of the body's physical findings would have lent itself well to a paper on the subject. But it was an opportunity now lost. The physician who'd taken over the case had seemed far more interested in helping the students position the corpse into grotesque, suggestive poses than locating a pencil to record his findings. It annoyed Daniel to turn a perfectly interesting cadaver over to a fool like that, but St. Bart's was full of pompous young doctors whose positions had been secured by wealthy fathers willing to contribute to a new hospital wing rather than any clear demonstration of intelligence. Unlike them, he needed to supplement his meagre instructor's salary by serving as a personal physician to the wealthy and cantankerous at the beck and call of London's elite, though this patient in particular was proving a very troublesome case. Lady Austerley's lips thinned, if indeed an aging dowager countess's lip could thin any more than nature already commanded. "Cancelling my annual ball is not an option, Dr. Merrill. It is 7 o'clock already. Half of London will be summoning their coaches, and the other half will be lamenting their lack of an invitation." She rubbed her gnarled hands together. "Now, surely you have some more of that marvellous medication. It helped so much the last time you gave it to me." Daniel sighed, suspecting this irksome venture could be explained by little more than an old lady's lonely pride. It had not escaped his notice that he was one of Lady Austerley's most frequent, indeed, one of her only, visitors. Her husband was long dead, and their 40-year union had not been blessed with children. The cousin who had inherited her husband's title, never came to call. She'd outlived her friends, and now she seemed determined to outlive her heart. The belladonna extract is a temporary fix at best, he warned, and may well do more damage to your heart in the long term. What you need is rest, and plenty of it. But I am resting. Lady Austerley offered him a smile, one that showed her false ivory teeth in all their preternatural glory. You see, I am lying down on the bed while my maid curls my hair. As if offering testimony to this nonsensical thought, the pink-cheeked maid, who'd been casting him dream-filled glances since his arrival, pulled the curling tongs from her mistress's thinning grey hair with an audible hiss. "And I promise not to dance," the Countess continued, "if you would but leave a draught or two, enough to get me through this evening." Daniel was sorely tempted to leave her laudanum instead, but he wasn't sure he had the heart to deceive her into sleep. Lady Austerley could be difficult, but she had also been his first substantial client in London. Her remarkable and unexpected patronage had opened the doors of his fledgling practice, and he was only now beginning to attract the occasional notice of other well-connected clients. But that didn't mean she actually listened to him. His client might be lying down in bed, but she was also already dressed for her ball, swaddled in a gown of gold brocade that at turns threatened to asphyxiate and dazzle. The room should have smelled of camphor, but instead it smelled of French perfume and the faint, acrid scent of burning hair. "I told you weeks ago you were making yourself ill, Lady Austerley." He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. "You ought to have cancelled the event then. Instead, you've exhausted yourself with preparations." "You did tell me my remaining time fell on the side of months rather than years, did you not?" At his nod, she shrugged her thin shoulders, unapologetically, to Daniel's mind. "I am determined to make my last days memorable, and give them all something they won't soon forget. What was that bit of Latin you quoted for me?" Her expectant pause made him want to fidget. "Quam bene vivas referre non quam diu," he admitted reluctantly. "It is how well you live that matters, not how long." He'd offered her the phrase soon after it became clear her condition was carrying her surely and steadily toward the grave. But he'd meant to encourage her to reflect on the life she had led. He'd certainly not intended it to be a dictum for how she should go on. Her frown shifted to a wrinkled smile. "There, you see?" She beamed, quite pleased with herself. "I am just following my doctor's orders." "Lady Austerley, you must know you are shortening the time you have left by the very choices you make now. You could easily suffer another fainting spell tonight, even with the medication," he warned. "You were fortunate your maid was attending you during your bath this afternoon when the latest one struck, or you might have drowned. This is the second attack you've experienced this week, is it not?" The Dowager Countess nodded innocently. "My lady is perhaps forgetting several spells," the maid piped up. "By my count, it is the 4th such episode since Monday." Lady Austerley turned her gimlet glare on the younger woman. "Am I to count higher mathematics among your skills as my lady's maid now? I cannot believe you bothered our beleaguered doctor with that note. I imagine it had as much to do with you wishing to see him again as any need for me to. You've been mooning over him for months." The poor maid blushed, but not before her eyes darted tellingly in Daniel's direction. "I was thinking only of your health, my lady." "Humph!" Lady Austerley's gaze shifted back. She lifted the quizzing glass she always kept around her neck, and he felt the sting of the older woman's visual dissection. "Not that I blame you," she added, a wrinkled smile playing about her lips. He's a stunning specimen, with all that thick, dark hair and those soulful brown eyes. Makes an old woman's heart flutter, even one whose heart is just barely ticking along. Truth be told, he puts these new London bucks to shame. Daniel raised a brow, determined to circle this conversation away from the issue of whether or not he was considered attractive to the female species, and back around to the medical issue at hand. "Lady Austerley," he said sternly. But she was not yet through. She lowered her lens and struggled to a sitting position as the maid plumped her pillow. "It's his heart that makes him different, though. Heart of gold, to come rushing to an old lady's aid like this. These young men today can't be bothered to look further than their phaetons for entertainment." Daniel fought the urge to roll his eyes. "I would have you come to the ball tonight and put my theory to the test, Dr. Mariel." Lady Austerley lifted her quizzing glass again. Yes, my personal physician in attendance. That would be just the thing to show them all." Daniel breathed out through his nose. Show them what, precisely? Her loss of sanity? He was tempted to dismiss her nattering as the beginnings of dementia, but, alas, he knew there was nothing at all wrong with Lady Austerley's head. She was as lucid as a lark. He might have stood a better chance at changing her mind if she wasn't. "It sounds as though your attacks are increasing in frequency, as I predicted they would. Your heart is failing. You should be confined to your bed, if not to ward off these periods of syncope, to at least ensure when they occur you do not risk falling and causing more serious injury." He took in the Dowager Countess's impossibly straight back. "And didn't I advise against wearing a corset? You cannot afford to restrict your breathing further." Lady Austerley waved a fist, the ropey veins criss-crossing the backs of her hands like twisted paths to truth. "I cannot have a ball without a corset, and, as I've already said, I refuse to entertain the notion of cancelling the event. I must carry on, at least until tonight is behind me, which is why I need you there, in case I suffer another spell." "I cannot prevent these attacks," he informed her gravely. "I can only advise you on what you must do to reduce their frequency." "Perhaps you cannot prevent them, but I will feel better knowing you are there." She tossed a bemused look at her maid, who was still stargazing in Daniel's direction. "And if I should be so unfortunate as to feel off balance again, surely, if you are already present, we can manage another episode with far less drama than this afternoon's little spell has entailed." The maid blushed further and tucked her head. Daniel hesitated. He enjoyed spending time with the Dowager Countess, but he already had plans for this evening, plans that involved patients who didn't disagree with his diagnosis, namely, the unfinished cadaver he'd left lying prone on the theatre table. If he agreed to this farce of an idea, he would need to slip back to his rooms now to bathe and dress instead of returning to the morgue. He'd also planned another phase of his experiment for later this evening, testing varying doses of a promising new compound called chloroform with the anesthetic regulator he was developing. Losing valuable hours at a ball was not high on his list of priorities. Although, if he were brutally honest, tonight's event might benefit him in the long run. He was very afraid Lady Austerley might not live to see Christmas. He would regret the eventual loss of that income, though not as much as he would regret the loss of her sometimes prickly friendship. Tonight would be an opportunity for introductions to future clients, if nothing else. The Countess leaned back against her mountain of plush pillows, and her hand crept out to grab his own. Her frail touch was a shock. He could feel her thready pulse, beating faintly through her bones, hinting at coming trouble. "I would ask this of you, Dr. Merrill, as a favour to a scared old lady whose heart needs to last through at least one more ball." Daniel swallowed his misgivings. How could he say no to such a request? She had no family to speak of, no remaining close friends. She was lonely and ailing, and he'd been unable to refuse the Dowager Countess anything since their first chance meeting, when she'd fainted dead away in St. Paul's Cathedral, and he'd been the only one with enough sense to come to her aid. He squeezed her hand. "If it would ease your mind." "Excellent," Lady Osterley smiled. "I'll have an invitation penned for you, post-haste." Chapter 3. Claire's ankle wasn't better in an hour or so. Neither had it improved by the time the coach was brought around to the front door, nor by the time she stepped into Lady Osterley's vaulted foyer. If anything, it was worse, sporting whimsical new shades of red and purple, and stealing her breath with every step. "Do try to keep up, dear." Her mother frowned over her shoulder, the red feather on her headdress bobbing with discontent. "I declare you dawdle more like your father every day." Claire gritted her teeth. She could not admit to her mother the real reason for her hesitation, or else risk being whisked home to bed. And any comparisons to father were to be avoided if her mother was to remain in an ebullient mood this evening. She hobbled faster, her mismatched shoes clunking ominously on the marble tile. Step, thump, step, thump. Her mother didn't seem to notice, but Claire's cheeks heated at the disparate sounds. She ought to be grateful Lucy was possessed of over-large feet, and moreover had been willing to donate an old shoe to the nearly lost cause of getting her foot into something approximating a slipper. At least she hadn't needed to resort to wearing Geoffrey's shoe. But gratitude was not foremost on Claire's mind, as her mother gave their name to the footman. She lifted her chin, knowing that aside from the travesty of her mismatched shoes, she had never looked better. Her maid had taken hours with her hair, and her new green gown was an absolute wonder, clinging to her shoulders with what appeared to be nothing more than a hasty prayer. But though the gown's voluminous skirts hid her feet from public view, they could not change the fact her ankle still felt like a sausage shoved in a too-tight casing. She looked out on the glittering swirl of London's most beautiful people, her stomach twitching in anticipation. The ballroom was awash with colours and scents, by now familiar after the triumph of her first season. She knew what to expect, whom to greet, and whom to cut. And somewhere in the crowd, Mr. Alban waited, a proposal surely simmering on his tongue. Almost immediately, she was set upon by her usual pack of friends, and her mother drifted off. "Where have you been?" Lady Sophie's fan snapped open and shut in agitation, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Mr. Alban arrived nearly a half-hour ago," Rose supplied helpfully. Claire fit a careful half-smile to her face as she greeted her friends. Lady Sophie Durston always stood out like a dark hothouse flower amidst the crowd, though this evening she stood out more because of her vivid pink gown. Miss Rose Evans was a classic English beauty, blonde and blue-eyed. Tonight she was dressed in virginal white, though Sophie had snidely confided to Claire just last week that perhaps Rose should avoid that colour, and not only because it was a miserable compliment to the girl's too pale complexion. They were the young women all the men watched and the less fortunate girls envied. Together they had captured the hearts and imaginations of half the eligible men in the room. But since the start of this season, Claire had been interested in only one of those hearts, and her friends knew it all too well. She risked a veiled peek in Mr. Alban's direction. He was speaking with Sophie's father, a pompous windbag of an earl who had recently helped secure Parliament's new ban on public meetings. Intended to hobble supporters of the growing Chartist movement, the news had been splashed across all the papers and bandied about polite society in hushed, worried tones. She briefly wondered which side of the debate Alban claimed, though it was something she could never ask during the space of a waltz. But as the overhead chandelier caught the white flash of his teeth, those distracting thoughts fell away. Oh, but he looked resplendent tonight in a dark jacket and emerald waistcoat, his chestnut hair gleaming. She could almost see him looking just so across a morning breakfast table, polished to a shine by her careful attentions, the time spread out amicably between them. "Has Mr. Alban asked anyone to dance?" she asked, turning away from the heart-stopping sight of him so she could not be accused of mooning overlong. "Not just yet," Rose piped up from Sophie's elbow, where she almost always hovered like a pale, blonde shadow. "He's been speaking with father since he arrived," Sophie confirmed, her voice a low purr. "Business over pleasure, you know." Claire was relieved to hear he had not been busy with other girls' dance cards, though she wasn't worried. Mr. Alban had been remarkably persistent in asking her to dance in the first waltz each evening. She harboured no doubts that this evening would go the same way. As the musicians began to take their seats behind the screen of potted greenery that had been erected to hide them from view, a young man approached their group with the sort of enthusiasm usually displayed by unruly puppies, or, barring that, their 8-year-old owners. "Good evening, Miss Westmore." Claire sighed, knowing she must acknowledge him. "Good evening, Mr. Meeks." He beamed at her, though she'd gifted him with the barest of greetings. "I was honoured last week when you said you would grant me the first dance this evening." Claire gripped her dance card. Had she really done something so rash? He was a perfectly unthreatening specimen of a young man, and he was also one of the gentlemen Mother had encouraged far too enthusiastically last year. Still, Claire was predisposed to be kind. He meant well, even if he didn't make her heart stir with anything other than sympathy. And she liked to think she would have honoured her agreement to dance with the young man had things been different. But the conversation with Meeks had occurred 1 week and 1 turned ankle ago. She could scarcely be expected to honour such a promise, given her current circumstances. "I am afraid you must have misunderstood." She shook her head, knowing her ankle was unlikely to last more than a dance or two. "I am otherwise engaged." He deflated before her eyes. "Oh, I see." His feet shuffled as he turned to Sophie and Rose, a nervous sheen on his high forehead. "Perhaps then, if either of you are free." Sophie shook her head in mock regret. "I am afraid you are far too tardy in asking, Mr. Meeks. Our cards are already full." She pointed her fan toward a line of restless young ladies sitting against the far wall of the ballroom. "You might aim your sights over there. I feel sure someone in the Wallflower line will still have a few open spots remaining for a gentleman of your punctuality." Mr. Meeks's cheeks flared with colour as Rose tittered behind a gloved hand. As he turned away and began to trudge toward the Wallflower line, Claire sighed. Honestly, Sophie, was it necessary to be so cruel? He's done naught to earn our ire. Oh, don't look so glum, Sophie chided. She flicked her fan open and fluttered it lazily below her green eyes. Truly, the occasional set-down is the best thing all around for him. Have you forgotten about that debacle last year, when he had the gall to think you might consider his proposal? The air rang with her light laughter. It isn't as though he should harbour hopes for anything beyond the occasional dance where we are concerned. Claire held her tongue. It was true she had set her sights higher than a proposal from Meeks, but that did not mean she thought it was all right to snub him. There were some in the crowd who thought she should have accepted his proposal, her mother among them. After all, Mr. Meeks had an annual income of £2,000 and would one day be a viscount, the same title as her own father. There was potential there, to be sure. But Sophie had decided, based on some unfathomable criteria only she knew, that Mr. Meeks was not within their sphere. In contrast, though he was only the heir presumptive to a dukedom, Mr. Auburn had been immediately welcomed into Sophie's circle. Of course, he was handsome as sin, something Mr. Meeks had no hope of claiming. Furthermore, the elderly Duke of Harrington was clearly consumptive, and, rumour had it, none too interested in females, so Auburn was as good as the heir apparent in many eyes. Still, it frightened Claire sometimes to see how unpredictable the tide of public opinion could be. Next year, Lucy would be out among this harsh crowd, and in a few short years, Geoffrey would also be navigating this same social gauntlet. She didn't like to think that her siblings, embarrassing though they may be, might be similarly sized up and dismissed. So tonight she offered her friends nothing more questionable than an agreeable nod, because being included in Sophie's gilded circle was far better than being shoved outside it, and she'd worked too hard to get here to ruin it tonight in a fit of misplaced kindness. As the opening strains of the first set of the evening rang out, Sophie's lips curved upward. Not that I would ever question your desire to wait for a better offer than was afforded by Mr. Meeks, but you've just arrived. Yes, Rose added, suspicion adding a half-octave to her voice. What was that nonsense about being otherwise engaged? You can't have a single name on your dance card yet. I might sit out the first set. At their looks of horror, Claire tried to smile, though she suspected it came out more as a grimace. I'm a little fatigued this evening. I might prefer to save my strength to dance with Mr. Auburn. You do look a trifle pale. Sophie's hand reached out to gently squeeze Claire's arm. Heavens, what are we thinking, chattering away like magpies, when you look close to swooning? You need to sit down and rest. She inclined her head toward the row of chairs she had earlier pointed out to Meeks. There's a prime seat just there. Now, which dance were you hoping for from Auburn? Maybe I can help hurry him along. Claire contemplated the vicious throbbing of her foot. The Wallflower line was the furthest thing from a refuge, but it was also becoming increasingly obvious her ankle would be unlikely to tolerate more than a turn or two around the dance floor. I think I should be recovered by the first waltz of the evening, she replied, eyeing an empty chair as if it might have teeth. If you speak with Mr. Auburn, you might offer him such a hint. Sophie's smile deepened as her own partner arrived to collect her for the first dance. Of course, she tossed over one shoulder, already gliding toward the dance floor. You know I would do anything for a friend. Death was rarely, if ever, a laughing matter. Pity that. Daniel supposed it took a man with a sense of humour to prefer to stay with a decomposing corpse and a room full of eager young medical students rather than attend a ball. Still, he had promised Lady Austerley he would come tonight, and a promise made to a lonely, ailing countess was one you oughtn't break, unless the death you contemplated was your own. Newly scrubbed and dressed in his best jacket, he greeted the Dowager Countess with a clinical eye, noting the pale fragility of her skin and the way her hands shook slightly through her gloves. Though the overhead chandeliers blazed with light, her pupils were dilated, providing some reassuring evidence the atropine he had given her earlier was still working. "You look well tonight," Daniel lied, lifting her hand to his lips. "I see you have chosen to partially heed my advice and greet your guests while seated. Still, I would be negligent in my duties if I did not advise you that lying down would be the preferred course of action." Lady Austerley's lips twitched. "If I were 40 years younger, I would blush to hear such a thing from a handsome gentleman, Dr. Merrill." She squeezed his hand. "Now, you may have come out of medical necessity, but I very much hope you will enjoy yourself this evening, because I have no intention of embarrassing myself with anything so gauche as a fainting spell. Perhaps you would do me the honour of a dance later." Daniel smiled down at the older woman. Of course, he agreed, though they both knew the Countess would not be dancing tonight, and probably never again. As he moved on, searching for a space along the wall that would permit him a good view of his patient, he recognized a peer he had recently treated, a man whose various health woes he could catalogue down to a resting heart rate. "Good evening, Lord Hastings," Daniel nodded. The gentleman stiffened and turned away. For a moment Daniel was perplexed. Had he been incorrect in his address? Somehow rude in his delivery? But then he overheard another person greet the man, and he knew he had the right of it. Ah, so that's how it was going to be. When he was summoned to their homes to deal with a medical complaint, he was greeted with the sort of desperation reserved of a saviour, but let him step among their ranks with an invitation in his pocket, and such niceties were lost. The ladies in attendance, however, were a decidedly different story. Several among the painted and perfumed crowd ducked their heads behind their fans, then came back for a second, surreptitious look. Daniel had been in London only 6 months now, but already he understood why these women who had husbands and wealth and boredom to burn, looked at him with hooded eyes, fluttering fans, and undisguised interest. It was not comfort they were seeking. He was young, he was handsome, he was here, and those were apparently the only criteria to be considered. He'd sidestepped their bold offers until now, but perhaps he'd been going about this all wrong, courting the male heads of these households in his bid to win more clients. He didn't doubt he could leave tonight with several new female patrons if he applied a modicum of charm. Or, given the way several smiled invitingly, an eager new bed partner or two. Though he was tempted to test this theory by smiling back at them, Daniel aimed for the east side of the ballroom instead, where the crowd opened up and a row of chairs lined the wall. As he threaded his way there, he realized that Lady Austerley had been right to be concerned she might suffer one of her increasingly frequent dizzy spells tonight. The heat from the overhead chandelier was stifling, and the mingling scents of beeswax and floral perfume made his own stomach feel off-kilter. Worse, however, was the noise. All around him nonsensical conversations swirled, like eddies of dust caught in the wind. This blonde-haired chit felt another's gown was simply awful shade of puce. That one shuddered to hear such a third-rate cellist sawing on the strings. One greying matron loudly bemoaned the fact the heads had been left on the prawns, no doubt to mock those guests possessed of more delicate sensibilities. Though on the surface everyone was smiling, the undercurrent of female malcontent caught him by surprise. He could not help but feel there was something unhealthy about smiling to one's hostess in one moment and disparaging her in the next. Hadn't they come here tonight to honour the Dowager Countess, who, in her day, had been a widely admired figure? Though he knew she preferred to keep the details of her diagnosis private, anyone with a pair of functioning eyes could see the signs of the Countess's declining health and realise this was Lady Austerley's last annual ball. He wedged himself against a wall and scowled out at the crowd. Though it was difficult to credit the emotion, given that he was at a bloody ball, boredom began to creep in. Lady Austerley, bless her bones, was holding her own from her chair near the entrance to the ballroom and looked to require no immediate assistance. He had no desire to dance, and refused to consider the horrors of puce or prawns one way or the other. Indeed, he had no desire to sample any of the diversions on offer here tonight. Step-thump, step-thump. A sound cut through the drivel of small talk, and Daniel turned his head to search for its source. In the midst of such glitter and polish, that incongruous sound seemed his greatest hope to encounter something more thought-provoking tonight than third-rate cellists. He suffered an almost irrational disappointment to see nothing more interesting than a young lady approaching. A brunette, slim and exceptionally attractive young lady, to be sure, but really no different than any of the other tittering flora and fauna on display tonight. Step-thump, step-thump. Well, except for that. His clinical skills flared to life. A few inches over 5 feet, but probably less than 7 stone. She was within a year or two of 20, though on which side she fell was little more than an educated guess. He had always been an ardent student of the human form, favouring symmetry over chaos, and his eye was drawn as much to the finely wrought curve of this girl's bones as the rich brown hair piled on top of her head. Her neck alone was an anatomist's dream, long and elegant, drawing the eye to the prominent line of her shoulders. She flashed a half-smile at someone who passed, and he caught a glimpse of not quite perfect teeth, though the minor misalignment of her left cuspid did little to lessen the impression of general loveliness. If anything, it heightened his sense that she was real, rather than a porcelain doll waiting to be broken. His eyes lingered a moment on the stark prominence of her clavicles, there above her neckline. She could stand to gain a few pounds, he supposed. Then again, couldn't they all? Step-thump, step-thump. That part was deucedly odd. She didn't appear outwardly lame, though her shuffling gait lacked the smooth refinement he expected in young ladies of the fashionable set. She settled herself into an empty seat along the wall and carefully arranged her skirts, but not before he caught the edge of one hideously ugly shoe peeking out from beneath the hem of her gown. Now that she was sitting still, her symptoms told him a far different story than the one delivered by her fixed half-smile. Her gloved hands sat on her lap, the picture of feminine innocence, but as he watched, they knotted and unknotted in the shimmering green of her skirts, seeking traction against some unseen force. Her forehead was creased in concentration, and beads of perspiration had formed above her upper lip. He well knew the signs. Either the chit was constipated, or in severe pain. He was betting on the latter. And just like that, the evening's entertainment shifted towards something far more promising than Lady Austerley's staunch refusal to faint, or even, God help him, the corpse. Chapter 4. What was taking Alban so long? Claire could see that he'd moved on from his earlier conversation. Now he was picking his way around the periphery of the ballroom, stopping here, smiling there. He shimmered like a wish, but he was a wish that would not be realized, however much she willed him to glance in her direction. As the orchestra embarked on the third song of the evening, she knew a moment's panic. If her future duke was going to claim the first waltz, shouldn't he have already placed his name on her dance card? She leaned back against her seat in frustration. Someone really ought to say something to Lady Austerley about this chair. Oh, there was nothing objectionable about the embroidered cushion or the gently curving back, but the view it offered of the dance floor was a matter of acute discomfort. She could see Sophie and Rose laughing in their partner's arms, spinning and shining like the view at the end of a kaleidoscope toy. Envy burned a hot trail down the back of Claire's throat. No one was approaching her to ask for a space on her dance card. Not even poor Mr. Meeks was offering her a second glance, choosing instead to dance with a horse-faced heiress from Lincolnshire. By the opening strains of the fourth song, Claire's palms had started to sweat beneath her gloves. It seemed her position along the wall screamed out her unavailability to the crowd. Either that, or her undesirability. Good heavens, she hoped it wasn't permanent. Why was she even here? No matter her friend's encouragement to sit and rest, there'd been mischief in Sophie's smile, and perhaps a bit of malice. She eyed the girls sitting on either side of her, a veritable herd of young ladies with unfortunate chins and thick waists. She ought to move, leave the Wallflowers to their misery, and lurch back into the fray. But even as she contemplated it, her ankle throbbed a violent protest. If she couldn't even think about standing without cringing, how on earth was she going to dance? Claire fingered one diamond ear bob, even as she scanned the crowd for her mother. Surely going home and being put to bed with a hot brick and a tisane would be better than abject humiliation, which was the only thing looming on her present horizon. Might I be of some assistance? Claire jumped. The motion made her injured ankle knock against the leg of her chair, and she gasped out loud from the shock of pain. "Steady on," the masculine voice said next. "I didn't mean to startle you." "Didn't you?" She glared up at the commenter. He was startlingly attractive, enough so that her limbs wanted to soften for no other reason than feminine instinct. Refusing to give in to the impulse, she forced her gaze downward from his dark hair and eyes, only to realize the rest of him was every bit as befuddling as his face. Trim waist, well-proportioned limbs, and none of the softness inherent to most gentlemen of the ton. The man's clothing, at least, provided an easier landing spot for her disdain. He was wearing a necktie far more appropriate for an office than a ballroom, suggesting he spent his days bent over books or ledgers. Claire narrowly suppressed a shudder as she catalogued the coarseness of his cheap wool jacket. "I do not know you, sir. It is improper for you to speak to me." She fixed her gaze straight ahead again. The stranger stepped closer. Too close, really, for someone who had not been properly introduced. No matter his pleasing features, he was what Sophie and Rose laughingly called a lurker. And according to Sophie, one did not encourage a lurker's interest, not if you wished to retain the title of Incomparable. She cut another glance in his direction. She was caught in this chair like an insect in amber, and he appeared to know it by the way his gaze still scraped across her skin. "You are staring, sir. That is because you ought to be home resting your turned ankle rather than contemplating your next dance." Claire peered up at her tormentor in horrified surprise. How had he known? Not even Sophie had guessed the reason for her discomfort this evening, and Sophie saw everything. The night's success with Mr. Alban depended on her to be sound, or, at the very least, to appear so for the length of a waltz. "There is nothing wrong with my ankle," she lied. "I would wager a month's income to the contrary." Claire's mouth rounded in indignation. "And that would be the shocking sum of 3, perhaps 4 pounds," she said tartly. The man's lips twitched upward, making him appear even more attractive, if such a thing were even possible. He crossed his arms. "You are wearing mismatched shoes, and your breathing is laboured, though you have been sitting quite still for some 10 minutes. The cumulative evidence suggests otherwise, Miss Westmore," she snapped. Her vision wobbled, even as she tucked her traitorous shoes farther beneath her skirts. "My father is Viscount Cardwell," she added, "so I am sure you can agree that it is most improper for me to be speaking with you." She pulled her shoulders back to a position which ought to have screamed untouchable, but the motion had the misfortune of pressing her breasts against her corset and stifling her ability to draw a full breath. Worse, it made his gaze drop alarmingly to her neckline. Claire imagined she could see an unhealthy speculation grinding to life in his dark eyes, whether due to expanse of flesh visible above her low neckline, or the mention of a wealthy, titled father. It was difficult to be sure. "Well then," he said easily, "let us find a quieter spot, Miss Westmore. In my experience, most fathers want their daughters well cared for. There could be no impropriety in permitting an examination by a physician." She smothered a snort of disbelief. How dare this stranger speak to her this way? For that matter, how dare he look at her this way, as if he could peel back her layers and poke about in search of hidden secrets? She generally tried to avoid men who displayed an improper interest in her bosom or her dowry, not that she wouldn't mercilessly use either attribute to snare the right gentleman. Why, when Alban asked her to dance tonight, she'd willingly tug her bodice an inch lower and do her best to remind him that she was an investment guaranteed a return of £5,000. But not for this man. Though she granted the occasional sympathetic dance to the Mr. Meekses of the world, she was not obligated to indulge this type of gentleman, men who talked innocent, dowered young ladies into darkened corners, even as they slouched about in cheap wool jackets. If you wish to impress the less astute young ladies here tonight, and convince one of them to lift their skirts for your so-called examination, I've a word of advice, she said archly. You might want to pretend a more admirable sort of profession, one that doesn't involve snatching corpses from their graves and carving people up with knives. Dark brows rose high. There is a legal trade in bodies now, you know, and I am a physician, not a common surgeon. But Claire was committed to her path now. Barristers should do, given your stated interest in weighing the evidence put before you. Clergyman, in a pinch, though I suspect it may not get you as far as you wish, given the limits it might place on your persuasive techniques. She canted her head. Truly, claiming to be a fishmonger might be your best bet, given your careless attire. Most clergymen can afford a decent tailor. He blinked. You believe I am lying because of how I am dressed? She smiled wickedly, unable to help herself. Evidence and all? Unexpectedly, He laughed, and Claire found herself unable to look away from the resulting flash of white teeth. Surely the man had some physical flaw. But no, there was not a scar to be seen on that smoothly shaven cheek, nor a single misaligned tooth to fix the eye and ease the mind. She was struck by the disloyal notion that, lurker or no, the man was objectively as handsome as her future duke. Possibly even more so. He uncrossed his arms, though his smile lingered. "I have failed to properly introduce myself, I see. Perhaps we should start again." "I believe you already have my name," she replied, coolly, though his continued smile kept her traitorous heart thumping away in her chest, almost as if it were enjoying this scandalous exchange and was urging her on to greater folly. "Dr. Daniel Merrill, Fellow of the Royal Medical and Chirurgical Society and Lecturer of Forensic Medicine at St. Bartholomew's Teaching Hospital." He bowed from the waist, as well as serving, on occasion, as Lady Austerley's personal physician. She scoffed, though the first strains of unease began to scratch at her conscience. "You expect me to believe the Dowager Countess would invite her physician to her own ball? I was not invited as a guest." Claire licked lips gone suddenly dry. "What ails the Countess that she would have need of her physician tonight?" He shook his head. "I cannot divulge matters of such a personal nature. A physician is sworn to keep his patient's secrets in strictest confidence, but rest assured, you have sorely misinterpreted my interest, Miss Westmore. I am suggesting a medical evaluation for your obviously injured ankle, not a sordid tryst in the library. I presume you have a chaperone here tonight who could ensure nothing untoward happens?" Claire flushed, as unmoored by his smooth speech as the reminder of her own ill manners. "My mother is here," she admitted. She scanned the crowd again, seeking her mother's feathered headdress. When a sighting remained elusive, her gaze fell instead on their hostess, who was seated in a chair near the entrance to the ballroom. For the first time, she realized that Lady Austerley did look rather ill. Her stomach tilted. "If you require a reference beyond Lady Austerley, Lord Hastings is in attendance tonight, and he has also recently employed my services," he continued. "But if you have not yet seen a physician, I would suggest you do so before indulging in the extravagance of the dance you appear to be waiting for. You wouldn't want to cause further damage." Claire found herself battling a far different sort of panic than her initial distress over her empty dance card. Was the gentleman telling the truth? Had she just accused Lady Austerley's physician of trying to toss up her skirts in a public ballroom? Had she insulted this man's profession, his morals, and his clothing? Worse, no lurker's smile had ever affected her so viscerally. Could this night get any worse? The first notes of a waltz rang out. Her gaze fell like a loosened arrow on Mr. Auburn, walking along the edge of the ballroom. Her heart fluttered in its cage, and then froze as her future duke stopped in front of Lady Sophie. For a moment she could only stare in disbelief as Sophie extended her hand. Surely she wouldn't. Sophie knew her confessed hopes for Mr. Auburn, hopes that went far beyond the first waltz of the evening. But as Sophie placed her hand in Auburn's and tossed a telling smile in her direction, it became very clear that such things mattered not a whit. Sophie's claws had just come out beneath her kidskin gloves. Tears pricked Claire's eyes, hot and unwelcome. She should have known Sophie was up to something. But could she blame Mr. Auburn for choosing to dance with a graceful beauty over a lame wallflower. She was wearing mismatched shoes and lingering with a lurker. If the situation had been reversed, she wouldn't dance with someone like her, either. What in the deuces had just happened? One moment he had been feeling his way toward a potential new patron. The next, tears were spilling out of Miss Westmore's wide, hazel eyes, dampening a dangerous degree of décolletage. She stood up without even a word of polite apology, though they'd been locked in something that went a degree or two beyond casual conversation. Daniel caught the faint scent of roses on the air, and then she turned on an unbalanced heel and lurched her way through the crowd. Step thump, step thump, step thump, step thump. He watched her retreating form with an inexplicable urge to follow. Whatever ailed the girl, he was no longer sure it was within his capacity to help. Did lunacy run in Cardwell's bloodline? She'd gone pale as new milk, and toward the end of their exchange, her laboured breathing had become more of a pant. Of course, some of those symptoms might be laid at the hands of her corset, the boning clearly visible against the delicate green silk of her dress. Unfortunately, there was no clear cure for stupidity in the name of fashion. "Miss Westmore!" he called out. "Wait!" If she could be credited with any sort of reaction, it was speed. He set off after her, though he questioned his own motives in doing so. The girl had eschewed his offer of assistance and insulted him in the process. There were at least 100 other peers he might pursue tonight as potential clients. He ought to be going in the opposite direction of the bewildering Miss Westmore. Instead, he followed her through the large double doors that marked the rear boundary of the ballroom and led toward the deeper recesses of the house. Here, scattered couples lingered in corners, and the shadows stretched longer. There were no overhead chandeliers to light the way, just a series of wall sconces that flickered in the wake of her headlong path. She turned left down a hallway, one hand braced against the wall for support. Even the last scattering of people had fallen away now, and the hall echoed with naught but her comically uneven steps. It was the absolute fringe of propriety for a girl without a chaperone, and she had just leaped clean across it in her mad dash from the ballroom. "Miss Westmore," he warned, "you risk doing your ankle irrevocable harm if you do not have a care." She glanced back over her shoulder. He had the merest glimpse of reddened eyes as she reached a hand for the nearest door. And then she wrenched it open and plunged through, her green skirts billowing out behind her. Daniel stopped, stock still. She'd entered Lady Austerley's library, a room he knew well from his regular visits. Did Miss Westmore mean for him to follow, then? He'd been quite serious when he suggested a chaperone accompany them. His financial future depended on the continued trust of the ton, and he had no desire to be caught in an indelicate situation with any young lady, much less one who might or might not be a half-wit. Perhaps she was trying to trap him, flaunting her injury like a lure, drawing him into her web before she struck like a venomous spider. A faint scream rent the air. His feet propelled him forward, sanity and spiders be damned. He pushed through the door and skidded to a stop amidst the smells of aging paper and leather-bound spines. Miss Westmore stood frozen, one hand clapped over her mouth. Daniel followed her startled gaze to the room's other occupants, even as his mind sought to catalogue his various means of defence. In his left pocket lay a wooden osculating device that could be hefted as a bludgeon should circumstances come to that. A book would work equally well, given that they were in a library, for Christ's sake. But just who he was to bludgeon remained a bit of a mystery. The scene was the furthest thing from threatening. There were books, of course, thousands of them, more than a body could hope to read in a dozen lifetimes, lined with military precision along the walls. He'd even read one or two of them, at Lady Austerley's invitation. A fire burned in the grate, the orange flames recently stirred to life. A couple was disentangling themselves in front of the fireplace, where they had clearly been locked in an embrace. The man's jacket had been removed and tossed aside. The reality of the situation snapped into place. "My apologies," Daniel offered curtly. "We did not mean to intrude." Far from being embarrassed, the gentleman, if indeed such a title could be claimed, laughed. "We'll only be another moment, old chap. Happy to quit the room when we're done. Unless you're here for a turn yourself." Distaste for the proceedings made Daniel's stomach churn. Not that he objected to a bit of consensual bed sport if both partners were unencumbered, free of syphilis, and willing. But he'd never been one for an audience. "Miss Westmore," he said, turning away from the scene and keeping his voice low, "we should go." He took her by the arm. Her skin felt strong and alive beneath his gloved fingers, and he knew a moment's surprise as she planted her feet and resisted his gentle tug. Not so frail after all, then. He leaned in close to her ear, drawing in a rose-scented breath in the process. "It is not appropriate for you to be here. I did not intend for us to come without your mother as chaperone." She came to life, blinking rapidly. Whatever tears had possessed her a moment ago had fled, chased into the shadows by the bright wash of colour on her cheeks. "Then how fortuitous," she hissed, jerking away from his hold, "to find her already here." Chapter 5. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Blasphemous, perhaps, but if ever a situation called for her eternal damnation, this was it. At least in hell she could escape the nightmare of this evening. Claire's ankle throbbed in violent protest to the treatment it had just suffered during her headlong rush from the ballroom, but the sick, empty feeling in her stomach did a fair job of pushing the pain from her mind. She had naively presumed her mother came to these events to gossip with the other matrons and to sip lemonade from the shadows. She'd never before stopped to consider what occupied her mother's attention every evening while she flitted about the dance floor. This, then, was the physical embodiment of why she lived in terror of introducing Mr. Alban to her family. It wasn't just Geoffrey, with his crude language and questionable manners, or Lucy, with her flyaway hair and 2 left feet. It was not even the fear of being seen in last season's walking habit, or being caught tossing stale biscuits to waterfowl. It was because her very life was a house of cards, threatening to come down with a single stiff wind. Claire glared at the gentleman standing before the fire. He was young, impossibly so, perhaps even her own age. She had no notion of the stranger's name, and had never danced with him, thank goodness. Then again, why would she have? With his tousled brown hair and hooded eyes, he was possessed of the sort of Byronic good looks her mother had always warned her against. "I've been looking for you, Mother." She was surprised to discover her voice was steady. She felt as though the very floor were vibrating beneath her. "Is something amiss, dear?" Her mother seemed distracted, distant. Perhaps she was embarrassed, though her face was oddly blank, as though she were having trouble staying upright. But Claire discovered she wasn't in a very forgiving state of mind, particularly when her mother drifted toward her and said, "It isn't like you to come in search of me." She battled a moment's dark disbelief. Shouldn't it be her chaperone's responsibility to come in search of her? The nameless gentleman snatched up his coat and gave them all a smart salute as he stalked from the room. As the door pulled shut behind him, Claire settled on the first logical excuse she could find, though it was one she had been running from mere moments before. "I have twisted my ankle. This is Dr. Merrill, Lady Austerley's personal physician. He has offered to examine it for me." If the doctor was ruffled by the strange situation, he didn't show it. "We had thought to conduct the examination in the library," Dr. Merrill confirmed. Claire's cheeks heated at that. In truth, she hadn't known her mother was in the library. She hadn't even known the room was a library, only that it offered a door that promised escape. But she was ill-inclined to defend her actions, given the circumstances. She gathered her wits into a tight ball and took aim at her mother with an acidity that should have shamed her. "Provided, of course, I can locate a reasonable chaperone." But her words fell on deaf ears because her mother's bleary eyes were focused on Dr. Merrill. "I confess I am surprised to hear she has injured herself. Claire has always been the most athletic of my children. Now her sister, Lucy, perhaps. We've given up any hope for Grace with that one, and begun to pray for a miracle instead." "Mother," Claire groaned. Had the word athletic really just fallen from her mother's lips as a suitable description for her eldest daughter? And shouldn't they be speaking well of Lucy, building a sense of refinement in people's minds that would help counteract the terrible physical impression her sister was bound to make next year? Now was not the time to spill such family secrets, though on the scale of calamities her siblings' clumsiness paled in comparison to the disaster Claire feared may have just been uncovered in this very room. She glanced away and caught sight of her reflection in the mirror hanging over the mantel. Though her world had just been upended and forcefully shaken, she looked the same as she had earlier in the evening, albeit a trifle paler. Same dress, same hair, the same clenched smile with the slightly crooked front tooth she always tried to hide. But she felt like a fraud. From the start of her first season, she had wrapped her self-doubts in tissue paper, carefully cultivating the image she wished to project. She draped herself in silk from London's most sought-after modiste and aligned herself with the most beautiful girls from the most influential families. Through a combination of good fortune and careful choices, she'd reached a pinnacle of popularity most only dreamed of, and had dared to set her sights on a future duke. And yet, now that she had arrived, she felt that delicate paper slipping away to reveal the tarnished surface below. She battled the constant peril to be found in every potential slight, every snide comment, every new, dark secret. "Sit down on the settee, dear," her mother said, "so Dr. Merrill can examine your leg." "It is my ankle, not my leg, and I shall sit where I please." Claire turned and began to lumber instead toward an enormous leather chair. A touch on her arm halted her small rebellion. "You do not have to do this, Miss Westmore," Dr. Merrill said, his voice low. "If you aren't planning on dancing, you could just return home and call on your regular doctor tomorrow." Claire cut a glance toward her mother, who was settling herself on the eschewed settee in a froth of red skirts. The doctor was giving her a welcome choice, but the secrets of this room could not be so easily bundled into the coach and sent home. A ghost of an idea swirled, poorly formed, but gaining teeth. Muriel had said himself that a doctor was required to keep a patient's confidence. He'd even proven himself trustworthy, refusing to divulge Lady Austerley's secrets. Perhaps, if she suffered through this examination, he would be forced to overlook what he had seen here. "You've suffered a shock," he was saying now. His voice pitched low so her mother could not hear, and his hand fell away from her arm. "Did you even mean to come into the library? I was given the impression that you were fleeing something." "Someone." Claire swallowed the word into silence. She refused to admit she'd stumbled in here tonight to escape the image of Sophie's waltzing in Mr. Auburn's arms. Her flight from the ballroom had been a careless indulgence. She could not afford such folly, not with so much at stake. And her escape from the ballroom had not only been about Sophie and Mr. Auburn. There had been that simmering attraction she'd felt toward the doctor to push her along, and a good dose of fear that he was able to see right through her skin to the secrets she kept well buried. But her initial reaction to the man no longer mattered. His knowledge of her mother's seeming infidelity was a threat to her family's reputation that needed to be diffused. Miss Westmore turned away. For a moment Daniel was relieved. She had decided to be sensible, to retreat home and call on her own physician tomorrow. Truth be told, he was no longer sure he wanted to proceed with his earlier offer of an examination. No matter his need to acquire the trust and support of additional well-placed patrons, the entire situation was deucedly strange. For one thing, Lady Cardwell was swaying on her feet. The woman looked ill. No, that wasn't quite right. She looked inebriated. He could see it now. Echoes of similar souls he'd encountered on a daily basis, both in the casualty ward at St. Bart's, and again along the route home when his shift at the hospital was over. Worse, the clock ticking on the mantel served as a harsh reminder of the passage of time. Lady Austerley could be in need of his care at this very moment. But just as he was about to lodge an objection, the slip of a girl who had lured him here with nothing more tempting than her tears limped toward a high-backed leather chair and flung herself down, hiking a frothy confection of skirts and underpinnings up to her knees. Well, then, apparently she meant to go on. As far as examinations went, this one already qualified as the most bizarre in his memory. But there was a chaperone of sorts in place, clothing being shifted around, and a patient awaiting his clinical assessment. Might as well see it done. "Did you choose the chair instead of the settee for a particular reason?" he asked, striding toward her and removing his gloves. She shrugged. "It is closer to the fire. I thought the light might help." "It will," Daniel agreed, as he bent down on one knee. But it also meant they were sitting an unfortunate distance from their agreed-upon chaperone, and that if voices were kept low, their conversation would remain largely private. Worse, the fire bathed this corner of the library in a delicious degree of warmth, and cast flickering shadows across Miss Westmore's already arresting face. She bent over her legs, fumbling about her feet. "I don't suppose you would consider averting your eyes for this part of it?" she asked, her words infused with a hint of the earlier haughtiness she had displayed in the ballroom. He sat back on his heels and shrugged out of his jacket. "I assure you I've seen the odd ankle before, Miss Westmore. You've no need to be shy." She peered up at him, and a slim, dark brow arched upward. "I am resigned to showing you my ankle, Dr. Mariel. I simply have not yet come to terms with showing you my shoes." Her words pulled a chuckle from his chest. "I might remind you that I've already seen them in the ballroom. One brown leather, one beaded silk, I believe." But his amusement bled into concern as she struggled with the buckle of her right shoe, and a hiss of pain escaped her lips. "Would you like assistance?" "No," she said, her voice tight. "I will manage at least one thing right this evening." Finally the shoe was wrenched free, though she'd sacrificed some colour to the effort. She straightened and handed it over to him. Daniel turned it over in his hand, the serviceable brown leather still warm from her skin. He had seen the merest glimpse of it in the ballroom, of course, but now realized that his first impression was a bit simplistic. His ancestors might have worn such a shoe. No, his ancestors' ancestors might have, 200 years ago in their gypsy wagons. Nothing about this unwieldy shoe, with its scratched silver buckle and scuffed toes, matched the smooth, collected image Miss Westmore projected to the world. "Your father's, I presume?" he asked, louder than he had intended. A cough of amusement shattered the silence behind them, reminding Daniel that no matter the manufactured intimacy of this corner, with the crackling fire and the promising shadows, they entertained an audience. "Lord Cardwell has his faults, to be sure, but even he would never wear anything so hideous," the girl's mother called out, her words slurring in places. "That is her sister's shoe, the one who is always tripping over her feet. Claire, what were you thinking, wearing Lucy's shoes to a ball?" Miss Westmore's hands gripped the arms of her chair. "I suppose I had thought tonight was too important to miss," she muttered, far too low for her mother to hear. Daniel put the shoe to one side and eyed an impressive length of stocking-clad leg. He could understand a need to suffer something distasteful in order to advance one's cause. Wasn't that, in a way, why he was here this evening? But what could be so important as to make a girl like this succumb to such a fashion atrocity? As he rolled up his sleeves and contemplated his next step in this examination from hell, it occurred to him that the bit of silk stocking blocking his view was no ordinary set of stockings. Though they were surely not meant to see daylight, Miss Westmore's stockings were of the clocked variety, pale ivory and embroidered with an intricate pattern of black swirls and loops. The cost of such stockings, he knew, would keep his small bachelor's flat in coal for a month. Such extravagance was enough to focus him back on the task at hand. "Do you feel comfortable removing your stocking?" he asked. She hesitated only a moment before pulling her skirts up higher. She untied her stocking from a garter that flashed a tempting green ribbon and began to roll it down. He averted his eyes, as any physician must in this situation, but could not quite keep his eyes safely anchored to the Abyssinian carpet as pale, gleaming skin began to emerge in the wake of her attentions. She eased the silk garment from her injured foot and then handed it to him with a flourish. The motion seemed uncalculated, but it held a dangerous edge of flirtation. "Shall I remove the other as well?" "No," he choked out, his voice strangled. "Christ above, no. As long as the skin emerging from beneath those stockings required a professional assessment, he might maintain a hold on his sanity. But toss in a perfectly uninjured leg, and he would be done for. "May I?" He held out his hand, palm up. When she nodded, Daniel placed his fingers on her bare knee, then cursed his body's reaction to the feel of her. Her skin was warm and soft, and the taut stretch of her limb trembled slightly against his palm. It was disconcerting to realize his interest in these proceedings was running towards something less seemly than a physician's simple appreciation for human anatomy. He forced his hands lower, toward her ankle, feeling like a bloody bounder for leering after her, with her mother sitting 20 feet away. He could easily tell the limb was swollen. Half a blind butcher could have made that diagnosis. The distortion was visible from across the room, and he had noticed it even before she removed her stocking. But a shadow lay across the area he needed to examine, making it hard to see just what sort of damage he was dealing with. He heard her breath catch in her throat just as his fingers grazed the top of her foot. "I am sorry," he murmured. "This may hurt a bit." He placed a flattened palm against her instep and lifted the limb closer to the firelight, gauging the stopping point by her sudden gasp of pain. The dancing light of the fire played over a nightmarish beauty of a sprain. As he'd expected, this was no mild swelling or a bit of discoloured skin. The inflammation was so pronounced it quite obliterated the delicate lines of bones that should have been visible. A hesitant vein of respect threatened to intrude. Miss Westmore had initially struck him as the sort of girl who would be quite happy to have others dance attendance on her, but this suggested a hidden core of steel. How was she even walking, much less contemplating dancing? He pressed experimentally against the top of her foot, bracing himself against her resulting hiss of pain. He observed the deep indentation left by his fingers and the accentuated refill time of her damaged vessels. "I do not believe you mentioned how you injured it," he observed. "No." She fidgeted above him, her voice as taut as the skin on her injured foot. "This looks a bit more serious than the usual turned ankle on the dance floor." And judging by the degree of discoloration, it had happened far earlier in the day. "I'll need the details if I am to ascertain the degree of damage." She rolled her eyes to the ceiling. "If you must know, I twisted it in Hyde Park around 3 o'clock this afternoon." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "I was attacked." Attacked? Daniel ill-expected the punch of anger that possessed him at her admission. It was none of his business, and yet his fingers tightened against the damaged limb. In broad daylight? By whom? She hesitated. "Geese, if you must know." Relief flooded in, all the more disturbing for how ill he still felt to think of her suffering a more dangerous sort of assault. His fingers ran upward to a reddened crescent-shaped mark on her right calf. That would explain this spot, I presume. Impertinent beasts, were they? "I would have been fine if it had only been the ducks," she responded with a wrinkled nose. "But geese are another matter entirely." Daniel stifled a laugh. "I think Hyde Park's ducks might have had a decent shot at felling you as well. You could stand to put a few pounds on your frame, Miss Westmore. I would recommend a blood-building diet if you plan to venture out among their ranks again." Her shapely lips firmed. "You, sir, are not being paid to consider anything beyond the state of my ankle." "I wasn't aware I was being paid at all." "At least, not yet." He did not add that he hoped this bit of altruism might lead to more. In the near term, Miss Westmore was likely to need medical care for several weeks. And in the longer term, adding Lord Cardwell's family to his meagre list of patrons could help fill out his almost empty pockets. He lowered her foot. "I don't think anything is broken, but it is difficult to assess once this degree of swelling sets in. At a minimum, you've suffered a significant degree of tendon damage." But I would not rule out the possibility that the metatarsal or cuboid bones in your foot might be displaced internally. Her eyes widened. There's more than one bone? Daniel almost snorted. Had she never taken a good, close look at her body beyond the prettier parts that stared back from a mirror, or even opened a basic textbook on science? There are 26 in all. He glanced over his shoulder, seized with what was probably a very bad idea. The girl's mother was still sitting upright on the settee, but her eyes were half shut and her head was beginning to droop. Satisfied the moment was as private as it could be, he reached a hand toward Miss Westmore's other foot, the one still ensconced in its glass-beaded slipper. "May I show you?" he asked. She nodded her assent, but otherwise stayed as still as a mouse in a trap. He removed the dainty silk slipper, a useless thing with its sole as thin as paper, and ran his fingers feather-light across the surface of her stocking, careful to avoid the embroidered areas so he would not snag the delicate silk threads. Her uninjured foot felt small and alive in his hands, and he was struck by the notion that perhaps he'd been in the company of cadavers far too much of late. The metatarsals run just here. There are 5. He touched each one in turn, the beauty of her non-injured foot's shape evident even through the thin layer of silk. He ran his fingers appreciatively down the length of her toes, and heard her sharply indrawn breath. Phalanges make up the tips, the part a layman calls the toes. There are 14 of those. "Not 15?" she asked, almost breathlessly. He looked up, surprised that she had so neatly understood. "No, though it is a good guess there would be 3 for each digit. Nature favours symmetry, but the largest toe lacks its 3rd. He cupped her pert heel and recited the rest as though she were one of his students. "Here you've several cuneiform bones, the cuboid, navicular, talus, and calcaneus." The moment ended on a drawn-out note of silence, the air thick with something he cared not to think about. He rocked back on his heels and looked up. She was peering down at him in frozen surprise, as if captured by some gypsy spell. And perhaps she was. There was more than a drop of Roma in him, as anyone with eyes could fair see. She would not be the first female to succumb to strange behaviour in his presence, only to later resent him for inciting it. He set her left foot down and cleared his throat. "With respect to your injury, it would have been far better to see a doctor before it reached this point. Why did you wait?" Her eyes darted over his shoulder toward her mother, who by now had started to snore softly. "I do not care to discuss it." Daniel pushed himself to standing. Clearly no further explanation would be forthcoming on that point. He picked up his jacket as he considered what sort of prognosis to deliver. He'd seen worse, of course. Just this morning he'd seen a carter's foot with gangrene, the toes blackened and dying. That inspection had ended in an amputation. Miss Westmore, thank goodness, appeared in little immediate danger beyond a looming disruption to her social calendar. "I'm afraid you've extended your convalescence by several weeks by walking on it so much this evening. I recommend a month's rest, strict rest, mind you, sitting still with your foot elevated, no flitting about ballrooms or excursions to galleries." "A month?" She gaped at him. No lowered voice now, and no aesthetic show of courage. Behind him, he could hear the rustle of fabric that signalled her mother's waking. Daniel raised his voice so Lady Cardwell would hear the worst of it. No standing, no walking, and most certainly no dancing, for at least 4 weeks. Her outrage simmered across the foot or so that separated them. You are deranged, Doctor. It is the start of the season. I cannot afford to— Qui totum vult totum pedit, Miss Westmore, he interrupted. That means he who wants everything loses everything. I know what it means, Dr. Merrill. Her eyes narrowed. Sicut palmes non facit philosophus. A quote does not make one a philosopher. He grinned at the sheer unexpectedness of hearing Latin fall from her lips. Half the medical students he taught lacked even a basic command of the ancient language, and here he'd just been insulted by a young woman who looked as though she studied little other than fashion plates. But despite being intrigued enough to chuckle, on this matter he would not bend. You cannot afford to ignore solid medical advice. Though she was probably correct to call him out on the length of her convalescence. She might be up and about within a fortnight if she'd escaped a more serious break, and if she took care to properly rest her ankle. But he was in the habit of erring on the side of caution, and he was hardly doing something unethical by stretching the possibility of a required period of rest. If you exacerbate the injury, he warned, you will likely be facing a convalescence that could last well into autumn. Autumn! Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. Her earlier pallor had by now given way to flushed outrage. I scarcely think more than 2 weeks' rest is necessary for something so minor as a turned ankle. Daniel grinned, despite himself. She was a spirited handful, and more intelligent than he'd first credited her. I admit it can be difficult to know with any degree of certainty, as we need to wait for the swelling to go down to know if anything is broken. But don't you think that is more a matter for your physician and parents to decide? She lurched to her feet, already ignoring his advice. I rather think it depends on the physician, she snapped. Dr. Bashings would never— Bashings, Daniel interrupted, even as a rustle of nearby skirts signalled the girl's mother had risen and was heading toward the fray. Is he still engaged in practice? To hear the rumours, the man still carried vials of leeches and cobwebs about in his pockets. At 28, Daniel might be young, but at least he had the benefit of a modern education. That and a firm appreciation for hand-washing. He's our usual family physician. She hesitated. But that does not mean— that is, I imagine you could still— At her clear discomfort, Daniel's hopes for procuring Lord Cardwell's patronage withered like fruit on a frost-ridden vine. Miss Westmore, I believe clients should feel comfortable with their physicians, given the enormity of trust such relationships require. He inclined his head in a gracious recusal, though his fingers clenched at the likely loss of this client. If you wish to use Dr. Bashings, by all means, that should be your choice. Miss Westmore's panicked eyes darted to her mother, who was emerging beside him in a waterfall of red skirts. Lady Cardwell blinked unfocused blue eyes that looked nothing like her daughter's heated flash of hazel. Dr. Bashings has been our family physician for over 20 years, but I see no harm in employing your services until my daughter's ankle is properly healed. She fumbled in her beaded reticule and clumsily produced a card, which he accepted with more caution than not. Do stop by Cardwell House tomorrow around noon, if you would. Daniel fingered the edge of the card. It was made of fine linen, and was as much a testament to Lord Cardwell's wealth and influence as the Grosvenor Square address printed upon it. Regretfully, I am to deliver a noon lecture to the first-year students at St. Bartholomew's tomorrow. Why was he hesitating? This was what he had been hoping for, wasn't it? 10 will do as well. Claire rises with the pigeons. Lady Cardwell fluttered her fingers as if such a notion pained her. And I insist on paying for the kind assistance you have provided us tonight. Payment. God knew he could use it when all was said and done. It was one thing to have Lady Cardwell's drunken invitation, but her daughter's willingness to play along seemed far less assured. He risked a glance at Miss Westmore, whose lips were pressed together in stubborn silence. The desire to extricate himself from this prickly situation warred indelicately with the need to further his acquaintance with someone as potentially influential as Lord Cardwell. Need won out, as it was always bound to do. May 5th, 1848. Dearest Diary, I have faced the worst evening of my life, and lived. Some would be grateful for the fact of their continued survival, but as I write this tonight, I am not sure it was the most favourable outcome. I still cannot believe the scope of Sophie's betrayal. She encouraged me to sit in the Wallflower line, and then danced with Mr. Auburn as if he was a prize she was well on her way to winning. Well, she will find I do not relinquish my dreams so quickly. The minute I am able, I will be out on the dance floor again, and she will soon realize I have claws every bit as sharp as hers. But, mother, oh, that is a betrayal I cannot yet wrap my thoughts around. She didn't even apologize during the coach ride home, just fell asleep on the seat. Perhaps she is embarrassed, but my feelings run a bit deeper than that. This is a secret that has the power to destroy my family, and I refuse to wreck the people I love with something so callous as the truth. Although I am grateful no one of importance followed me into the library, Dr. Merriall's knowledge of what transpired there is a problem I am now left to sort out. I am to rest my foot, all 26 bones, drat the man's impudence, for at least a month. Well, I may be forced to tolerate his attentions to ensure his confidence, but I am determined to prove him wrong on the matter of my healing. There can be no other option. A month's absence would give Sophie an advantage I cannot bring myself to contemplate. Chapter 6. Daniel came awake to the sound of firm rapping on his door. His head ached like the very devil, a nasty little side effect of the chloroform he was coming to understand, and his neck felt as though he'd spent the evening crammed into a 2x2 box. He opened his eyes only to encounter a raucous beam of sunlight that punched its way through the room's single window and took aim at his protesting pupils. Christ, but he'd fallen asleep at his work again. And was it any wonder? Up until all hours at Lady Austerley's ball, his experiments delayed into the wee hours of the morning. He must have dozed off as he recorded his findings. God's teeth, but what he wouldn't give for a normal schedule. That and the comfort of a normal bed every now and again. He lifted a hand to rub his eyes, only to discover that a piece of paper had somehow become stuck to his cheek during the night. Had he drooled onto his notes? Given that an image of Miss Westmore's lovely lips was still seared into his brain, there was no mistaking the direction his dreams had taken him. And in his dreams, she had removed far more than clocked silk stockings. Grimly, he extracted the scrap of paper from his cheek and shifted on the hard seat of the chair. He supposed, given the nature of his dreams and his body's stiff morning salute, he ought to be glad that drooling was all he'd done. The knocking came again.
"Dr. Merriall!"
A determined female voice called out.
"Are you home?"
It was impossible to mistake his landlady's unspoken suspicion. "And are you alone?" Daniel pushed himself to his feet. Yes, he was alone. The rules of the boarding-house aside, he was always alone. What self-respecting female would consent to spend the night in a place like this? The rooms were close to St. Bartholomew's, and he had his own private entrance that opened to the street, but in terms of basic comforts, the flat was sorely lacking. "One moment." He swept his sleep-crushed notes into his satchel. In the 6 months he'd been lodging here, Mrs. Calvert had generally respected his privacy. But based on this morning's unannounced visit, it seemed she was increasingly prone to test it. "Is everything all right?" she all but shouted. Yes, just grabbing my trousers." He grabbed a blanket off his bed and tossed it over the flotsam of the previous evening's experiments, still scattered about his dining table. The frogs fell quiet in their algae-stained glass bowl, but the crickets in their wire cages were less circumspect. They chirped ominously beneath their woolen shroud, no doubt berating him for his plans to feed them to the frogs. The latch rattled on the door, and Daniel belatedly glanced down to make sure he was decently dressed. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, given the bedraggled state of his shirt, he was still wearing the same clothing from last night. He'd been dressed in his finest jacket then, but best was, apparently, relative. A fishmonger, Miss Westmore had called him. The memory made him smile. Had it been more the jacket or the necktie that caused her to sniff in such haughty disapproval? Though he supposed it scarcely mattered which bits of clothing Miss Westmore found most offensive, when she had also objected to the person in them. He shrugged away those snarls of memory, turned the key in the lock, and yanked open the door to confront the more pressing issue at hand. "Mrs. Calvert." He leaned one shoulder against the doorframe, partly to block her view inside, and partly because the sun outside his door made him want to curl into a ball and beg for mercy. The sunlight bounced off the occasional silver strand in his landlady's dark hair, making her appear older than her 30-odd years. Smithfield streets had a way of aging a body before its time, as the daily flood of patients at St. Bartholomew's charity ward could testify. What an unexpected surprise. He waited for her to gather her wits about her and ask him for advice on whatever malady must have brought her to his door at such an early hour. He'd already observed she was plagued by consumptive lungs and limped a bit on cool mornings. The poor woman's husband had kicked off soon after Daniel arrived, leaving her with little more than a sombre wardrobe and the running of this 5-room tenement house. It occurred to him, as he waited for Mrs. Calvert to find her courage, that today she was dressed in bright, sunny yellow. That was certainly new. "Were you wanting something of me?" he prompted. Instead of launching into the expected bodily complaint, Mrs. Calvert gave a breathless sigh. "You, needed to put on your trousers." Bloody hell. Why hadn't he chosen a different excuse for his delay in answering the door? Now the woman would be imagining he slept in the nude. It would be just his ill fortune to be awakened by her knock every morning, hoping to catch a peek. He was fastidious enough to want to choose his own bed partners, and Mrs. Calvert was not at the top of that list. He ran a hand through his sleep-mussed hair, and that at least brought her eyes back around to his face. "How may I help you this fine morning?" Her ruddy cheeks plumped up, and she pushed a basket covered with a checkered cloth into his hands. Daniel caught the scent of fresh bread. "You came in quite late last night. Heard you outside my door." She smiled, revealing a gap where a tooth had gone freshly missing. I've brought you some breakfast, figuring you might be running behind this morning." Daniel accepted the basket with a silent groan. She'd waited up for him last night, and now was bringing him breakfast. Just what did she expect him to offer in exchange for such a kind but unnecessary gift? He could certainly offer some guidance in the area of improved dental hygiene, but he doubted she would consider his recommendation for tooth powder a worthwhile expense, given the fact she charged her tenants scarcely 14 shillings for weekly rent. "Now, Mrs. Calvert," he said, even as his stomach emitted a ferocious growl, "there is no need for such kindness. I am to provide my own meals according to the house rules you've set yourself." "Oh, posh! By the hours you keep, I imagine you're too busy by half to think of your stomach. You need a wife, Dr. Merrill, if you don't mind me saying." She gestured to the basket. "There's a bit of jam in there as well, my own recipe. I remember you once said you enjoyed your sweets." She peered around his shoulder, stretching to catch a peek inside. "I'd be happy to lay it out on your table and dust off some things besides." She sniffed the air. "There's a peculiar odour, and there seems to be an infestation of some sort. I think a solid cleaning would do you well." Daniel's hands clenched around the handle of the basket. He wasn't doing anything wrong, per se. A constable would find no legal fault with his nightly activities, but Mrs. Calvert had a list of house rules the length of Aldersgate Street, and it was hard to refute the sweet, pungent scent of chloroform that hung thick in the air and permeated every porous surface in the room. Cleaning is the tenant's own responsibility, he reasoned, recalling the rules he had been forced to agree to some 6 months prior. She sniffed again, this time in greater suspicion. "It isn't opium, is it? I don't approve of such things. I try to run a respectable establishment." No, nothing like that," he soothed quickly. Not opium, but perhaps, given the direction of his experiments, something far more promising. Opiates numbed the mind to insensibility, while chloroform possessed solid anesthetic properties. But while the liquid form of the drug was every bit as dangerous as opium, it was proving safe in small, aerosolized doses, at least in his experiments with frogs. He'd been testing different concentrations and delivery mechanisms since arriving in London this past December, working late at night after his hours at St. Bart's were finished. His painstaking work had led to the creation of a device with the potential to deliver precise dosages of the drug based on a patient's size and state of health. But Daniel was not convinced his landlady cared enough about the advancement of medical science to overlook the odd menagerie he used in the course of his experiments. He'd be out on his bum if she saw the frogs. Of that he was quite sure. Either that, or be invited into her bed, encouraged to help her forget what she had seen. He cast about for an alternative that would violate neither the house rules nor his landlady's sensibilities. "'Tis only a bit of turpentine, Mrs. Calvert," he offered, "for my, paintings." She lifted a dark, bushy brow. Out of nowhere, he was reminded of Miss Westmore's fastidiously groomed arches, which had been hefted to far more potent effect the previous evening. He needed to clear his head of the troublesome girl, and his doorstep of his troublesome landlady. "A doctor and an artist?" Mrs. Calvert's eyes swept his face in open appreciation. "How is it? You aren't already married then, Dr. Merrill? A woman appreciates a man of many talents." She went up on her toes, trying to peer over his shoulder. My late husband had an eye for a nice painting. Dabbled a bit in oils, he did. Daniel moved to block her view. I'm afraid my latest work is covered at the moment. Her eyes narrowed back on him. Are they not proper sort of paintings, then? Proper? He echoed. No, they weren't proper. They weren't real. The ruddiness of Mrs. Calvert's cheeks deepened. I don't approve of that either. A girl's a girl, and it's against the rules to bring one in, even if she's only sitting to model. But despite her clear censure, one hand crept up to fiddle with a button at her throat. Although, I suppose, I could sit a spell for you. Wouldn't break the rules that way, and Mr. Calvert once said I ought to be painted in the morning light, as naught but nature intended. Daniel smothered a laugh, imagining his landlady sitting in his flat, nude and outraged, swatting at escaped crickets. I don't think you'll do. 'Tis a likeness of a dead man, the body opened for examination. It is needed to teach the new students. A cadaver! Her eyes widened, but a hint of macabre fascination infused her words. Mr. Calvert liked a good funeral, God rest his soul. Mayhap I could take a look. Daniel cursed beneath his breath. By the stars, was there no way to dislodge her? He began to inch the door shut. I'm afraid it's too much. Chest flayed open, intestines strewn about. Most unpleasant. I wouldn't want to subject you to such a thing, particularly considering Mr. Calvert's untimely passing. A euphemism, perhaps. To hear the other tenants talk, the man had been gutted in a nearby alley. Yet another side effect of Smithfield's mean streets. Mrs. Calvert's face paled, and he felt like a bounder for it, but short of inviting her in for tea, there was naught for it. But thank you for your kindness. The door hovered, nearly flush against the jamb now. I shall enjoy my breakfast. The door clicked shut. Daniel stood still, holding his breath. Finally, through the thin-walled door, he heard the sounds of his landlady shuffling away, and his lungs loosened. He turned to the table and placed the basket down. Pulling the blankets away, he warily eyed the device that was causing all his problems. Damn it all, he muttered. 6 months he'd been here, working on his experiments without interruption, and now Mrs. Calvert was growing suspicious? Or was it only that she was growing lonely? His landlady was proving a danger he had not anticipated. There was no doubt he was close to a breakthrough. He was tempted to stay here this morning and keep working, but he had a noon lecture to give the first-year students, and while his instructor's salary from St. Bart's was meagre, it was still his most predictable means of income at the present, next to Lady Austerley's payments. He picked up the chloroform regulator, running his fingers across the surface of the tin body and linen-wrapped tubing, reassuring himself that there were no cracks that might permit the vapour to escape and impact the results. Last night's results had been highly promising, on frogs, at least. If things continued to go well, he felt certain it would result in a ground-breaking paper, one he could possibly even publish in London's leading medical journal, The Lancet. But he anticipated several more weeks of work before he was ready, and the completion of his experiments depended on a healthy population of amphibians. It had taken him weeks to grow the fragile creatures to an age that would suit the purposes of the experiment, and at times he felt as though he lived and breathed according to the whims of their delicate constitution. If he was forced to pack up and move now, he risked losing the lot of them and having to start over. His fingers hovered over the mask, which was shaped to fit over the nose and mouth of a patient. He fished a hand in his coat pocket, seeking to clean it with the handkerchief he always kept there. His fingers closed unexpectedly over the edge of a card. Drawing it out, he saw Lady Cardwell's name and direction on it. A flooding memory returned, the sound of Miss Westmore's voice and the feel of her skin quivering against his hand. The way her brows had formed an unexpected wrinkle between her eyes as she'd concentrated on his words, and the way her lips had rounded in protest when he'd prescribed a month's rest. Bloody hell. He couldn't stay here this morning and work on the regulator. He had an appointment to keep, and he refused to contemplate the small rush of eagerness he felt at the thought. There was naught for it but to gulp down his breakfast of bread and jam and catch the omnibus toward Mayfair. That, and pray Mrs. Calvert didn't return to pick the lock. Chapter 7. Normally, Claire quite enjoyed a nice family breakfast. Before Geoffrey left for Eton, the entire family had often taken the meal together, mother included. More recently, with her parents' inexplicable estrangement so keenly felt, breakfast had become a jealously protected sliver of time, that hour before Mother woke up and set the household scrambling, the only part of the day where she could sit with her father in an unguarded fashion and not worry about whether one parent felt slighted or the other annoyed. Of course, there was nothing normal about the way this family breakfast was shaping up. For a start, it was far too bright. Sunlight streamed through the lace curtains, an omnibus harbinger of one of those uncommon London Saturdays, so sunny and clear it practically begged one to plan outdoor pursuits. The swelling in her foot was more severe this morning, and the pain reminded her that she would not, under any circumstances, be permitted to enjoy such a day. Then there was the additional oddity of having Geoffrey present at the breakfast table again. He appeared not the slightest bit chagrined over the fact that he ought to be nose to the books at Eton. Grimly, Claire considered whether he might have been expelled from school on account of his table manners. Instead, he was here, uncouth and uneducated, shoving sausages into his mouth and slurping his tea like a costermonger. But far worse than the minor irritation of the morning was the bone-weary knowledge of her mother's indiscretion last night. Claire looked across the table at her father and swallowed the lump that rose in her throat at the sight of his thinning blonde hair, just visible across the top of his morning paper. No matter the difficulties between her parents, she imagined her father would still be hurt by the knowledge of such a betrayal. She was determined to keep the truth from him, if possible. Would Dr. Merrill keep her family's confidence? She'd almost destroyed the possibility last night when she unwittingly implied Dr. Bashings would be a better choice for her continued care. Thank goodness she hadn't offended Dr. Merrill to the point he'd refused her mother's request. But she hadn't specifically asked him about confidentiality either. She liked to imagine that perhaps his physician's oath would be enough to ensure this secret was kept, but fear had kept her awake and tossing in her sheets. Claire picked up her cup of coffee, a vice Mother would have objected to had she had the gall to rise before noon, and studied the headlines that hid their father from view. "It looks as though the Chartists have suffered another set-down," she offered, by way of making conversation. The headlines, she could see, certainly shouted their opinion on the matter. So did many in the ton, who objected to those commoner upstarts who had the audacity to gather in public rooms and demand a say in their country's disposal. Her fingers itched to have their own chance to peruse the printed pages. Came her father's non-committal response. Claire thought of saying more, but hesitated. She always read the London Times from front to back when her father finally put it down and tucked himself away to his club. Not to prepare herself for the shallow drawing-room conversations so common during the season. No, those events required nothing more taxing than elbowing her way through delicate discussions without actually expressing anything so gauche as an opinion. She read the Times because she enjoyed it, and because private pleasures were otherwise rare during the height of the season. But having opinions on political matters was one thing, expressing them was clearly another. A flash of movement caught her eye. She intuited its source even before she turned her head. "Geoffrey," she warned. Her brother froze, his twitching fingers just inches from Lucy's hair, which had been tied back this morning in a masculine queue at the nape of her neck, an old strip of leather holding it in place. They owned an entire department store's worth of ribbons and any number of hair combs, but Lucy insisted on these eccentric touches, as if she could ward off the march of time and her looming season by playing the heathen instead. "Yes?" Geoffrey asked, his blue eyes the very picture of the devil. "It is customary to finish one's breakfast before moving on to other distractions, is it not? And aren't you a little too old to be pulling hair?" "You sound just like Mother," Geoffrey grinned. "And I'm not the one who isn't eating this morning." He pointed at Lucy with an accusing finger. "If you want to play mother hen, shouldn't you be squawking at her, too?" Claire bit back a retort. She hated being compared to their mother. But Geoffrey was right about one thing. The conundrum of her hair aside, Lucy's latest obsessive rebellion was on full display this morning. A plate of wilted watercress had been served up by the kitchen staff, apparently intended as an accompaniment to the unbuttered toast Lucy lived on now that she was refusing to eat meat. "The smell of your sausage is turning my stomach," Lucy declared, matching her brother's volume. "It is barbaric to eat the flesh of animals." Privately, Claire considered that this most recent eccentricity might have been better timed to ensure her sister remained a respectable and marriageable height. A little malnutrition, properly timed to best effect, could only help matters. But no, Lucy had to decide on this moral course of action only after she'd obtained the rough proportions of an Amazon. "How can you object to eating animals, but not to wearing strips of them in your hair?" Geoffrey countered. A rustling of paper froze them all in their seats. Father frowned over the top edge of the paper and adjusted the wire rims of his spectacles. "Geoffrey, stop pulling your sister's hair. You should have matured past such nonsense. Claire, stop pestering your brother. He's too old to need a nursemaid." His gaze fell on the disgusting lump of watercress shimmering in the middle of the table. "And Lucy, eat your, grass." The paper lifted again. They all exchanged bemused glances, although no one looked surprised that Father had been aware of their brewing row from behind his newsprint facade. Even in the midst of their worst family squabbles, their father remained calm and unflappable. "You know, I think the Chartists have the right of it," Geoffrey proclaimed, proving he had actually been listening during his assault on the sausages. "It seems unfair to limit their ability to even meet to discuss their options or plan a peaceful protest. They caused no real trouble in April, during the march from Kennington." "True." Lucy stirred her watercress with a dubious fork. "And at least they marched on foot instead of riding their poor horses." Claire pressed her lips together to keep from tossing her own opinion into the mix. She thought it was rather doubtful the sort of men who had marched from Kennington could even afford a horse, much less one used primarily for riding. After all, it was a cause for commoners, working men who wished to have a say in their own destiny in the form of voting rights and the ability to serve in Parliament. But while the crowd of 100,000 had certainly been impressive, it was also a little frightening, and the talk in London's drawing-rooms had been ringing with an undercurrent of anxiety ever since. Claire had hidden her instinctive sympathy behind a well-placed smile, even as Parliament had scrambled to find a way to silence them. "I think the new rules limiting public assembly are a load of horse-piss. Why, those same rules could be presumed to apply to church or even school." Geoffrey brightened, punctuating the air with his fork. "In fact, maybe I should refuse to return to classes at Eton. It could be treasonous to assemble in such a fashion, after all." The paper lowered again. Their father frowned. "You are aware, are you not, that your latest capers have earned you an expulsion? This is different than last November's suspension. You won't be returning, at least not to Eton, though God knows who will take you now. And horse-piss is hardly a phrase appropriate for the breakfast table." Geoffrey looked down at his plate. "I know what an expulsion is, father," he grumbled. Their father lifted the paper again. "And perhaps you should have considered that before you irrevocably angered the headmaster with your latest escapade." Though she secretly agreed, Claire felt Geoffrey's acute discomfort. Lucy must have felt a similar solidarity for their beleaguered sibling, because she pushed her plate away and cleared her throat loudly. "Well, I, for one, know all about horse-piss, and I'm thinking of taking up a new cause. The way Londoners treat their animals is appalling. Did you know the average life of an omnibus horse is only 4 years? Claire groaned. "Lucy, don't you think your time would be better spent focusing on matters more pertinent to your immediate future, such as your hair? You are coming out next year," she continued, "but one would never know it to look at you. Don't you want a season, a husband, a life? Oh, yes, this grand scheming for a handsome, titled husband, as if that alone should be enough to fulfill my hopes and dreams." Lucy's blue eyes narrowed. "Do tell us about your adventures in attempted matrimony, dear sister. Did your twisted ankle hold up well enough to dance with Mr. Auburn last night?" Claire made a shushing motion with her hand, but it was too late. "Mr. Auburn?" This time her father laid the paper firmly down. "Isn't this the same gentleman who came to call, the one we are keeping secret from your mother?" Claire winced as she met her father's blue eyes through the lens of his spectacles. "You, knew about Mr. Auburn's visit?" And more importantly, what did this knowledge mean? It was too soon to force Auburn to a formal introduction with her family, of that she was sure. Until she sorted out how to mend the damage rendered by her ill-fated decision to sit in the Wallflower line last night, she needed to be more careful than ever with her future duke. "Of course." Father folded the Times calmly, then straightened his jacket. The gesture sent the faint scent of pipe tobacco and peppermint wafting across the table, a comforting smell Claire had always associated with her father. "Wilson would never admit a gentleman caller without informing me of the fact. Mr. Auburn was recently declared Harrington's heir, wasn't he? To hear the talk, he is a respectable young man." "Yes." Claire leaned forward, her hands splayed against the table. "Please, oh, please, don't tell Mother," she begged. "She will devise some embarrassing scheme to throw me at him, much as she did with Mr. Meeks last year." She still bore the mental scars from that encounter. No doubt Meeks felt similarly. "Given that I scarcely ever see your mother these days, I can't imagine it will be a difficult confidence to keep." Her father offered her a thin smile and handed the paper across the table to her. "Now, what is this about twisting your ankle?" Claire's fingers clenched around the delicate edges of the newsprint. "'Tis nothing of consequence." Nothing, that was, except 4 weeks of misery and a threat to her future. "Should I summon Dr. Bashings to have a look at you?" "No." Claire choked on the word. Despite her near misstep last night, Dr. Bashings was dreadfully old and smelled of cabbage. She lived in abject fear of his affinity for leeches. "Mother has arranged for another doctor to come by and check on me this morning." She felt a curious flare of anticipation at the thought. Why would she look forward to seeing a man she was quite sure she disliked? "We met Dr. Merrill last night at Lady Osterley's ball. He's the Countess's personal physician." She tossed a glare at Lucy. "And no, I did not enjoy an opportunity to dance with Mr. Alban last night." But Sophie certainly had, hadn't she? "I am sorry," Lucy offered, and seemed to mean it. Claire took a determined sip of her coffee, contemplating how to turn the conversation back around to Lucy's peculiar ideas on animals and Geoffrey's recent expulsion. Anything to deflect the attention from her own sad state of affairs. Her father, however, was finished. He rose, and with another tug on his waistcoat, announced, "Well, I suppose I'm off then. Let me know how it goes with the new doctor. Dr. Bashings isn't getting any younger, and we'll probably need to consider a proper replacement soon." Geoffrey and Lucy scrambled to their feet, eager to see father to the door according to family tradition. Claire, of course, was in no condition to scramble anywhere, much less see him off. Instead, she offered her cheek for a quick kiss, knowing that once father left for his club, he would be gone for the entire day. Not that she blamed him for doing what he must to avoid a forced conversation with mother. As the dining room fell quiet, she stared down at the mystery of her coffee, as bitter as the secrets of her parents' marriage. The beverage, at least, would be improved with a hefty dose of sugar, but she was afraid that after her discovery last night, her parents' near estrangement might soon become an even more unpleasant thing to swallow. Claire reached for the sugar bowl, but hesitated at the point of dumping the contents into her cup. She had a dreadful sweet tooth, and usually didn't worry about such things, given that her figure fell more on the slight side. But she also had an entire wardrobe full of new gowns already made, awaiting their own debut this season, and carefully cut to her current measurements. In the thick of the season, there would be no time for further alterations. She thought back to last night's conversation with Dr. Merrill, and how he'd accused her of being too thin. Blasted man! What did he know? An image returned, of Sophie's malicious smile just before she placed her hand in Mr. Alban's. That was enough to make Claire shove the sugar bowl aside and place her napkin down over her half-eaten plate. She had 4 potential weeks of inactivity stretching before her, and she refused to emerge from this penance with a healed ankle but a clothing that no longer fit. Even if her waistline wasn't in jeopardy, her future clearly was. She had not achieved her stunning social success by being willing to smile while others grabbed at the treasure she wanted. She could afford to give her ankle 1 week to heal, 2 at the most, and then her foot was going back in a slipper, and she was going back on the dance floor. Chapter 8. Daniel was directed to the drawing-room by a stone-faced butler who had clearly been instructed to expect him. Aside from the orchestrated exchange of money, presumably to cover today's visit and last night's services, this felt far more like a social visit than an examination, and the sun-soaked room, papered in gold and blue, did little to dispel the notion. The faint smell of lemon oil niggled at his memory, reminding him of a time when he lived in a house where someone had cared enough to polish the furniture. But that was where the domestic association ended. This parlour was nothing like the small but well-kept cottage where he'd spent the first 10 years of his life. Gilt-framed watercolours hung on the wall, and the thick carpet beneath his feet muffled even the most determined of footfalls. After the austerity of his rented rooms and the squalor of the Bow and Stratford omnibus, the comfort and opulence of Lord Cardwell's drawing-room felt a bit like someone had tossed sand in his eye. Much like Miss Westmore herself. This morning she was sitting on an overstuffed sofa, clad in a day dress of deep blue silk, her head bent over a bit of embroidery. Without the distraction of a flounced ball gown, she seemed even prettier than he remembered. Perhaps it was the way this particular shade of blue brightened her rich, chestnut-brown hair and made her skin glow like polished marble. Or perhaps that was merely the fanciful brightness of the sun, bouncing off the wallpaper and shimmering like a halo against her head. "Dr. Merrill has arrived, Lady Clare," the butler announced in a grand, stiff fashion. She looked up and frowned. "Thank you, Wilson." As the butler departed, she looked down again, the needlework in her hand clearly a more interesting prospect than the coming appointment. Presumably she did not feel the same keen edge of anticipation that had consumed him the past half-hour. Daniel tamped down his rising irritation, damnably inconvenient thing that it was, and forced himself to take more clinical stock of the situation. She had her right foot elevated on a stool. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, but after her near tantrum the night before, it hadn't been this docile creature, sitting still as a church mouse. He looked around the room as he waited to be noticed. Behind the sofa, beneath the arch of a picture window, 2 young men were sitting cross-legged on the floor, their blonde heads bent over a chessboard. Lady Cardwell, notably, was nowhere to be seen. Not that her presence last night had served as anything close to a proper chaperone. "Were you going to come in?" Miss Westmore's voice sounded clipped. She still wasn't looking at him, but it was a small improvement over being ignored. He obligingly stepped toward her, his leather satchel clasped in both hands. "I see you've chosen to heed my advice and keep off your ankle. Obedient little thing, aren't you?" "Obedient!" Her head jerked up, and the needlework slipped from her lap. "Bother it all!" She lifted an index finger to her mouth and glared up at him. "You've made me stab myself." Daniel chuckled. "And here I was given to believe you were the graceful one." Her frown deepened. "My mother should not have said that last night." She cast an uneasy glance behind her toward the 2 young men. They could only be family, sitting as they were on the floor, chins on their hands, staring at the board. Daniel set his bag down on a nearby table, but didn't open it. He'd brought a draught of laudanum, thinking that perhaps she would be in pain. He had further considered the drug might lull her into acquiescence if she decided to be unruly about it all, but it seemed she was resolved to be more level-headed than he'd imagined. "Well, I am sorry if I've startled you with my choice of words. I confess to being startled myself. After your exuberant arguments of last night, I'd expected calisthenics from your quarter," he teased, "or at the least a petulant walk in Hyde Park." Hazel eyes widened, a hair too innocently. "Why? However would I outrun the geese?" Daniel choked back a snort of laughter as she turned her head toward the figures on the floor. "Lucy, be a dear and go and fetch Mother," she called out. "Dr. Merrill is here." One of those blonde heads popped up from the chessboard.
But I've nearly gotten Geoffrey in checkmate, and I don't trust him alone with the pieces, a feminine voice protested. And isn't Mother still asleep? It's scarcely 10 o'clock.
Daniel blinked in surprise. This, then, was Lucy. The clumsy one who owned a pair of shoes that would make a Quaker proud. With her hair pulled back in a masculine queue and her shoulders hunched over, he'd made an incorrect presumption she'd been male. First impressions of gender aside, his second impression did little better to convince him of a familial connection to the delicately fashioned Miss Westmore. The girl's bones were broad, her nose slightly upturned. Her hair was a pale blonde, the colour of sun-baked straw, whereas Miss Westmore's rich brown tresses scattered the light. But, despite those differences, something in the tilt of the girl's chin reminded him very much of the woman who had sparred with him from the Wallflower line last night. The second head came up to regard him curiously, a young man of perhaps 12 or 13, just growing into his skin.
"You're the new doctor?"
He inclined his golden head.
"Fecking handsome sod, aren't you?" "Geoffrey!" exclaimed Miss Westmore, blushing furiously.
Daniel regarded the young man with a raised brow. It wasn't as if his appearance wasn't already a bit of a lodestone around his neck, attracting constant female attention, no matter how poorly deserved. But he'd not come here today and sacrificed the shilling for omnibus fare to suffer such ribbing at the hands of Miss Westmore's spot-faced brother.
"Bit of a bully trap for you, I'd imagine, having a face like that."
The young man stood up, knocking over the chessboard and earning a cry of protest from his sister.
"The prettier boys at Eton tend to get their mettle tested."
He grinned as he walked toward Daniel, a jaunty bounce to his step.
"You sure don't look like old Dr. Bashings."
Thank you." Daniel turned back to his patient, hoping to proceed with the more pertinent matters at hand, but Miss Westmore refused to meet his eye. In fact, she had buried her face in her hands.
"I bet you know the proper names for all sorts of things," young Geoffrey went on.
He grabbed Daniel's arm and pulled him to one side.
"I've been hoping to probe the mind of a more educated man," he whispered. "Not that I engage in such activities, but I am asking for a friend, you know."
He chanced to look behind him, no doubt checking for spies in their ranks.
"Will you really go blind?"
"Blind?" Daniel echoed. The boy's ears were turning a bit pink now.
"You know, for doing that."
What is that, exactly?" Geoffrey squirmed. His voice, lowered to a whisper, probably meant only for Daniel's ears, but which still carried far too loudly.
"I know the common names for it, of course, pulling the pudding, tossing off, but maybe you've got something more polished, a phrase to impress my friends."
The unfortunate light dawned. Not that Daniel believed current medical opinions on the practice, which claimed such things led to a variety of volatile complaints, from stomach ills to cancerous humours. Speaking as a scientist, nothing untoward had ever happened to him as a result. But they were in mixed company, no matter how quietly the boy whispered. He fished about in his mind for a more acceptable alternative to the word masturbation, one the present company was unlikely to know. Perhaps onania would serve. A strangled gasp came from Miss Westmore's quarter. She clearly had better hearing and a more impressive vocabulary than he'd imagined.
"Onania,"
Geoffrey canted his head.
"Carries a nice phonetic ring, that does."
Better still, it encompasses any range of delinquencies. Daniel patted the young man on the shoulder. After all, he remembered what it was like to be such an age, and possessed of unwieldy urges, and no common sense. And for what it's worth, you may tell your friend that I believe the rumours of blindness are greatly over-exaggerated. Not that he should be encouraging the scamp to greater curiosity. He had a feeling a bit of knowledge could be a dangerous thing in this one's hands. Claire raised her head, sorting through the flood of unwelcome emotions unleashed by Dr. Merriall's deft handling of the situation with her degenerate brother. Respect, embarrassment, and anger collided at the top of the list. "Geoffrey, I am sure Dr. Merriall has more important things to worry about than your vocabulary," she snapped. But now it was Lucy's turn to elbow her way into the fray. "I understand you provided some assistance to my sister last night, Dr. Merriall," she exclaimed. "I told her she ought to see a physician yesterday at the park, but she insisted on going to the ball anyway. She's quite stubborn when she sets her mind to something." I'd noticed. The doctor grinned. "I'd wager she didn't even thank you for the loan of your helpful shoe, did she?" Lucy's cheeks reddened. "You saw my shoe?" Her fingers reached up, self-consciously pulling several strands of hair down from the old-fashioned queue. It was not my normal shoe. Of course, I only wear those when I'm tromping about in the stables." Far from inspiring hope for her sister's future, Lucy's fumbling attempts to tame her hair and explain her choice of footwear made Claire's patience snap clean in two. For heaven's sake, he was only a doctor. "Lucy and Geoffrey, if you will loosen your hold on Dr. Merriall for a moment, he's come here for a different reason than to be pestered by either of you." She glared at the man and pointed to her propped ankle. "Or is this delay part of your devious plan to charge by the hour, Doctor?" He smiled, at her this time, and the gesture made her insides flip in an alarming fashion. As her siblings charged back to the chessboard and started bickering over who had turned over the pieces, Dr. Merriall sat down on the sofa beside her. "I did not realize you were so anxious to get started," he said, "or I would not have humoured them." "Somehow I doubt that," Claire muttered, her gaze falling into his hands. He wasn't wearing gloves today, and her eyes lingered on the long bones of his fingers. There was a scar along the edge of one thumb, neat and clean as the swipe of a kitchen knife. Finally, a physical flaw in this otherwise perfect specimen of a man. She wondered at the cause, only to be jerked from her wandering thoughts by the intrusion of his rumbling voice. "Would you like to show me the progress you've made toward mending, then?" Claire pulled up her skirts and held her breath against the spear of pain that came as she repositioned her foot on its stool. "You were very good with them," she admitted, grudgingly. "I must apologize. They know better manners, I assure you, although that was the first time I've seen Lucy attempt to comb her hair in a month. And as for Geoffrey, we never know what is going to come out of his mouth." Dr. Merriall's eyes swept her bared ankle. Oddly, it made the skin along the back of her neck burn, though his gaze was directed quite a bit lower. "His behaviour may simply be a call for attention," he murmured. He reached out a hand, running the fingers she had just ogled across the surface of her foot. "Still rather swollen this morning, isn't it? Can you turn it to the left?" She tried, though the effort left her panting. "Now the right?" That way was harder still, and the sweat broke out across the top of Claire's forehead. Let's have a better look." He lifted her foot into his lap and pressed his fingers more forcefully into the discoloured skin. "Not to be indelicate, but boys at his age often need a male figure they can talk to. Is your father around to answer some of his questions?" Claire gritted her teeth, as much against the probing questions as the pain. Geoffrey's growing fascination with his pudding, was scarcely this man's business. But she could not deny the doctor's words echoed some of her own fears for her brother's future. "Our father is gone a lot," she admitted, her instincts muddled enough to let her usual reticence regarding family secrets slip. "He's always at his club, probably because Mother scarcely speaks to him anymore, and Geoffrey spent the past year at Eton in the company of ruffians, it seems. He was still the sweet boy of 12 when he left, so this particular homecoming has been a bit of a shock." She hesitated before meeting the doctor's dark eyes. "I admit to being worried for him. Not only this matter of, blindness. He's going to have to manage the title someday, and to look at him now I see nothing but disillusion in his future." She knotted her hands in her lap, embarrassed to be sharing such details, and yet reassured that this man was at least bound by the tenets of his profession to tell her the truth. "Do you think he requires a medical intervention?" she asked bluntly, visions of asylums looming in her mind. Dr. Merrill assuaged her fears by laughing out loud. "No matter the opinions of some experts, I believe 'tis perfectly natural in a boy of his age, Miss Westmore. It will pass in a year or so, I promise, but if he has questions in the near term, you can always send him to me." Claire nodded, comforted by his response. The conversation had tipped into overly intimate territory, but the doctor's expression remained open and non-judgmental, even as his fingers continued to probe her injured ankle. He had given much the same impression last night, betraying not even an ounce of disapproval over her mother's clear indiscretion. She was beginning to understand why Lady Austerley thought so highly of this man. He had a way of listening that made one feel as though they were the most important thing in the room. Certainly, Dr. Bashings had never inspired her to share such a confidence. She exhaled the breath she hadn't realized she was holding as he placed her foot back down on the stool. Though his fingers had caused a good deal of pain with their nudging and prodding, the loss of his touch against her skin felt wrong somehow. Her eyes drifted over his straightening back, and it occurred to her he was wearing the same jacket as last evening. This morning the fabric seemed less offensive than it had last night, and the rumpled nature gave him little more than an air of mild disreputability. Or perhaps it was more that today she couldn't help but notice it covered a set of appealingly broad shoulders. Good heavens, where had that thought come from? She shook herself from the clutches of such inappropriate musings, ashamed of the wandering direction of her thoughts, and the inexorable softening of her opinion on cheap wool coats. "Well," she said, almost too brightly, "what is your verdict regarding my ankle?" "It is more swollen than I had expected, more so than even last night, and still too distended to provide a proper assessment of whether any of the bones have been broken." He pulled a length of cloth from his pocket and began to unwind it in his hands. Claire eyed it dubiously. "What do I need a bandage for? There is no bleeding." "There is bleeding on the inside, which is why your ankle continues to swell. This may help." He began to wrap the long strip of cloth around her ankle. "Keep it wrapped until my next visit. It will remind you to keep off it more than anything else." He looked up from his task. His grin was a sharp, sudden thing. "I cannot help but presume you need the reminder." Claire couldn't help it. She laughed out loud. Oh, if this man had any notion of her plans to heal faster than anyone ever in the history of the world. He secured the ends of the bandage with a pin, then leaned back, resting his hands on his thighs. "I can return Tuesday and have another look, unless you'd rather use Dr. Bashings, of course." His lips twitched. "Why, I imagine the man has any number of barbaric treatments he could recommend for young Geoffrey." Claire shook her head. Tuesday would be acceptable. She didn't want the frankly terrifying Dr. Bashings anywhere near her brother. Who knew where the man would put his leeches? And with respect to her ankle, she supposed a reassessment in 3 days' time was better than the 4 weeks of convalescence Dr. Merrill had threatened last night. Of course, he'd not yet said she wouldn't be forced to the full month. But he had no idea the depths of her tenacity. As he rose from the sofa, she gathered her wits about her. Dr. Merrill was displaying a remarkable sensitivity, and not only in the matter of her difficulties with Geoffrey. There had been no specific mention of her mother's indiscretion last night. No snide remark, no cutting wit wielded like a sword of Damocles. It was far more than she could have expected from any in her circle of friends. But still, assurances needed to be gathered, especially as her family's secrets were not of the usual medical variety. And given that we are retaining your services, you'll keep our conversation about my brother and the matter of events in the library last night private? She asked, cautiously. He picked up his bag. All that may come to my knowledge in the exercise of my profession or in daily commerce with men, which ought not to be spread abroad, I will keep secret and will never reveal. A perfect, straight smile claimed his mouth as he finished. That is the oath I took upon entering this profession, Miss Westmore. So you see, you've no need to worry on either quarter. Everything we share will be kept in the strictest confidence. Claire exhaled in relief. She had hoped for just such a pledge of privacy, but she found herself grateful enough to smile. Meaning you still won't tell me what ails Lady Osterley? His smile faltered. I'm afraid only the Countess herself can provide those details. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Claire's voice trailed off as she realized the inadequacy of the apology rising to her lips. Well, yes, she had meant. She was embarrassed enough to acknowledge the double standard, at least to herself. Gossip was the stock in trade of her social circle, and Sophie had cultivated it to a proper art form. Claire was admittedly curious about the sort of ailment that might cause the Dowager Countess to invite her personal physician to last night's ball. It's just that your association with her is rather strange, she blurted out, and you must admit, you aren't the usual sort of physician employed by members of the ton. For a start, most wore better coats. I would argue that Lady Osterley is not a usual member of the ton. His jaw worked a wordless moment before he added, I met her through odd circumstances, which I suppose I am at liberty to share, given that half of London saw them. She fainted during services at St. Paul's Cathedral, and I was the only one who noticed and came to her aid. Surely not. Claire was appalled. She tried to envision it, and rejected the notion on the grounds of logic. Why, she's a countess. Half of London attends her annual ball. How could no one feel compelled to help her? He shrugged. She would be the first to tell you that titles and balls are meaningless where such things are concerned. She was childless in her marriage to Lord Osterley, and the title went to a cousin who has quite abandoned her. She has no remaining family and no close friends. I have been fortunate to win Lady Osterley's patronage, and her recommendation has encouraged several other clients to request my services, but I do not attend her merely for the money. I count the Dowager Countess as a friend. Claire felt as stunned by the thought that a wealthy, well-known countess could pitch over in her church pew and go unnoticed by the ton, as the notion that a presumably powerful woman could befriend a young, struggling physician. You are right, of course. I should not have inquired about her circumstances. She twisted her fingers in her skirts. And I thank you for your discretion with my own family. He headed for the door, only to pause on the threshold. His eyes met hers, dark and probing. I imagine that Lady Austerley would be happy enough to share details of her health and her life with friends who may care to ask. Perhaps you might take an hour or so to visit her next month, when your ankle is healed. She would welcome the company, I think. His words lingered, even as he disappeared from view. Despite the warmth she detected in his voice when he spoke of Lady Austerley, and the oddity of a physician who seemed to actually care for his patients as people, she had difficulty looking beyond his declaration that a visit with the Dowager Countess might take place in a month. A month! She glared at the empty doorway, even as his heels echoed a retreat down the tiled hallway. Drat it all! She'd been as still as death itself all morning long, and he had declared her ankle worse, not better. And who was he to lecture her on who to visit? He got to leave, blast the man. No doubt he had an interesting day planned, a day full of sunlight and walks and doddering old countesses as patients, while she was stuck here with an embroidery frame and bickering siblings. Claire slumped back against the couch, her blood already humming with the sort of boredom hatched of forced and unwelcome inactivity. She wasn't sure how long she could manage such meekness, and Tuesday couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 9. Daniel arrived at 9:30 on Tuesday to find Lucy and Geoffrey engaged in a raucous game of whist despite the early hour. Their raised voices drowned out the faint drumming of rain against the window panes. "You're cheating!" Lucy accused. "Well, you didn't say I couldn't cheat," came Geoffrey's retort. When the boy spied him, he waved. "Oh, Dr. Handsome is here!" Lucy smiled over the top of her cards. "It is nice to see you again, Dr. Merrill." She made an unladylike face as Geoffrey craned his neck to see her hand. "Geoffrey, I swear, if you don't quit trying to peek at my cards, I'm going to gouge you in the eye with the fireplace poker." Daniel smiled as he shook the drops from his umbrella. It was a household steeped in noise, far different from his own upbringing. Though he had been well loved and happy enough as an only child, there was something about the rowdiness of this particular family that made him feel vaguely regretful of that past, as if he'd been happy only because he hadn't known a better alternative existed. He looked forward to returning this morning more than he cared to admit. A crisper sort of greeting was offered by his actual patient. Miss Westmore was sitting on the sofa again, her bandaged foot propped up on the stool, but this morning she was gripping the London Times instead of an embroidery frame. She made an awkward attempt to stow the paper beneath the sofa at his approach, but was hampered by her foot's odd position on the stool. "It is not yet 10 o'clock. You are early," she accused, glaring up at him. "And you are reading the newspaper," he responded, setting down his bag. "The editorial section at that, unless my eyes deceive me. An interesting discovery. And here I thought sordid novels were the rage among your set." She flushed a marvellous shade of pink, hinting at a lovely and well-functioning circulatory system. "Those dreadful things." She lifted 2 hands as though to smooth down her perfectly coiled hair. A well-bred lady would never read such drivel. Daniel's gaze followed the trajectory of her busy hands, then skipped further afield, over the swell of her pert breasts, down through the waterfall of her skirts, to the remnants of the crumpled newspaper discarded upon the floor. He made his living through close observations, reading the signs and symptoms a patient didn't want to confess. and damned if this particular patient didn't look embarrassed to have been caught reading the paper. "You never read them?" He lifted his gaze back to centre, to the refreshing colour of her cheeks. He withdrew the book he'd brought from his bag. "Such a shame, given that I've brought you one of those dreadful things to pass the time." Her lips firmed, though her fingers stretched out in a telling fashion. "And here I thought only medical tomes were the rage among your set." He stifled a chuckle, absurdly pleased by her quick wit. "It is not my book." He held out the book, but kept it just out of her hand's reach. "And clearly ladies do read such drivel, because it is one of Lady Austerley's favourites. She asked me to bring it, thinking it might be welcome during your recovery. She was very sorry to hear about your ankle, particularly as it happened at her ball." Miss Westmore's eyes narrowed. "I thought matters between a patient and their doctor were to be kept confidential. I did not tell her, of course, but the gossip of other guests is another thing entirely. Apparently, others noticed your infirmity the night of the ball, no doubt during your lumbering flight from the ballroom. And, as I promised you my discretion, I was not able to correct Lady Austerley's misimpression that you twisted your ankle on her dance floor. When I checked in on her yesterday, she asked me to deliver de Balzac's cousin Bet by way of an apology." Her lips firmed, but she held out her hand for the book. He was discovering that teasing this woman gave him a perverse pleasure, and so he only held it higher and grinned down at her. "Of course, if ladies refuse to read such drivel in English, I can scarcely imagine you will enjoy the French." "I didn't say I refused to." Miraculously, the corners of her mouth began to lift, as if she, too, was enjoying the banter, but was determined not to acknowledge it. "And I do appreciate Lady Austerley's kind gesture." She wiggled her fingers, and her smile widened, until that crooked tooth he had glimpsed the first night slid into view. "Although I will never be able to give her my thanks if I am not able to actually read it, Dr. Merrill." He relinquished the prize, though he was not above leaning in to bedevil her further. "I think you might call me Daniel," he said softly. "After all, if I am to be held on retainer to answer your brother's questions, it seems we should be on more familiar terms." She settled the book onto her lap, and her hand swirled a circle across the cover. For a moment he thought she would be sensible and tell him precisely what she thought of his fumbling attempt at familiarity. But then she looked up at him through dark, sooty lashes. "Then I suppose you must call me Claire. After all you've seen of my family, I suppose you have earned the right of informality." Her gaze settled briefly on the clock on the mantel, an ornately carved thing that no doubt had an entire staff of servants whose sole job was to see to its winding. "You failed to mention why you're here so early." He grinned. "Perhaps I am a busy man. That is a better argument for being late, I should think." "Touché." And busy or no, the sight of his patient this morning sorely tempted him to linger. Though the day was a haze of rain and drizzle, the soft grey light filtering through the window made her skin glow like a polished pearl. Unlike the day dress she'd worn Saturday, today she was wearing a lovely walking gown of deep, rich mauve, the heavy skirt styled in the latest fashion. He could see the defining shape of a corset stiffening her spine. "Were you planning on going out today?" She shrugged, though a pretty challenge flashed in her eyes. "That depends on how your examination goes, I would imagine." "I doubt my prognosis will include a recommendation for a vigorous walk." "Well, perhaps someone of note might come to visit me." She paused. "And you still haven't answered my question." Despite the stirrings of concern at her clear plans for defiance, Daniel smiled at the censure in her voice. He knew he didn't qualify as anyone of note in her mind. She'd made that quite clear the evening they met, though he felt her frosty disdain had thawed a significant degree or two. "I've come early because I've brought a proposition for Master Geoffrey, and will need a quick start for it if I'm to get him to St. Bart's and back before my noon lecture to the medical students." Geoffrey's blonde head popped up from the whist table. "A proposition? For me?" Daniel grinned, knowing the young man was about to dissolve into a quivering mass of youthful excitement. "I've a colleague at St. Bartholomew's who collects odd anatomical artifacts, two-headed infants, that sort of thing. He keeps them in his office." "Gaw!" Geoffrey nearly knocked over his chair in his effort to reach Daniel's side. "You are taking me to see a two-headed baby, among other things." You see, this particular doctor assisted during Napoleon's post-mortem at St. Helena, and he retained a pertinent, piece of the man's anatomy, so to speak. He cleared his throat. The ladies of the French court were rumoured to think it most impressive, but perhaps you could be the judge of that. Geoffrey's blue eyes widened. "He's got Napoleon's prick? In a jar? Geoffrey." Claire's voice was little better than a tangled knot. "I scarcely think, actually," Daniel said, breaking off her protest with an apologetic grin. "Young Geoffrey is nearly correct. It isn't in a jar, though. It's more of a mummified piece. My colleague invited us to come and have a look. You'll need your mother's permission, of course." Claire shook her head. "She's still asleep." "But a chance for me to see Napoleon's pizzle is surely worth waking her," Geoffrey protested, bouncing up and down with excitement. Lucy sauntered up, a surprising flash of blue ribbon visible amidst the blonde tangle of her hair. "You know as well as I do that waking Mother before noon is never a good idea," she said, matter-of-factly. "I'm afraid it's impossible." She smirked and waved Geoffrey's abandoned cards. "Much like your chances of winning this trick, I'm afraid." Geoffrey turned to Claire, almost pleading now. "Then you can give me permission. Father always says you are in charge when he's off to the club and Mother is indisposed. Oh, please, don't say no. I want to go, ever so much." Daniel could see the hesitation in her hazel eyes. "But what if something should happen to you?" she protested. Geoffrey threw up his hands. "Well, then he's a doctor, and we're going to a hospital. He'll know how to patch me up, won't he?" The room waited with expectant breath. Claire glanced from her brother to Daniel, back to her brother again. "If you promise to be back before Mother wakes," she said, reluctantly, "and only if you promise to wear a coat and not to tell me all the inglorious details." "Oh, thank you, thank you!" He kissed his sister on the cheek and then bounded off to fetch his coat. "I want to go too," Lucy's voice rang out. An objection rose to Daniel's lips, given his own ulterior motives in asking Geoffrey on this outing, but Claire had the good sense to beat him to it. "Absolutely not. It is not at all an appropriate venture for a young lady of good breeding." Lucy glared at her sister. "But if Geoffrey is permitted to go, I ought to be able to go as well." She crossed her arms, the cards forgotten. "I can wear a pair of Geoffrey's old pants. I do it all the time, and no one ever guesses I am female." "Lucy," Claire said, sternly now, "you are almost 18, and it is time to start acting it. You can dress your hair like a boy's, you can even act like a boy, climbing trees and playing cards, but you cannot be a boy." The younger woman's colour flared, and she threw her cards down on the floor with an angry flourish. "Just because I am a girl, I am not permitted to have any fun?" She whirled and stomped out of the room with clenched fists. Her voice echoed down the hallway. "Some day I will show you. Some day I will show everyone." And then the room fell quiet to all but Daniel's own faint chuckle and Miss Westmore's neatly audible displeasure. As he sat down on the sofa and pulled her injured ankle into his lap, Claire sucked in a breath in anticipation of the pain. She was surprised to find the sting of it had lessened since her last encounter with the doctor. "Well, that didn't go well," she mumbled. "Better than I expected, truth be told." He began to unwind the cloth. "Your siblings have abandoned us, it seems. Would you like to ring for a maid to ensure some propriety?" "Now you're worried about propriety?" Claire felt herself flush, given that her injured foot was lodged dangerously close to his pertinent piece of anatomy, her bare toes pointing like an arrow toward the centre of his lap. But from her position on the couch, she couldn't reach the bell-pull. Besides, she preferred to take this rare moment of privacy to unsheathe her frustration. "You really shouldn't encourage Geoffrey like this, and Lucy will sulk for the rest of the day." Daniel laid the bandage to one side and took a long, assessing look at her ankle. "Your sister is old enough to handle the disappointment, I should think, and Geoffrey would scarcely be the first person on earth to see this particular artifact. The doctor in possession of it shows it to anyone with the stomach for it." "If it was only Napoleon's stomach, I wouldn't have the same objections," Claire retorted. She tossed her chin toward the window, where rivulets of water streamed down. "And it's raining. You couldn't have waited for a nicer day." She feared her unspoken accusation was clear in the hurt pitch of her voice. "And how can you leave me here?" He probed her foot, testing the integrity of the many bones he claimed lurked beneath the surface. Even she could see the swelling was markedly reduced, and the colour had shifted from an angry red to more of a mixed purple and yellow. "I imagine you've noticed your brother is no longer a child, Claire." She suffered the twinge of conscience that came as her name fell from his lips, no matter the fact she'd given him permission to use it. She should not have done so. He was a doctor, paid by her family. She was the daughter of a viscount, and she'd not yet even invited Mr. Auburn to use her given name, though he was a future duke. But it was a little too late to go back to a place where such things made sense. "He's a young man, and growing rapidly," Daniel went on, his fingers against her skin a painful reminder of his proximity. "You mentioned the other day that your father was frequently absent, and that Geoffrey might have a need of a proper gentleman to speak to. I thought this might provide an opportunity for that conversation, and a good reminder of how to conduct himself in public." Claire glanced down at the book, still sitting in her lap, mollified by his logic. "I see." Her fingers knotted over the embossed lettering. "Then I suppose I should thank you. You are going to a good deal of trouble on my brother's behalf." "It is no trouble." He shrugged. "A little distraction, a little instruction, and I predict young Geoffrey will soon be on his way to something more promising than Newgate." He set her foot back down on the stool. "You are fortunate in that I don't think anything is broken. Is the pain improved?" "A bit," she admitted. "A consequence of resting it properly and keeping it bandaged, I should imagine. I think we can adjust your sentence down to a total of 3 weeks of strict rest. A little care, and I predict you'll be back out on the dance floor in no time." 3 weeks! Claire wallowed in an instinctive denial. She'd barely survived the 3 days since his last visit. It was a lifetime sentence, particularly at the start of such a promising season. Not even the London Times had been able to buoy her spirits this morning, mocking her with news of the city she was being denied. 3 weeks wasn't just a poor idea, it was nigh on impossible. She would go mad with boredom first. Her mind raced through various alternatives as Daniel began to rewrap her foot, his hands strong and swift as they wound the cloth around and around. Every circle of the bandage felt like a noose, tightening about her sanity. "Is there nothing I can do that may speed healing?" she asked, almost desperate enough to call in Dr. Bashings. "The bandage seems to have helped. Surely there is more I can do." He pinned the binding back in place. "Time is your friend in this case. You want to be sure you've healed properly, or else you'll risk injuring it again. It's vulnerable in the weeks after the initial injury, and you're likely to re-injure it, to worse effect. He placed her foot carefully back on the stool. I'll return to check on you, of course. Say, next Tuesday again? Until then, all you can do is keep it elevated, and keep your mind off things with Cousin Bet. He rose from the sofa and fished a hand in his pocket, drawing out a paper-wrapped item. He passed it solemnly to her. And this may help pass the time as well. Claire accepted the package, still stunned by the man's declaration of 3 weeks of purgatory. The waxed paper edges fell away to reveal a paper box, and inside a delicate bit of marzipan, whimsical fruit shapes in shades of red and purple, nearly the same colour as her foot. She stared down at them, frozen in want and horror. Are these from Lady Osterley as well? No. His smile was slow and spreading, and not the least bit doctorly. These are a gift from me. Claire looked up at him, aghast. It was a stroke of culinary cruelty. If sweets were her general weakness, marzipan, in particular, was her Achilles' heel. I don't understand what you expect me to do with this. Though, of course, she did. She held marzipan in her hand, and her mouth was already halfway to watering. He shrugged. Eat it, of course. Eat it, for medicinal purposes. I've seen the way you care for your siblings. Geoffrey is fortunate to have you, and there is no doubt in my mind that Lucy will one day appreciate your meddling, however much she may resist now. But you need to care for yourself as well. You're too thin by half. If nothing else, you should use these 3 weeks of rest to fill out your frame to a more healthful size. He smiled. The flash of white teeth probably meant to be reassuring. You could stand to gain a stone, at least. Claire was consumed by a twitching irritation in his powers of observation, even as her insecurities scratched to be let off their lead. She felt enough doubt in her slight figure's ability to capture Mr. Auburn's attention without this man pointing it out. "It is not appropriate for you to comment on my frame," was all she could think to say, though her brain certainly screamed a more robust denial. "As your doctor, it is entirely appropriate. It astounds me that young ladies of good breeding starve themselves on purpose, when there are many in England's rookeries who have no idea where their next meal may come from." Claire was struck by the unsettling notion that he was not merely relating something he had read about in a textbook. He had seen these souls, touched them, healed them, perchance. She felt a hesitant stirring of respect. But then his eyes settled alarmingly on her chest, and narrowed in grim humour instead of admiration. "And it is my firm opinion, my medical opinion, mind you, that you should not be wearing a corset, either. It's a most unhealthful practice, hampers the breathing, sometimes to a lethal degree. Worse, it squeezes the organs and contorts the spine. I've seen the ill effects on any number of cadavers." She gaped up at him, all thoughts of rookeries and respect forgotten. Now the man was comparing her to cadavers. "Have you considered that those patients likely wore the corset to improve an intrinsic deficiency in their posture?" she demanded, fishing about for some sort of logical argument that would keep her corset firmly in place. "Thank you very much." A dark brow rose, faintly mocking. His eyes trailed down her torso, then back again, making the fine hairs along the back of her neck prick to rigid attention and her skin ripple with anticipation. Worse, as her body responded to his long, slow slide of a perusal, she felt the answering expansion of her lungs pressing against the unyielding cage of her corset. Blast the man to Hades and back. He might be right about the breathing part. "I see no deficiency in your posture," he drawled, coming back to her face and settling squarely, inappropriately, on her lips. His teasing eyes danced over hers. Yet. He was deranged, an absolute raving lunatic. Had the man no notion at all that the very construction of every gown she owned required a corset as a base undergarment? "Be that as it may, Dr. Merrill, Daniel," he grinned, as we agreed. "Daniel." Her breath was coming in hard pants now. She pushed the box of marzipan back at him, though her fingers clutched an involuntary protest. She refused to think about what the sweets might have cost him. He had no right to bring her such an extravagant gift, even for medicinal purposes. "While I appreciate the gesture, I cannot accept these." He held up a hand, refusing their return. "Well, I cannot accept them back." "Oh, you are positively mad," she huffed in indignation. "I have an entire wardrobe of lovely new ball gowns hanging upstairs, currently unused, thanks to your dire prognosis. And I assure you the future usefulness of those gowns depends on both the retention of my corset and a stern resolve not to eat marzipan." That mocking brow rose to a high salute once more. "You would choose to be fashionable over healthful." She drew a deep breath, praying for patience. Only an idiot, or a man, would ask that question. Chapter 10. A flurry of activity at the drawing-room door saved Claire from having to deliver a well-deserved tongue-lashing. Geoffrey bounded in, his coat hanging half off his shoulders. "You have some visitors, sis. Wilson was going to bring them in, but I told him I would do it." He wiggled his hands, pantomiming the act of milking a cow. "Lovely bubbies, the dark-haired one has. Top-notch!" He laughed, even as the two familiar faces filled the doorway behind him. "Geoffrey!" Claire gasped. "This is not an appropriate way to announce a guest." And how, oh, how, had she earned the misfortune of being born into this family? "Oh, I think we can forego the pleasantries," Sophie said haughtily as she swept into the room, trailed, as always, by Rose. She briefly eyed Daniel as if he might be a dish of cream, before apparently deciding he was a servant and handing her reticule and gloves over to him. After all, these are scarcely official calling hours. With her good foot, Claire kicked the remnants of the newspaper deeper beneath the sofa, then shoved the book Daniel had given her into the crease of the cushion. As an afterthought, she tucked the box of marzipan in her skirt pocket. No, these weren't calling hours, and it was difficult not to resent the intrusion, especially when she'd had no time to prepare. Now she would be forced to greet her friends properly, although, perhaps, friend was a bit of a stretch, at least as far as Sophie was concerned. Yet, despite being outside of regular calling hours, wasn't their arrival more a blessing than a curse? Even the sight of Sophie's treacherous smile promised a more interesting day than the one she'd been facing moments before. "Why have you come so early in the day?" she asked, forcing a smile on her face. Sophie sat down in the chair opposite the sofa and untied the ribbons of her pink bonnet. "We heard the news about your ankle, of course, and simply had to come and see for ourselves." Rose settled on the sofa beside Claire in a sympathetic froth of white lace, though she kept sneaking none too subtle peeks in Daniel's direction. "Is it dreadfully painful?" Claire willed herself to show no obvious surprise. She'd sent no note to either Sophie or Rose regarding her forced incapacitation. How would they have heard of her ankle? In this circle, lack of knowledge was a definite weakness, and she needed to remember not to bare her throat. Indeed, If only she'd had enough sense to not reveal her hopes for Mr. Alban, her friends wouldn't have that knife to twist in her side, either. "It is improving every day," she said evasively. From the corner of her eye, she watched as Daniel smirked and then tossed Sophie's reticule to Geoffrey like a ball. Geoffrey, of course, promptly threw it back. She pulled her eyes away from the spectacle and gave Sophie a terse smile. "I should be up and about shortly. I do hope it doesn't keep you from attending the opening of the Royal Gallery this Friday," Sophie purred. Her voice floated on the air, as sweet as marzipan and just as dangerous. She and Rose exchanged amused glances. "Mr. Alban is planning to attend, you know." Claire refocused her attention on Sophie. "Am I to presume he mentioned this during the waltz you shared?" she asked, none too sweetly herself. But Sophie only laughed, fluttering dismissive fingers. "Honestly, it wasn't as if you were in any condition to dance. I was doing you a favour, dancing with Alban. Why, we talked about you the entire time. He's hoping to see you at the gallery's opening, you know." Hope, that most exhausting of emotions, leaped to attention once more. Claire no longer quite knew what to believe. No matter the direction of Sophie's loyalties, the Royal Gallery was an impossibility, given that the opening was in only 3 days' time. She looked up, catching Daniel's eye. "I'm afraid Dr. Merrill says I must have another week of rest," she sighed dramatically, "but then I should be fine to resume my normal activities." She met his gaze over Sophie's head, daring him to contradict her. He glowered at her from across the room, clearly eavesdropping and disapproving of her shortened sentence. "Another week? Oh, at the start of the season? Oh dear, that is a blow." Sophie patted a gloved hand to her gleaming curls, which, despite the rain outside, had somehow resisted the puff of humidity. "Dr. Merrill, did you say? Who is he? I've not heard of him." "Oh, you've not met Lady Austerley's personal physician?" Claire leaned forward, knowing that for once she had a delicious drop of gossip that Sophie did not. "He was kind enough to assist me when I sustained my injury during Lady Austerley's ball. No sense mentioning the geese, really. Better for Sophie to believe the less colourful version being bandied about. My family has retained his services during my convalescence." Claire gestured in Daniel's direction. "Dr. Merrill, may I present my friends, Lady Sophie Durston and Miss Rose Evans." They shifted in their seats to stare at him with wide eyes. "That's your doctor?" Sophie frowned. "I thought he was your footman." "Your very handsome footman," Rose added in an unladylike whisper. A flush crept up her neck as she peeked back at him, but then she cupped a hand to Claire's ear and giggled. "Although I am beginning to see why you sprained an ankle. I feel a swoon coming on myself." Claire fought the urge to roll her eyes. This bold interest in Daniel felt remarkably similar to how she had felt watching Sophie waltz with Mr. Alban, and it was an emotion she didn't care to examine or revisit. "It is a pleasure to meet you both, ladies." He put down Sophie's things and picked up his bag and umbrella. "But I fear our introductions are bound to brief. I have an, appointment to keep." He winked at Geoffrey and gestured to the door. "Are you ready, Mr. Westmore?" They took their leave, their voices growing fainter down the hallway. For an impulsive moment, Claire stared at the open door, wishing she could just go with them. But it was impossible, and not only because of her ankle. "Well..." Sophie turned her speculative gaze back to Claire. "I suppose there are worse ways to spend one's time." She raised a brow, her meaning all too clear. Still, it's already been 4 days. It is a terribly long time to be absent, is it not? I thought you had your hopes pinned on an excellent match this year." She smiled, the gesture feline and mildly threatening. A good deal can happen in such a period of time, especially during the height of the season. Claire fidgeted in her seat, wondering what Sophie was up to. It was clear she was leading her somewhere with this conversation. "Surely you haven't come to talk only about my ankle," she said, trying to turn things around. "I was rather hoping to catch up on the news I missed when I was forced to leave the ball so early." News she had already gleaned from the Times, of course, but would now be forced to pretend she didn't know. Sophie's lips returned to their usual curving ribbon of mischief. "Oh, you didn't know? You're the news. Why, Lady Halsey said she saw you limp from the ballroom, dragging your maimed foot behind you. We decided we must come and get all the details." Claire covered her nervousness with a dismissive laugh. "It was not as bad as that, surely. I simply twisted my ankle." And Sophie had just admitted she'd known about the turned ankle for 4 entire days, and was only now coming to check on her welfare. Lovely friends they were. "Not maimed, then?" Rose sounded almost disappointed. Claire shook her head. No. She needed to shift this conversation in a new direction, one that led squarely away from her. The one vital bit of education she'd received at the hands of the Ton was that it was always better to be the bearer of unfortunate gossip than the subject of it. She leaned forward from her perch on the sofa. "Now, tell me about Lady Halsey. She has the most hideous taste in fashion. What was she wearing?" Her question effectively dissuaded the malicious interest in her ankle and encouraged Rose and Sophie to chatter on about other things. But she found it difficult to concentrate. No doubt Daniel and Geoffrey were halfway to their grand adventure by now. Though a part of her itched to go with them and leave Rose and Sophie to their gossip, she felt an odd reassurance that with respect to her brother, at least, the doctor appeared to have things well in hand. And so would she, once she returned her head and body to the game. Mayfair even manages to make a dreary London rain appealing, Daniel thought, as he opened his umbrella on the front steps. He breathed in deeply, enjoying the rare, clean scent of rain on spring leaves. Only a few blocks away, the trees of Hyde Park shimmered, an almost violent gasp of green against the grey clouds and white stone townhouses. Unlike the streets of Smithfield, the alleys off Grosvenor Square boasted garden courtyards instead of drunken souls sleeping off a bender. Here, there were no belligerent carters, their voices raised in angry shouts, and no manure-clogged sewers blocking the outflow of rainwater. No, Mayfair's inebriated residents laid their heads on feather beds instead of cold paving stones. The streets in this part of the city, and the strange, titled creatures who inhabited it, were a world away from his own humble flat and the bustling charity ward at St. Bartholomew's. As they stepped down to the sidewalk, he regarded his companion, wondering if the boy realized how rare it was to live in a place of such privilege and safety. While he didn't begrudge the young man his wealth, he did begrudge him his naivete. Between Mayfair and Eton, it was doubtful Geoffrey had seen much of the world, and Daniel hoped to show him something more enduring today than Napoleon's privates. Once Geoffrey saw the charity ward at St. Bart's, the young Viscount in training might even realize there was more to life than lewd jokes and bubbies. But, at the moment, the boy appeared far more distracted by puddles than life lessons. He took a flying leap and jumped into one, splashing mud and water before grinning impishly up at Daniel.
"I never get to do that," he crowed through the drizzle.
"Well, you might want to limit the experience to one," Daniel advised, turning north. "The bus driver will make us ride outside if he thinks we are too wet." Geoffrey ducked under Daniel's oilskin umbrella.
"We're going to ride the omnibus?"
he asked incredulously.
"Gaw! This is the day to end all days. Claire will be sorry she missed it."
Daniel thought back on Claire's hesitant agreement to let Geoffrey go. "I doubt very much your prim and proper sister would think riding on a public omnibus to see a Frenchman's shriveled penis is a worthwhile way to spend her day." Geoffrey scoffed as they walked slowly northward.
"Oh, she's not so prim nor proper either. I'll admit, you couldn't have bounced a quarter off that tight smile she put on when her visitors arrived, but that's not Claire."
He tapped a conspiratorial finger against his nose.
"At least, that's not the real Claire."
"Ah," Daniel said, intrigued by this alternate picture of her. "Non sum qualis eram."
"What does that mean?"
Geoffrey asked, cocking his head. "It is a quote from Horace. I was not what I once was." Daniel lifted a brow. "Didn't they teach you Latin at this mythical place they call Eton?"
"They taught us Latin, and I'm not stupid,"
Geoffrey protested, the tips of his ears turning pink.
"It just wasn't my favourite class."
Daniel stopped, forcing Geoffrey to stop as well to continue enjoying the protection of the umbrella. "I do not think you are stupid. In fact, I suspect you are quite sharp, and that is partly what gets you into trouble. While I can see why a boy with your energy might consider conjugating Latin verbs the height of tedium, if you pay a bit more attention, you can say things like, quid Latine dictum sit altum videtur." He grinned. "That means whatever is said in Latin sounds profound. You'll find there is little more satisfying than delivering a sound set down to your detractors using a language they don't understand."
"Oh."
Geoffrey blinked. "Well, I admit I wasn't much of a student in any of my classes at Eton,
but that's not why they turned me out. Claire is as mad as a wet hen over it, and fusses over me to the point of madness. She says I don't care about my future, but she's wrong, you know. It was because of my future I did it, and hers too."
Daniel guarded his response, given that he didn't know what it was. The boy would reveal all when he was ready. "Anyone can see she cares about you," Daniel said solemnly, as the rain dripped down on the spread surface of his umbrella. He knew they needed to move quickly if they were to make the next bus, but somehow this conversation seemed important enough to take a moment, and so they continued to stand in place, talking as the rain pattered down. "You are fortunate to have a sister that fusses over you. I was an only child, and both my parents are now gone." "Oh, I am sorry," the lad mumbled. The faint pink on the tips of his ears spread to his cheeks. "For your loss, I mean." Daniel nodded. Christ, but these Westmores were a fair-skinned lot, wearing their emotions on the surface of their skin. It was perhaps the only obvious physical trait Claire shared with her siblings. "Thank you," he said gently, "but I didn't tell you such a personal thing to make you feel uncomfortable or to embarrass you. I told you so that you might realize how important it is to appreciate the family you have." Geoffrey threw his hands up in a universal gesture of adolescent frustration.
"I know you're right. It's just when Claire's sniping at me, I get a devilish urge to vex her. You know, before she started going to parties and such, she used to be a lot more fun. She can throw a ball better than any boy I know. She's stubborn, to a fault, although she smiles at you when she refuses to listen."
He met Daniel's eyes, nearly man to man.
"She's smarter than she pretends, reads like a demon, and she can give me a thrashing on the chessboard. She knows Latin too, better than I ever will."
The stubborn part Daniel had already gathered. The Latin as well. He recalled how Claire had tossed that stinging barb back in his face in Lady Austerley's library. Yet today she had dispatched her newspaper with a speed that would have put a burning mail coach to shame. "She pretends she lacks intelligence?" he asked, perplexed. Geoffrey shrugged. "It's more that she takes pains to hide things she used to enjoy. Although, you may be right about the omnibus. She hates to get wet, unless it's soaking in a tub, which she does for hours when she's getting ready for one of those fancy balls." An indelicate shudder possessed the boy. Whether at the thought of a bath or a ball, it was difficult to tell. "But then, we've father's coach at our disposal, so there is never a need for us to take a bus or a cab." Daniel considered that a moment as the rain began to pick up, drumming on the slick surface of his umbrella. Riding everywhere by coach was easier and drier than taking public transportation or walking, but it was also an unhealthy way for a vigorous, active young man to spend his days. There was a downside to always being cosseted on velvet seats, and he wondered if some of Geoffrey's social difficulties might not stem from a lack of wholesome diversions. Daniel's own childhood had been rather more remarkable for its lack of bus fare, but he'd at least been permitted to run and jump in all the puddles he wanted. "We'll catch the bus 2 blocks north on Oxford Street," he said, motioning up ahead, "and you can tell your sister all about it when we return. Perhaps I'll even teach you some Latin to surprise her." But as they once again started to walk, his thoughts wanted to stay behind. All the talk of Claire and Geoffrey's claim that his sister hid her true inclinations from the world bothered him. Why did she feel the need to hide what might arguably be the most interesting aspects of her character? He thought back on Claire's behaviour after her friends had arrived, trying to dissect some hidden meaning behind her brittle smile. There had been a brief moment in the drawing-room when it seemed like she regretted not coming along. It had surprised him, that glimpse of acute uneasiness he'd detected when she greeted her friends. He'd have thought their arrival would be a welcome distraction, especially given the bleakness of the weather and her stated hope that someone of note might come to visit her. But despite his curiosity, it was none of his business. Geoffrey was his main concern at the moment. She'd given the charge of her brother over to him, and he'd see the lad safely to Smithfield and back again. As they turned north toward Oxford, a mass of brown wool tumbled out of a large oak tree in front of Lord Cardwell's townhouse, sending up a wall of dirty water to engulf them both. "Oof!" the figure gasped. 2 arms flailed about, splashing more muck. Daniel shook the water from his eyes, even as he stretched out a hand. The youth, who had soaked them, clambered to his feet, a grin stretched widely across his mud-splattered face. Correction. Her mud-splattered face. "For heaven's sake," he growled, taking in Lucy's damp wool trousers and shapeless brown coat. Her blonde hair was bundled up beneath an old felt hat, which, judging by the bits of straw clinging to it, must have been snatched from one of Cardwell's grooms. Now that he'd seen evidence of her clumsiness firsthand, he could see why Claire worried over the girl. "You might have been killed if you landed on your head," he pointed out. "I doubt it's worth risking life and limb, all for a bit of eavesdropping." "I wasn't eavesdropping." A slight flush stained her cheeks. "I had planned to follow you once you set out, but then I lost my balance and—" She shrugged and wiped a hand across her dirty face. "So now I shall go with you. Besides, I want to see the horses on the bus line and judge for myself how they are being treated." "Horses?" Daniel echoed, trying to sort it all out. "Lucy fancies herself a bit of a saviour where London's animals are concerned,"
Geoffrey broke in. "But she's mad, if you ask me. There's thousands of them, everywhere you look, more than people even."
Bloody hell. Lucy wanted to go with them because of horses? "Are you trying to get me drawn and quartered?" Daniel demanded, visions of kidnapping charges and prison dancing in his head. It occurred to him, as he glared down at the girl, that she was quite adept at this particular brand of subterfuge. If he hadn't already known her as female, he wouldn't have looked twice. He readjusted his grip on his umbrella. "Your sister has already made her opinion on this matter quite clear." Lucy's eyes narrowed in a fashion that reminded him remarkably of Claire, though, in truth, they shared few physical traits that bespoke a familial connection.
"I am 17 years old. Claire can't tell me what to do."
"Well, I can." He transferred his bag to the hand holding the umbrella, then clasped her arm and tried to steer her back to the safety of the townhouse. "Back you go, then, through the front door, where I can see you safely delivered."
"No!"
both siblings cried out, identical horrified expressions on their faces. Daniel was startled enough to drop his hold on the miscreant's arm.
"Are you daft, man?"
Geoffrey demanded.
"The drawing-room window is right there."
Lucy pointed to the large picture window fronting the street. Daniel followed the direction of the girl's finger to an unassuming picture window. Unassuming, that was, until he realized it overlooked the street. Lucy had cleverly staged her appearance to fall on the opposite side of the tree, out of view of anyone inside the house. "Well, you should have considered the risk to your hide before you chose to dress like this," he told her. He had plans for educating young Geoffrey on this outing, and the presence of a woman, even one dressed like a boy, would make the coming conversation difficult.
"If you take me back dressed like this," Lucy warned, "Claire will be the one to suffer."
"How will your sister be the one to suffer?" Daniel asked, growing exasperated now, "when you are the one falling out of the tree?"
"Lucy's right," Geoffrey protested. "Did you see the way her friends turned their noses up when they marched into the drawing-room? I saw that expression on a good number of bullies' faces at Eton, usually right before they attacked someone. They'll be looking for an excuse to pounce on her while she's down."
Lucy nodded her agreement, sending a handful of blonde hair cascading down from the cover of her cap.
"I heard them whispering to each other on the front porch steps while I was in the tree. The blonde girl said Claire was a terrible dancer anyway, and that she had probably twisted her ankle on purpose to avoid further embarrassment. And the dark-haired one said that with a family like Claire's, Mr. Auburn would be mad to offer for her."
"Mr. Auburn?" Daniel echoed stupidly.
"The presumptive heir to the Duke of Harrington, and the gentleman Claire hopes to marry, though I can't help but question her sanity in wanting to marry at all."
Daniel blinked. Claire wished to marry a duke? The pronouncement shouldn't have surprised him, but there was no denying his body's reaction to the thought. Bloody hell. His fist was clenching around the slick handle of his umbrella. Lucy lifted her chin.
"I know Claire is concerned about appearances, but I suppose I didn't realize before why it was so important to her. Now that I've seen her friends, I have a better sense of why she's been so worried of late. So, while I don't care what they think or say about me, I imagine Claire does."
Daniel eyed the window again, still distracted by the thought of Claire marrying anyone, much less a bloody duke. He could see the logic in Lucy's arguments, he supposed, but he refused to be manipulated by this scrap of a girl. "You shall return through the back door, then." He turned back to her with a frown and plucked a piece of straw from her cap, holding it accusingly in front of her face. "Or take yourself to the mews, where it looks like you spend a good deal of time anyway. But you can't come with us, not without a chaperone, and not lacking your sister's permission."
"But that's not fair!"
Her face scrunched up in something close to a pout.
"Geoffrey isn't being forced to have a chaperone." I don't want you to come either, Lucy, Geoffrey broke in. You'll just ruin things. Probably the doctor would refuse to show us Napoleon's doodle with a silly girl in tow. No one would have to know I'm a girl, Lucy retorted, her fists balling up. At this, Daniel chuckled. Miss Westmore, I regret to be the one to inform you of this, but anyone with an ounce of sense and 2 functioning eyes can see you are a girl, a very lovely girl, no matter what manner of men's clothing you put on or how many trees you tumble from. She went still. They can? My advice to you, should you care to take it, is to just be yourself. At her resulting sour face, he ploughed on. You do not have to pretend to be someone you aren't, be it a boy or a young woman of high fashion. Don't I? She protested. Next year I am expected to be presented at court, whether I want to or not. She rolled her eyes, then added vehemently, Judging by Claire's experience, I will turn into someone I scarcely recognise. I don't want to change. I'd rather be a spinster. Daniel hid a smile. But can't you see you are changing yourself in reaction to fear? Do you have some specific objection to women's clothing, or is it only that you reject it to make a point? He could tell he'd hit close to the truth when she glared at her shoes and kicked out at a pebble on the cobblestone street. Surely there is some middle ground, he said, more easily now, where you can be comfortable in your skin and pursue your own dreams. And save all the cart horses in London, her brother added, unhelpfully. Stuff it, Geoffrey, Lucy mumbled, but she seemed less belligerent about it. Daniel lifted an eye from the simmering family squabble to the sky, hoping to get a sense of time, but the sun was quite obliterated by low-hanging clouds. There was only one way he could see out of this, though it was going to land him in a good deal of trouble with their sister. Flectere senequeo superos, acheronta moebo, he muttered. Lucy glared at him. I don't understand what this means. If I cannot move heaven, I will raise hell. Daniel gritted his teeth. Listen, both of you. I am under a tight schedule today and don't have time to argue further. Lucy, what if I promise to take you on an adventure as well, once Claire's ankle is healed, and she can come with us, for propriety's sake? Will that help get you back in the house, in some form or fashion? Her nose wrinkled in consideration. It might. I give you my word, he said solemnly, placing a hand across his heart. When Claire can walk again, we shall go on an outing. I shall even give you the choice of venue. After a moment, she huffed. Fine. She turned and shoved her hands in her pockets, head bent down in rejection. 2 steps had her calling back over her shoulder. But if my adventure doesn't include Napoleon's privates, it had better at least involve an omnibus. May 9th, 1848. Dearest Diary, I used to think that Sophie and Rose had a remarkably sharp wit, but listening to them today, it was hard to remember why I once found them amusing. Or perhaps it is only that their banter seems increasingly at my own expense. If there was one good thing to come out of today's visit, it was that Sophie wore pink, and her dress cast a ridiculous iced cake shadow across her face. A better friend would tactfully steer her toward deeper hues, given the way she suffers in it. No matter her claim of innocence, I am not completely inclined towards civility where Sophie and Mr. Alban are concerned. If she has my best interest at heart, time will tell. And if she doesn't, surely there is no shame in permitting an opponent to disarm herself with an injudicious bit of colour. When they left, there was no recourse but the marzipan. If the box was truly intended for medicinal purposes, I should soon be feeling much better because I ate the entire thing in one sitting.
I only hope Daniel doesn't bring more when he comes to visit next Tuesday, or I shall be the size of one of Lucy's omnibus horses by the end of it. And if I cannot attend the gallery opening this Friday, I must pray that Sophie chooses to wear pink there. I should like Mr. Alban to see her in that. Chapter 11. A lady was expected to greet her day with a graceful smile and good humour, but Claire had to imagine such sentiments applied to the healthy and marginally sane. By the second Tuesday of her convalescence, she was regrettably neither. Her ankle was improving, but was still not quite sound. Every day the pain became a little less severe. She could hobble from her bed to the water closet without limping now, and had even dared take a lap or two around the drawing-room that had become her prison, but the dire threat of re-injury kept her exertions to a minimum. Her mending basket boasted a half-dozen false starts on embroidery projects that served no purpose beyond enticing homicidal levels of boredom. Like an exiled political scholar, she read the Times every day, studying the news for glimpses of the life she was missing. Cousin Bet proved a welcome diversion, but it was scarcely an intellectual tome, and she finished it in only 2 days. And through it all, the clock on the mantel ticked on. She thought of her new doctor more than was sensible, and not only in irritation, which would have been understandable given the circumstances. No, she had to think of him in ways that made her cheeks flush, and her heart race, and her eyes drift distractedly toward the picture window. She would have liked to place him firmly out of mind, but how could she, when Geoffrey could speak of no one else? The boy had developed a serious case of hero worship, chattering on as much about his eye-opening visit to the hospital charity ward as Napoleon's privates. Lucy was little better, expressing her excitement to see the doctor again on an almost hourly basis. So when 10 o'clock Tuesday morning came, and went, with no sign or word from Daniel, a gnawing irritation settled in her stomach. It was his fault she was sitting here, drat the man. The least he could do was put in a promised appearance. "Where is he?" Lucy groaned, some time after luncheon, flopping into a chair with a dramatic sigh. "I asked Wilson to send him straight in. I expected we'd see Dr. Merrill hours ago." Claire looked up over the top of her wooden embroidery frame. "He's a physician with a busy schedule. I'm sure he has other patients to see," she admonished, though her own thoughts tripped in much the same direction as her sister's. Lucy lifted a hand to smooth back the wisps of blonde hair that fluttered about her temple. "It's a shame Geoffrey will have to miss Dr. Merrill now because of his afternoon studies. You must admit, last week's outing has proved remarkable in tempering his behaviour. He's been close to pleasant all week, tolerating his books and quoting Latin at the oddest moments." She laughed, but it was unexpectedly a ladylike sound. Who would have ever expected a shrivelled organ to accomplish so much? Claire hid a smile. She suspected the changes they were seeing in Geoffrey had more to do with the miraculous Dr. Merrill himself than the condition of Napoleon's manly parts. Indeed, it seemed the doctor's presence had affected more than just her brother's behaviour this week. Lucy had unconsciously adopted a softer and surprising new vein of maturity as well. Today, she was wearing a dress. A clean dress. She had even brushed her hair and permitted her beleaguered lady's maid to put it up in a loose top-knot. Claire didn't know whether to laugh at her sister's antics or have a miniature made to commemorate the occasion.
"You know as well as I that Geoffrey's studies must come first," Claire stated, though privately she thought Daniel stood a better chance of improving her brother's character than the boy's sour-faced instructor who came every day after luncheon. Afternoons are to be spent with his tutor until father can arrange for another school to take him. "I still can't believe he needs another school when I've never even been permitted to attend one," Lucy scowled. "He's only 13. What did he do that was terrible anyway?" "I do not know." Claire pushed her reluctant needle through the linen. "He won't speak of the details, and neither will father. Have you asked Mother? You know as well as I that Mother is either always sleeping or shopping." Claire stabbed at her embroidery in frustration, and truly, I don't think she knows either. Lucy tapped her finger against her lips. "Perhaps Dr. Merrill can get it out of him. Geoffrey clearly talks to him." She eyed Claire's propped ankle. "You'll have to feign injury a bit longer, though, so Dr. Merrill has reason to keep coming back." Claire glared at her sister. "I am not feigning my injury." But Lucy's words reminded her that these visits were finite. Some day soon, possibly even today, she would be declared fully healed. Daniel would return to his usual patients, and her family would return to Dr. Bashing's dubious care. And the anticipation she felt over seeing him again would cease to be a problem. Footsteps echoed in the outside hallway. Claire tossed aside her needlework and straightened her skirts as a curious jolt of energy thumped in her chest. But it was Wilson who appeared, stiff and formal, holding a silver tray bearing a card. "You've a visitor, Lady Claire." That was odd. Daniel had a tendency to just emerge in the doorframe like a dream or a nightmare, depending on your perspective. To her knowledge, he'd never once left a card. Lucy leaped to her feet as Claire reached out a hand. She felt oddly deflated when she saw the name was not that of the deliciously dark doctor who haunted her spare thoughts. Oh God, oh God, oh God! What was Mr. Auburn doing here? Lucy sauntered closer and stared down at the card, her eyes widening with what could have been either excitement or mischief. "Oh, good," she said, one side of her mouth quirking up. "It looks as though I will finally get to meet your future Duke." She gestured to her dress. "After all, I'm scarcely dressed for climbing trees." Claire sighed. There was nowhere around it she could see. Geoffrey was upstairs at his books, thank goodness, and Mother was surely shopping on Bond Street by now, but it was far too late to properly dispose of Lucy, especially now that she had seen the name on the card. "Please show him in, Wilson." As the butler turned, Claire risked another glance at her little sister. Astonishingly, Lucy was settling herself primly in her chair again, and had even picked up an embroidery frame. Perhaps it would be all right. Lucy had been showing signs of improvement lately. To someone who didn't know her, she might even appear, gasp, ladylike, sitting placidly with her embroidery in her lap. But looking presentable and acting presentable were not nearly the same thing. "Wilson," she called out, remembering nearly too late her intent to keep Mr. Auburn's visits a secret from her mother. Her words halted the butler's retreat. "Do you remember our agreement regarding Lady Cardwell?" Her father and Lucy might be necessary co-conspirators in this plot, but she was still convinced of the need to keep her mother out of it, at least until Auburn was more firmly on the hook. The servant inclined his head. "Yes, miss, it shall be as you wish." Claire sighed in relief as the butler left, vowing to speak to her father about increasing the poor man's wages. All this subterfuge might force Wilson to an early retirement. And then who would keep her secrets? All too soon, Mr. Auburn was standing before her.
She drew a steadying breath and prayed for her sister's best behaviour. "I cannot tell you what a lovely surprise this is." She gestured to Lucy. "May I present my sister, Miss Lucy Westmore?" Lucy lifted her hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Alban," she said, affecting the droll tone of voice she often employed when teasing Geoffrey. Worry rippled down Claire's spine as Alban bent over Lucy's hand. She clearly hadn't thought this through. Lucy's face might be clean, but were her hands? Good Lord, what if Mr. Alban saw the dirt that so often lay beneath her sister's ragged nails? But she couldn't very well order Lucy from the room now. She was left with no recourse but to cast up a silent prayer to whichever god presided over family squabbles that her sister would stay on her best behaviour. Alban settled onto the sofa beside her. "It is a pleasure to spend time in the company of two lovely ladies." He smiled. "But I must say I wasn't aware you had a sister, Miss Westmore. Hiding her at home, are we?" Claire's stomach clenched. How to craft an appropriate explanation for why Lucy had no interest in social outings beyond things involving Napoleon's mummified appendage. "She, isn't out yet. She'll be presented next year." "Perhaps." Lucy waved a vague hand. "The details are still being sorted out." Claire suppressed a groan. "Please, please, not now, Lucy. Not now. Not here. Not him." She would have made a deal with the very devil in that moment had Satan cared to make an appearance and promised to silence her sister. Mr. Alban's careful gaze moved from Lucy to Claire, back to Lucy again, causing the fine hairs on Claire's arm to prick to attention. Was his unwavering focus that of a besotted gentleman wanting to make a good impression, or that of a man assessing her family's attributes and finding them lacking? His curious expression made her feel breathless, but it was not the same sort of breathlessness she was coming to associate with the exasperating Dr. Merrill. The current emotion felt more worrisome than not. "It's really rather remarkable," he finally said, his gaze returning to meet hers. "You and your sister share little physical resemblance." Claire blinked. She would have thought, would have liked, to hear him say how attractive she looked today. After all, she had dressed with care this morning, knowing she would see Daniel. Her day dress was a bright primrose, and the colour had been carefully chosen because she knew it brought out the natural flush in her skin. Moreover, she had instructed her maid to arrange her hair in a flattering style, with soft curls left loose to frame her cheeks. Although perhaps Alban was simply remarking on the lack of family resemblance, as one would the weather. It was a difficult point to refute, after all. "I take after father," Lucy broke in helpfully. "Claire was fortunate enough to escape such a sentence. But don't worry, I've quite resigned myself to being the plain Westmore sister, Mr. Alban." Claire cringed. How could Lucy consider herself plain? Awkward, yes. Stubborn, almost certainly. But with her blue eyes and blonde hair, there was a waiting prettiness to her that even her staunchest attempts to hide couldn't quite squelch. Particularly today, when she was actually wearing a dress and sitting up straight. "Lucy likes to tease," Claire said quickly. "We have every faith she will be brilliant next season." She glanced sideways at the gentleman sitting next to her. She was struck again by his hesitancy, the sense that an all-important question hovered just out of reach. Perhaps she should just ask him to marry her. That had been the way of Queen Victoria's betrothal, after all. Surely she could be forgiven for such brazenness if it meant she could secure a future duke in hand. But with Lucy watching, her nerve quite failed her, And so, though inside she was screaming for Mr. Alban to get on with things, she smiled placidly instead. Speaking of seasons, I confess my injury has made me rather starved for news. Pray tell, did the Queen attend the opening of the Royal Gallery this year? Though, of course, Claire already knew the Queen hadn't. According to the Times, the royal family was away at Osborne House, retreating from the civil unrest that was permeating the city. But confessing her knowledge of such events would prove she read more than gossip sheets, and so she guarded her tongue. Alban settled himself back against the sofa, his eyes drifting again across her face in a way that made Claire's stomach tighten. She'd never been comfortable with close scrutiny, and she was coming to realize Alban had a way of indulging in it that made her fidget. What did he see in her face in this moment? A pretty, empty-headed girl? Possibly he was fixated on her crooked tooth, or the flush she could feel stealing over her cheeks. "No," he finally answered, shaking his head gently. "The Queen did not put in an appearance this year. Nearly everyone else was there, though. It was a shame. We were forced to miss it. I had hoped to see you there." "Oh?" Claire breathed stupidly. It was hard to think of anything more gracious to say when Lucy was watching them, her gaze bouncing between them like a tossed ball. "Lady Sophie attended the opening, and she implied you had recently suffered a grievous injury that removed you from the season. I came to offer you my wishes for a speedy recovery." Alban leaned in. "But clearly she must have been mistaken about the nature of this mythical injury, because I must say you appear close to perfect, Miss Westmore." A giggle escaped Lucy, but Claire refused to look in her sister's direction. "Oh." She buried her clammy palms in the safety of her primrose skirts and peeked up at Alban through half-lowered lashes. His light brown hair had been freshly combed, and his hair pomade reflected the room's gentle sunlight, just the way she'd once imagined it, looking across the breakfast table. She willed her stomach to flip over in interest instead of dread. Perhaps it didn't matter what Sophie was plotting. Alban was here, in her drawing room, saying she was close to perfect. And if only Lucy would play along for the next quarter hour, and she could convince her heart to agree with her head, this man could be her future. By now, Daniel knew his way to the Cardwells' drawing room, and the butler, Wilson, waved him along. He paused in the doorway, greedily gulping down the sight of her. Normally, this first, unguarded view of Claire was enough to knock the wind from him, a response he still didn't quite understand and couldn't decide whether or not he enjoyed. No other woman had ever affected him so viscerally. When he wasn't dissecting the emotions she engendered and attempting to dismiss it as nothing more than a biologic reflex to a beautiful, maddening female, he was miserably counting the moments until he could see her again. She was sitting on the sofa, her ankle properly wrapped and elevated. But instead of waiting for him, as he had wretchedly hoped, she was seated next to a well-dressed gentleman. Her long, pretty neck was tilted up to the man's admiring gaze, and the sight made Daniel's hands clench around the handle of his bag. He cleared his throat, angry at himself for reacting this way, and refusing to come closer without acknowledgement. "Excuse me, the butler directed me to come straight in." Across the room, Claire did not look his way. In fact, he would have sworn she was refusing to acknowledge him. Lucy, however, leaped from her chair. "Dr. Muriel!" She bounded toward him, but just as she reached him, her foot caught on her skirts, and she tripped into a nearby table. "Steady on." Daniel reached out a hand to right a vase she'd knocked over in her collision. "I think one patient per family is enough on any given day, don't you?"
Lucy's lips stuck out in a gesture that approximated a pout, but it was clear she had too little experience with the notion for proper execution. "We expected you earlier, you know," she said to Daniel. "I had hoped you might take me on the outing you promised me today, but the day is too far gone. Geoffrey waited as long as he could, but he's been sent to his books, I'm afraid." Daniel took a step away from the door. He did not want to disappoint this family, but in a doctor's world, in his world, priorities required constant reordering. He'd been roused from his bed, well, from his desk, really, by a frantic knock at his door before dawn. He'd opened it, half expecting to find his landlady standing there in the altogether. Instead, he found a messenger bearing the news that Lady Osterley had suffered another fainting spell. He'd rushed to the Dowager Countess's bedside, anticipating that once again she would be awake and scoffing at the significance of her attack, though it had scared her servants enough to go dashing off to Smithfield in the dregs of the night. But this time she'd still been unconscious when he arrived. Daniel had stayed with her until she returned to lucidness, which took far too long for comfort. "My apologies," he said to Lucy. "I was detained with another patient." He eyed the couple on the couch. "I'm already late for my afternoon rounds at St. Bart's, and I've no wish to interrupt. Should I come back another time?" Lucy shook her head. "You should wait. I imagine Mr. Alban won't stay longer than a few more minutes." She lowered her voice even further to a conspiratorial whisper. "See how he's watching the clock when he's not staring at Claire? I would guess he's another appointment to keep after this one." Daniel stared in Claire's direction. So this was Mr. Alban, the gentleman she hoped to marry. His chest tightened at the thought, and he eyed the man more carefully. Alban was a loose-limbed fellow, well-made and handsome enough. But Daniel could scarcely spare the man a proper perusal when his eyes insisted on pulling toward Claire. Christ, but she looked lovely today, like a literal blow to his bruised heart. Her red gown was cut to perfection, and her eyes sparkled with interest, though, unfortunately, not at him. They were fixed tight on the gentleman sitting next to her, and Daniel felt a kick of envy at the sight. "Should you tell her I'm here?" he asked. "Oh, she knows. See how her head is cocked a little to the left?" Lucy whispered. "That means she's angry with you. You made her wait, and now, in her mind, turnabout's only fair." Daniel looked again. Claire gave every appearance of being riveted by her caller's conversation, but Lucy was right. Those chestnut curls were tilted in his direction, even if she wasn't looking at him. So, the patient wished him to wait, did she? Odd how that only made him want to wrestle a bit of control from her hands. "Might I beg a favour?" Daniel pulled a paper box from his pocket and handed it to Lucy. "I'd like you to give this to your sister later, after I leave." Lucy glanced down at the package he pressed into her hands. "What is it?" Daniel hid a grin. He was late, to be sure, and short on this month's rent, but not so late or destitute that he hadn't taken the time to stop by the confectioner's shop again. Just a prescription she is proving reticent to accept. Lucy tucked the box unquestioningly into her pocket. "Now, about our outing. Next week, I promise. But—" Daniel placed a finger on his lips and trained his ears in his patient's direction. Sometimes, just listening to someone speak could tell him as much about their state of health as their words, and something in Claire's demeanour sounded off. It was hard to put his finger on exactly what it was. Mr. Alban seemed only marginally interested in the conversation, engaging in the same sort of polite chatter Daniel often resorted to with new patients. And while Claire was listening intently to her guest and murmuring occasional encouragements that made Daniel's collar feel far too tight,
She wasn't contributing to the conversation. "Have you been passing the time reading?" he heard Mr. Alban ask. The man gestured to the rumpled newspaper, which lay scattered across a nearby table. "Oh, not very much." Claire offered Alban that vague half-smile she sometimes affected. Daniel didn't know whether to be glad or offended she so carelessly granted him the full imperfection of her crooked tooth when she was now so clearly trying to hide it from Mr. Alban. "The Times can be intellectually taxing, don't you agree?" Lucy whispered in Daniel's ear again. "What rubbish! She's been ripping through the paper every day, and she finished that book you left by Thursday. You really ought to bring her a few more novels, if you ask me. When her reading material for the day is gone, she terrorizes the household with her boredom." "Now, is it your foot or your ankle that's been injured?" Mr. Alban asked politely. "Oh, I couldn't say." Claire giggled, and her hands flapped like small epileptic birds. "I declare, the bones get all jumbled up in my head." Daniel couldn't help it. He laughed. Out loud. The choked amusement escaped his throat before he could stop it, earning him a jab in the ribs from Lucy and a perceptible stiffening of Claire's slim shoulders. But this was a woman who had quickly grasped the concept of anatomical symmetry when he'd shown her the bones in her foot. Did she really think she was fooling anyone with her claims of ignorance? "Well, whichever it is," Mr. Alban said, "I hope you will be recovered enough to attend Lady Austerley's musicale this Saturday." Daniel froze, his earlier amusement dying in his lungs. Surely he'd just heard wrong. He'd left Lady Austerley pale and wan in her bed not a half-hour ago, a bevy of servants hovering around her. Once she recovered her capacity to speak, the Dowager Countess had not said anything to him about hosting a musicale. In fact, she had promised him she would take the time to rest and recover in the aftermath of her last event. Exhaustion was one of the Dowager Countess's triggers, and if she was planning another gathering this season, it could very well send her health spiralling in the wrong direction. "Yes, I think I will try to attend," came Claire's answer. "I think a musicale would be just the thing to ease me back into the season, no matter my doctor's opinion on the matter." Daniel gritted his teeth. For the love of all that was holy, did none of his patients listen to his advice? The clock chose that moment to strike the half-hour. True to Lucy's prediction, Alban rose. "I have no wish to fatigue you any further, Miss Westmore. It has been a pleasure visiting with you, and I do hope I will see you at Lady Austerley's musicale." Alban bent over Claire's proffered hand. Though there was little in the motion that suggested anything beyond gentlemanly manners, the gesture unleashed an unexpected groundswell of jealousy that threatened to take Daniel by the throat. He stepped aside as Alban made his exit, then turned to glare at the man's retreating form. What did Claire see in him, aside from the obvious? Physically, they were a well-matched couple, though Alban seemed far too easily distracted for a man with amorous intentions. Besides, in Daniel's opinion, physical appearances were a poor basis for a marriage. Shared interests and a healthy respect for each other had proven the keys to his own parents' short but loving marriage. What else held her attention in this man? There was no shortage of money in Alban's coffers, if the man's gleaming boots and embroidered waistcoat were any indication. But money couldn't make up for a lack of intellectual capacity. And if leaving Claire on the stroke of the half-hour was the foremost on the gentleman's mind, Alban was the village idiot. Chapter 12. When Alban had left, Claire stood up, ignoring her ankle's mild twinge of protest. She'd been achingly aware of Daniel from the moment he stepped into the room, and it had been torturous to know he was standing there, listening to and judging every word she'd said.
She'd been forced to sit smiling, trapped in a conversation with a man who should have held her full attention, but couldn't quite measure up. Now she was feeling reckless, and the set-down she was itching to deliver required a bit of privacy. "Lucy, please go and fetch Geoffrey." Lucy's eyes widened. "But he is in the West Wing, studying. That will take a good 10 minutes, she protested. "You cannot be left that long without a chaperone." Her sister's objection might have been encouraging under different circumstances, but given that Lucy had stomped off in a snit and left her alone with the doctor for a good deal longer than 10 minutes last week, the reaction seemed misplaced at best. "Geoffrey wished to speak with Dr. Merrill this afternoon, did he not?" Claire was surprised to hear her voice tremble and readjusted her grip on her emotions. Lucy nodded. "Yes, but he's about to miss his opportunity." "Can't we have Wilson do it?" "Please don't argue, Lucy, not now," Claire said between clenched teeth. "I would like a moment alone with Dr. Merrill." Lucy's eyes narrowed, but she slouched toward the door, her skirts twitching an added protest about her ankles. Claire made a mental note to remind her sister that young women of breeding did not walk like hobbled monkeys. Lucy would need to shorten and refine her steps before her debut next season, but that could come later. For now, she had a doctor to berate. She fixed her gaze on Daniel. "Shut the door, please, Dr. Merrill." "I thought we had agreed on given names," he said, though he dutifully reached out a hand. The door closed with a soft click. "That implies the sort of friendship that would warrant a note of explanation when one is going to be delayed. You will forgive me for presuming we had regressed to a more formal state." Outwardly, she was proud of how calm she sounded now, but on the inside she was still seething. She tried very hard to play the proper hostess during Mr. Auburn's visit, but it had been impossible to focus on her future duke while it was clear Daniel was judging everything she said and laughing behind her back. She couldn't scold him for that, because there was no strain of logic she could find where his opinion of her should matter. So instead she gave vent to the more obvious complaint. "Why are you late?" she demanded. Rather than answering her question, Daniel set his bag down on a side table. "Why are you pretending to be a dimwit?" Claire gasped. "I beg your pardon." He took a deliberate step toward her. "To clarify," he drawled, "I don't think you're a dimwit. I think you're rather an enigma." His dark eyes pinned her in place, even as his body continued its forward trajectory with what now seemed an almost predatory intent. "But I suspect your suitor might be convinced of it, and I can't help but think that is by your own design." "Why?" "Is it considered fashionable to belittle your own intellect?" He showed no signs of stopping at a respectable distance, and her treacherous pulse thumped in eager anticipation. "You'll forgive me if I fail to recognize the appeal." She pulled in a resentful breath as he stopped square in front of her. Her bid for air had the misfortune of filling her nose with a distinctive fragrance of soap and starch and an odd, sweet-smelling chemical fragrance. It annoyed her that she should recognize the scent as belonging uniquely to him. "You haven't the slightest idea of which you speak." "Don't I?" he replied softly. Claire eyed him warily. He looked tired today, though it did little to detract from his physical perfection. He sported an unshaven jaw and a wrinkled coat, but even dishevelled, he struck her as being far more attractive than Auburn. The disloyalty of that thought made her feel off balance. It was one thing to compare the two men and have the scale tip toward even. It was quite another to imagine this man might hold a greater appeal. "No, you don't. And we are not speaking of me, she added. We are speaking of you, and how you might have sent a note.
I had no opportunity, Claire. His expression hardened. Lady Osterley had a medical emergency this morning, and I was called to her house before dawn. His explanation doused the heat of her anger. What was wrong with her? She was acting like a ninny, snapping at him over a few hours' delay when she'd not stopped to consider that someone else might have had a greater need. She wasn't even sure why she was so upset. She knew only that she wanted to strike out and make him feel as small as he'd made her feel when he'd laughed at her. She bit her lip. "I am sorry, Daniel. Is she all right?" "The Countess was resting when I left, although Mr. Auburn's claim that she is hosting a musicale has me worried. Her health is fragile, and you aren't the only patient who refuses to listen to solid medical advice." Though she was still irritated with the man, Claire's lips wanted to twitch at that. Despite plainly considering the older woman a bit of a trial, the respect Daniel held for Lady Osterley was clear. "Well then, perhaps you should attend the musicale as well," she suggested, "to ensure her health." But even as she said it, she wondered whether the suggestion sprang more from a desire to help or an illogical need to see Daniel outside the confines of her drawing-room. He leaned in until no more than a few inches separated them. "I do not wish to talk about Lady Osterley in this moment. I wish to talk about you. Why are you pretending to be a flighty young miss for Lord Perfect when we both know you aren't anything of the sort?" Claire glared at him. "His name is Mr. Alban, and he is not a lord yet. Ah, you'll have to forgive me." He treated her to a slow, spreading smile. "I declare these titles get all jumbled up in my head. It is so academically taxing to remember them all." His teasing bumped her right back up to the keen edge of anger. Had she really started to forget why she ought to be mad at him? How kind of him to open his mouth and remind her. "Perhaps you can be excused for your ignorance, given that you do not move in these circles," she snapped. "But Mr. Alban is a gentleman, soon to be a titled gentleman, the presumptive heir to a dukedom. I did nothing more than listen to and support his interests, as any well-bred lady might. Come now, Claire, I know you a bit better than this by now." His voice became a sharply seductive tool, boring a hole through her confidence. "Better than Mr. Alban does, at any rate. You are a far more interesting person than your performance supports." Her heart leaped at the faint praise, but she refused to give in to the pleasure his words wanted to kindle. "You don't know me at all," she ground out. How could he, when she didn't even know herself in this moment? "I know you can name every bone in your foot." A smirk still hovered on his lips. "I'll wager you never forget a fact once it's lodged in your head." He was wrong. She was hard-pressed to recall her middle name at the moment. But while his derision of Alban, or was it of her, had hobbled her ability to think, her tongue was miraculously free of such a curse. "You are mistaken, sir." But a series of traitorous words swirled in her thoughts, words and bones that had no business being in a fashionable young lady's head. Cuneiform, cuboid, calcaneus. She rattled the syllables back into submission with a brief shake of her head. "I forgot that ridiculous lesson as soon as you imparted it." His smile began to fade. "As your doctor, I can promise you discretion in my dealings, but I refuse to promise you falsehoods. I would hope you would offer me the same." His dark eyes flickered. "Mr. Alban is a poor intellectual match for you." "How dare you!" She poked her finger into his chest, but the gesture did little more than prove that a coiled, muscled body lurked beneath the cheap wool coat. "Mr. Alban is a handsome and brilliant and wealthy."
Important! When he speaks, men listen. Daniel scowled. Is it because they respect the man, or merely his future title? There is very little difference in the world in which I live. Well, in the world in which I live, respect is earned by a man's contributions. I choose to respect men whose work has the potential to change the lives of thousands of people for the better. That is the sort of man I would be. She tossed her head in disbelief, though an unforeseen part of her stirred in admiration. What would it be like to so passionately express an opinion about something other than a stern dislike of the colour pink? But she was seized by the moment now, and there was no slowing her tongue. You flit from townhouse to townhouse, carrying a leather bag, Daniel, she pointed out. How is that changing the lives of thousands? He stilled, and to Claire's mind it was a dangerous sort of stillness, an unsheathing of claws before the spring of a predator. There is more to me than you know, and I promise you, there are more rewarding and scintillating aspects to my life than wrapping the ankles of spoiled, fashionable young ladies. She gasped at the insult, even as she threw herself into the pleasure of a well-voiced argument, the sort she was prohibited from indulging in on a ballroom floor. Heaven knew she hadn't felt this wild thrumming in her veins during Mr. Auburn's placid visit, and it was unnerving to realize how satisfying her reckless pulse felt. Well, scintillating or no, you have no right to belittle my interest in anyone, much less someone who could secure my future the way Mr. Auburn can. She pressed her point home through the tip of a nail, tapping it against his distracting chest. You are my doctor, Dr. Merrill, not my judge and jury. How I choose to comport myself with a suitor is none of your business. His hand snaked up to capture her finger in its punishing grip. Isn't it? He hovered above her, something undefinable radiating off him like heat from the sun. And then his lips descended on hers. Surprise was a funny human emotion. It could trigger a range of reflexes, from desperate flight to violent resistance, depending on the patient in question. In Claire, it appeared to pin her frozen, helpless as a fledgling bird upon its first, unplanned exit from a nest. The unforeseen kiss had surprised him as well. He could own this as a mistake he should not have made. The oath he'd taken, the oath he lived by, forbade this degree of interaction with his patients in no uncertain terms. But once his tenuous control had snapped, there was no going back. It was clear she'd never been kissed before. She had no idea what to do with lips or tongues. No doubt her mouth had opened to lodge a protest, not to invite him in, but his own roiling emotions drove him on. He took disgraceful advantage of her vulnerability, diving into her open mouth in a manner that should have appalled them both. He gave her no room for air, no room for thought. Dimly, he realized his kiss was too fierce, too possessive, to be inflicted on someone so inexperienced. He held her fast in his grip, her fingers twisting a mute protest beneath the strength in his hands. He'd not even examined her ankle before succumbing to madness. Then again, it hadn't been planned, and he was damned if he knew how to script it better. She was a jarring contrast in tastes and textures, tart mouth and sweet breath, soft curves and rigid spine. He forced himself to loosen his grip on her hand, but once it was free, his palm displayed a mind of its own and wandered down the whalebone-sculpted length of her torso, following its own compass until it reached the curve of her hip. If he still held any claim to the title of gentleman, he'd end this, step back, apologize, and hand her back her dignity with a fumbled apology. He reluctantly lifted his hands from her body to cup her face, a far safer prospect than where they wanted to go.
But, as if a string had snapped in mid-pluck, she began to struggle against him. She untangled herself with a hard shove, and then she stood heaving, her eyes flashing. He spread his hands. Claire. The slap caught him out of nowhere. It was a powerful blow, impossible to have come from such a small, frail creature. "Don't apologize," she hissed, eyes flashing. She took a step away. "There is nothing you can say to make this right." Daniel blinked against the sting on his cheek. Apologize? He hadn't been about to do anything of the sort. Because while he could regret the snapping anger in her eyes, he could not bring himself to regret the lingering taste of her on his lips. An apology would be one of the very falsehoods he told her he wouldn't give her. Instead, he gave her the truth. "I would wager Auburn doesn't kiss you like that." She cringed. He knew it wasn't fair. He didn't specifically dislike Auburn. He didn't know him well enough to inform an opinion. Outwardly, there was nothing at all objectionable about him, except that Daniel saw no spark of chemistry at all between Claire and her wealthy beau. He'd observed mild, superficial banter, a passionless exchange, and he foresaw a predictable, unhappy marriage. "My association with Mr. Auburn is none of your business." She pressed 2 fingers against her kiss-swollen lips, and then turned and sat down heavily on the sofa, refusing to look at him. There was no hope of a ladylike blush in the aftermath of such a kiss. Her face was close to crimson, nearly the colour of her dress. "I think you'd better take your leave now, Dr. Merrill." He regarded her a long, silent moment. "He doesn't make you happy, Claire. That, more than anything else, should tell you why he's a poor match for you." She lifted her chin, though her red cheeks still screamed an inner embarrassment. "He is a duke's heir. I could certainly find myself less happy." Daniel's gaze landed on the delicate hollow at the base of her throat, where he imagined a pulse beat steadily, possibly frantically, if his own was used as a reasonable comparison. He felt off balance, as though his vertebrae had come unhinged. It wasn't only the thought that Claire might warm the bed and home of another man, that she would belong to someone else, body and soul. It was that she wouldn't belong to him. He had no right to think of her this way. She was supposed to be nothing more than a patient, a source of potential income, though he'd struggled from the first to separate his emotions from his professional actions where this woman was concerned. He should have turned her over to the inept care of Dr. Bashings from the start, and saved them both the trouble of this conversation, which he could see now had been practically preordained. He'd thought, in the early days of their acquaintance, his inexplicable attraction to her was mere biology, but it wasn't only his reproductive urges telling him to gather her in his arms again and do whatever it took to convince her of his regard. His bloody heart wanted this woman, and that was an organ he couldn't dismiss so easily. "Claire, you must know that titles and fortunes do not define happiness," he said gruffly, knowing it was the truth. But she only lifted her chin higher. "Neither do unwelcome kisses." Daniel picked up his bag. "Don't you realize what you'd be giving up by marrying Mr. Auburn?" he asked quietly, a last parting shot. "What about love? Affection?" "What do you know of love?" she scoffed, though he imagined he heard a tremor in her words. "You steal kisses from practical strangers. That isn't affection, it's theft. Love is something that grows between 2 people with time." Daniel shook his head, thinking back on his own parents' example. He knew something of love, what it could give, what it could cost. I am afraid your potential for happiness will be sorely tried with those expectations. Think of your parents, Claire. If your mother was happy in her own marriage, would she arrange liaisons with strangers in darkened libraries? She choked on a protest, and he knew then he'd crossed an irrevocable line, possibly one more far-reaching than the kiss. Go. Her hazel eyes were now wide with fury, and something that might have been fear. I neither require your guidance, nor welcome your opinion on any matter related to my future or my family. She gestured fiercely to the door. Good day, Dr. Merrill. We won't be needing your services again. May 16th, 1848. Dear Diary, I cannot believe I ever thought Dr. Merrill, a gentleman. Geoffrey and Lucy were sorely put out to have missed him, although I confess I could not find the courage to tell them why he left so quickly, or that he would not be returning. But what else was I to have done? I have entrusted my brother's moral character to the care of a scoundrel, and heaven only knows how much damage has been done. The gall of the man is endless, lecturing me on what makes a proper marriage, and then kissing me in so barbaric a fashion. It was an unconscionable breach of trust, and worse, it is a scene I cannot stop replaying in my mind. Try as I might, I cannot imagine suffering such a disturbing kiss from Mr. Alban, which, of course, only proves why he is the right choice. Chapter 13. You've scarcely touched your plate tonight, Claire. Is anything amiss? Claire stared down at her rosemary lamb, perfectly rare and delicately seasoned. Her stomach growled at the sight, but she refused to reach for her fork. I am just a bit tired, Mother. It was not a complete untruth. She was tired, though she'd done nothing more strenuous than fume in the 2 days since Daniel's departure. The tenderness of her lips had disappeared, but her mind kept reeling in new and dangerous directions. She'd never imagined her first kiss would be so memorable, or so disturbing. Despite her full plate, there was also the gnawing ache of her growing hunger to contend with, although her corset was helpfully attempting to counter the discomfort by burrowing into her ribs. It was a reminder that the nearly 2 weeks of inactivity, as well as the lamentable marzipan prescription, had endangered her wardrobe's carefully measured fit. She needed to dazzle Mr. Alban at Saturday's musicale, and necessity was keeping her fork a safe distance from her mouth. She feared it was already too late, though, and had already suffered through one humiliating visit from the modiste's assistant. Well, do stop frowning, dear. Her mother lifted her glass of Madeira and took a long draught. 'Tis bad for your complexion. Claire shifted in her chair, as much against the persistent pinch of her corset as her mother's admonishment. She hadn't realized she was frowning, but given that yesterday's unwelcome kiss was occupying an insistent place in her mind, she supposed it was inevitable. Her gaze snagged on her mother's glass. A thought scraped against the distraction of the kiss. When had Mother started having her glass of Madeira during dinner, instead of after, as was her usual habit? And was the evening meal usually this uncomfortable? Or was it only that she was more aware of it tonight? Unlike their family breakfasts with Father, which were easy, informal affairs, Mother always insisted they dress for dinner. The nightly ritual was imbued with an almost painful amount of formality, requiring Claire and her siblings to sit through at least 5 courses.
She had long wondered whom her mother insisted they dress for. Was it an attempt to persuade their father to return home? If so, it seemed her methods were poorly placed, because increasingly father took his meals at his club, claiming such ceremony worsened his dyspepsia. "You look a bit flushed." Her mother inclined her head as she took another sip. "Are you feverish? Is your ankle festering? Perhaps we should ask Dr. Merrill to have a more thorough look at you." "No." Claire jumped guiltily, knocking her fork from the plate to the floor. She waved away the footman, who attempted to bring her another. Her waistline was far safer with her fork on the carpet. "I told Dr. Merrill on Tuesday that we will no longer require his services." Her pronouncement sent a ripple of silence down the long table. Cutlery ceased to clink against the gilt-edged china. The rustling of uncomfortable fabric stilled. It was the sort of silence that demanded an explanation. But Claire couldn't give full voice to the myriad reasons why never seeing the man again was an excellent idea for all of them. Explaining the kiss to her family would be disastrous. Not because anyone could possibly condone such behaviour in a physician, but because she'd risk revealing her own conflicted feelings on the matter. "Shouldn't that have been my decision?" Her mother frowned, setting her glass down on the table. Claire's fingers curled over her napkin. "My ankle is now quite healed," she insisted. "I am wearing my own shoes again and walking without a limp. In fact, I'd thought to attend Lady Austerley's musicale on Saturday. There is no reason to remain under a doctor's continued care if I am well enough to go out." "You've sent him away for good, then?" Lucy accused, her voice ominously low. "You told us Dr. Merrill had only gone on to his next appointment." Geoffrey gave more volume to his displeasure. "You've ruined everything!" Claire looked between her siblings. "I don't see how I can be accused of ruining anything," she protested. "Dr. Merrill was not hired as a playmate for either of you." Though she could grudgingly admit he had made good headway in the matter of influencing some important changes in her siblings. Geoffrey was devoting every afternoon to vigorous study, and Lucy had even ordered a bath before dinner tonight. "I understand you like Dr. Merrill a good deal," she said haltingly, "but—" "We all like him a good deal." Geoffrey's voice took on an adolescent whine. "He's fun to talk to, and he's doing the most admirable work at St. Bart's. He's got me thinking that we should all be doing more to help others who are less fortunate. He's encouraged me to study my Latin in the event I decide to attend university." "Please lower your voices," their mother broke in. "You cannot attend university, Geoffrey." She hiccuped and raised a hand to her lips. "You will be a viscount, dear. Your future is already decided." "I don't recall being asked my opinion on the matter of whether I wish to be a viscount," Geoffrey retorted. His face turned red, though it had been over a week now since he'd reverted to such a juvenile display of temper. "Astra inclinante, sed non obligent." The stars incline us, they do not bind us. Claire's fingers clenched on the edge of her seat. Normally, she would have been pleased to hear proof of her brother's improving studies, but the phrasing smacked of an outside influence, and she felt a twinge of irritation. Such axioms, while encouraging from an academic standpoint, were crossing over into seditious territory for an eldest son. "I don't know what that means," Mother said, lifting her glass once again to her lips. "But if your father deigned to grace us with his presence once in a while, he might remind you of the fact that inheriting the title is scarcely something you can choose to ignore." She drained her glass, then motioned for the footman to refill it. "Geoffrey." Claire soothed, her words pulled in 10 directions, not the least of which was her mother's interest in Madeira. "No one is saying you shouldn't study Latin." "You've just proven my point!" He leaped to his feet. It isn't about bloody Latin. Dr. Merrill listens to me. He understands what I am saying when no one else in this house does." Their mother frowned. "I blame your father for this outburst. He should be here, disciplining you, and instead he's always with her." "Her?" Claire sucked in a startled breath. "Don't you mean his club, Mother?" But her mother was now staring down at her lamb, as if it might somehow come to life and walk off her plate. Claire had no idea what to believe. She could not believe her father was the sort of man to take a mistress. But something was wrong. She'd never seen her mother so detached and self-absorbed. Although, perhaps she had. A certain dull edge in her mother's voice reminded Claire all too well of the way she had acted the night of Lady Austerley's ball. Lucy threw her napkin down over her lamb. "This is a bloody mess." "Did you say something, dear?" Mother barked. "The lamb." Lucy smiled tightly. "It's a bloody mess. I can't eat it." "Oh." Another sip. "Perhaps you can ask the cook to send out some chicken, then." Lucy rolled her eyes. "Geoffrey has legitimate reasons to resent Dr. Merrill's undiscussed departure, as do I, quite frankly. Dr. Merrill promised to take me on an outing of my choice, and I do not think it is fair of you to dismiss him before he keeps that promise." "He did what?" Claire asked, incredulous. But Lucy was already turning to face their mother. "And as for chicken, I don't eat meat, Mother. I haven't for at least a month. If you'd rise before noon and take breakfast once in a while with us, you'd have been part of those conversations and realise it." She paused, filling up her lungs. "And perhaps, if you didn't make us dress like dancing bears every night, Father would stay home long enough to take an occasional dinner with us." Their mother swayed in her chair. Then she set down her half-emptied glass of Madeira and leaned forward across her plate, dragging her silk bodice through the remnants of her lamb. "I think you should both leave the table immediately. Without dessert," she added, as if her children were still 5 years old, with a sweet tooth that could be swayed by such threats. Geoffrey's hand slammed down on the table, upending his plate and the remnants of his lamb in a soggy red mess on the white tablecloth. "Stuff the dessert!" "Geoffrey, please sit down," Claire hissed beneath her breath. "And don't shout at Mother. She's not well." But Geoffrey was too far gone to see that their normally immaculate mother was covered in lamb. "You should be threatening Claire, not us," he declared hotly. "She's the one who sent Dr. Merrill away, for no other reason than the fact that she's so stubborn. She's lying, you know. She still limps when she thinks no one is watching. I'd like to see her waltz on that ankle. I bet she can't make it more than halfway around a dance floor." And then he stormed from the dining room, his too large body radiating a boy's disappointment. Claire suffered a pang of guilt as she watched his angry retreat. She wanted to call him back, to better explain her motives, but that would require a confession she didn't know how to give. "Well, that didn't go very well," she muttered to her lamb. "Did you imagine it would?" Lucy stood up with an angry scrape of her chair, then pulled a white box from the pocket of her skirts and shoved it into Claire's hands. "I'd forgotten about this on Tuesday, and had thought to give it to you after dinner tonight, but as I'm to be sent to my room, it seems pointless to wait." Claire's fingers closed over the paper box. She knew what it was, and who it was from without opening it. And this time it was her heart, rather than her stomach, that clenched in anticipation. Lucy swept from the room, her chin held high. Such an exit would have been stunning, if executed in a London ballroom. In truth, the scathing set-down Lucy had just delivered would have served her well in the fashionable gauntlet of the ton. When had her sister become so polished?
Just as Claire thought she might actually pull it off, Lucy tripped over her heavy skirts and fell against the door frame. She regained her balance with a haughty sniff that would surely improve with practice. "And if I might be permitted to offer my opinion, it's a shame to see Geoffrey return to such boorish behaviour simply because you think your ankle is healed. It seemed as though he was finally making progress, thanks to Dr. Merrill." Lucy's parting words echoed the regrets that were already flooding through Claire's mind. Was she right? Were the changes they had seen in Geoffrey this past week changes that now seemed in jeopardy, primarily due to Daniel's strong influence? Worse, though it had not been discussed, what might his sudden dismissal mean to Lucy's future? As her sister's blonde head disappeared around the corner, Claire realized for the first time all evening that Lucy's hair had been put up in a fashionable chignon. Oh God, oh God, oh God! She was being selfish, only thinking of herself and her dangerous reaction to the kiss that probably hadn't meant anything. In sending Daniel away, had she just removed the most important positive influence in Lucy's and Geoffrey's lives? Her thoughts raced furiously. She couldn't fix this, not entirely. The damage had been done. But perhaps she could ensure a slower separation, a gradual easing of contact with Dr. Merrill, instead of this awful, abrupt ending. And surely she was enough in control of her emotions to ensure that the dreadful kiss never happened again. But if eventual separation was the goal, why did her stomach clench so enthusiastically at the thought she might see him once again? As the servants flowed around her, removing plates, collecting cutlery, Claire opened the top of the paper box Lucy had shoved into her hands. She stared down at the beautiful, sugary pieces. Today's selection included candies the size of marbles, shaped like plump berries in vivid shades of purple, red, and blue. Tiny green leaves curled around the tops. Though her own pin money was enough to accommodate the occasional purchase of such treats, she never bought them, fearing their long-term effects. She knew that Daniel could scarcely afford such an expensive confection, probably not even once a year, and certainly not twice in the space of a month. It would be a shame to throw them away. Claire picked one up and placed it in her mouth. It dissolved on her tongue, the danger and sweetness lingering long after the candy itself was gone. Not unlike Daniel Merriall's blasted kiss. "I declare I don't know what to do with either of them." Her mother's slurred voice jerked Claire's gaze from her marzipan reverie back up the length of the almost empty table. Claire fumbled the lid back onto the box. "If it eases your mind, I don't think they are trying to vex you on purpose, Mother," she said, the sweetness of the candy still thick on her tongue. "Lucy seems to be turning a page for the better, at least with respect to her hair, and Geoffrey is still quite young. Dr. Merrill suggested he would mature out of this phase in a year or two." "I suppose." Her mother heaved a long, suffering sigh. "But if we are speaking of the doctor, now that we are alone, perhaps you might tell me the real reason you've dismissed Dr. Merrill. Geoffrey was correct." Her table-length gaze was bleary, but it was still direct enough to make Claire squirm. "You limped as you came into dinner. That hardly supports the miraculous recovery you've claimed." Claire slid down in her seat. "Not much of a limp." She fought against the urge to fidget. "Dr. Merrill does not understand the intricacies of the season, Mother, or have any notion of propriety and class boundaries.
You know as well as I that his recommendation for a month's convalescence would be disastrous for my chances for a good match this year. Is there a particular gentleman you are eager to see, then? A match you have in mind? Her mother pressed. She took a veritable gulp from her glass of Madeira, her third by Claire's count. Or was it the fourth? The world can be a harsh place, and I am eager to see your future secured. Perhaps Mr. Meeks has made a more favourable impression this year? No. Claire put some emphasis behind the word, determined to thwart another bout of her mother's meddling. She could not bring herself to mention Mr. Alban. Not yet. It was safer to unleash Mother only after a proposal from her future Duke was well in hand. But I won't have any hope of encouraging an eligible gentleman's interest if I remain confined to our drawing-room. My ankle is healed enough to walk up and down the stairs unaided. I believe I can manage a quiet musicale as a start. Her mother hesitated. Well, I had thought to refuse Lady Austerley's invitation, as I had presumed your ankle still on the mend, but if you wish to attend, I suppose I could send her our acceptance. She sighed, swirling a finger along the crystal rim of her glass. Perhaps we should ask if your father might want to attend as well. He has always enjoyed music, though he claims dancing is painful for his knees. But a musicale might sway him, don't you think? Claire slid the box of marzipan into her pocket. Was she hearing correctly? Not once this season had father accompanied them on a social outing. She'd imagined her father's absence was due to Mother's preference on the matter, but tonight's conversation suggested things might be more complicated than she'd imagined. He's always with her. As Claire stood up, her mother's earlier words turned over in her head. She no longer knew what to believe, but if father was engaged in some sort of disreputable conduct, it would sting every bit as much as Mother's indiscretion. She helped her mother to her feet, then turned herself over to the question that would not leave her mind, though she silently cursed Daniel Merrill for planting the seed of doubt in her head. Mother, are you unhappy? Her mother froze, one hand on the back of her chair. What an odd question to ask. Is it? Claire asked quietly. You didn't strike me as being particularly happy the night of Lady Austerley's ball. She looked pointedly at her mother's soiled bodice, or tonight, for that matter. Her mother glanced down, and Claire thought she could see her blanch beneath her rice-powder veil. She motioned a dismissal to the servants clearing the table, then grabbed a napkin from the table and began to dab at the stain on her bodice. Did you, mention the events of that night to your father? No. Claire shook her head. I would not betray your confidence, or purposefully damage father's trust. In truth, I initially agreed to Dr. Merriall's care that night, only as a means of procuring his silence. It is part of the oath they take that a doctor cannot indulge in gossip regarding his clients. She studied her mother's blue eyes, expecting to see fear, or possibly confusion, given the unholy amount of wine she had consumed tonight. Instead, she saw mainly pain. I don't remember all the events of that evening, her mother admitted, her words slightly slurred. Or the gentleman in question. Claire blinked. How could her mother not remember? Claire only wished her own memory wasn't quite so sharp. She didn't know precisely what had occurred between her mother and that gentleman in Lady Austerley's library, but she was quite sure it involved something more damning than staring into each other's eyes. That ought to require an exchange of names.
preferably given names. "You've not said... Why would you do such a thing?" Claire choked out. "To father?" "To me." Her mother smiled, but it was a smile so brittle Claire feared she might shatter. "There are things that you do not understand. There are things that even I do not understand, and this is hardly an appropriate conversation to have with one's daughter." She lifted a hand to her temple, wincing. "Now, I would like to go lie down a moment. I've a headache coming on." Claire wanted to ask more, but instead she offered her mother an arm. Clearly, a headache was not the primary cause of her mother's unbalance, and it soon became obvious reinforcements were required. She called for Wilson, and the kindly butler sprang to attention, assuring her he would assist Lady Cardwell to her suite. With the marzipan tucked safely in her pocket, Claire made her way to her own room through the silent house. Her mind screamed for answers, but with her mother off to bed, there were none to be found beyond those she might conjure in her head. Whatever the motive behind her mother's indiscretion, it had been a terrible risk to take, especially if she still cared even a bit for father. A daughter's instincts, and the course of the evening's conversation, told her such feelings still lingered in her parents' stilted marriage, at least on her mother's side. What did it all mean? Her parents had never been openly warm toward each other, but they had once at least been civil. During last year's season, Mother had been far more attentive, carefully counting the number of dances claimed by Mr. Meeks and forming her own misguided conclusions regarding Claire's interest in the man. This year, though Claire had danced 3 waltzes with Mr. Alban, her mother seemed largely oblivious. What had changed? Was the negligence and indiscretion her mother was showing this season an anomaly? Claire turned over that thought as she lit the candle at her desk. She sat down, putting pen to paper. She hoped, given the conflicting evidence at hand, her mother's actions of late did not define the course of her parents' entire marriage. And perhaps, if she were fortunate, the direction of her parents' marriage would not predict the course of her own future. Chapter 14. Daniel made his way through the darkened streets of Smithfield, with his mind fractured around a series of distinct problems, none of which he could solve tonight. After the debacle with Tuesday's kiss, which could be blamed on none other than his own idiocy, his week had gone anything but smoothly. His experiments were not progressing to satisfaction. While his regulator was certainly safer than administering liquid chloroform, he still killed 1 out of 5 frogs, a record of success that might earn him a visit to Newgate if attempted on humans. Worse, he'd arrived at St. Bartholomew's yesterday morning to find a letter of rejection for a paper he had written on the preliminary findings of his experiments. The editors had felt the piece was unfinished, the conclusions too poorly formed to merit publication in a journal as prestigious as the Lancet. Not an inaccurate sentiment, given that he had not progressed beyond experimentation on frogs at the moment. But the editors had also roundly questioned his experience as a physician and his commitment to the advancement of science. It was a scathing rejection, not only of his ideas, but of his very soul. Perhaps on a footing with the one he'd suffered at Claire's hands. Then, following his evening rounds at St. Bartholomew's, and still simmering from the sting of his week's personal and professional failures, he checked in on Lady Austerley. He'd done little more than take her heart rate and respirations, which were thankfully stable. But it was hard to deny that her attacks of syncope appeared to be organising themselves into something more sinister than the occasional swoon, and this evening her skin had displayed a yellowish cast, as if her liver was now in agreement with her heart and was close to giving up the ghost. Not even the most experienced physician could make a body live forever. But that didn't mean it was easy to accept the inevitable march of time. His mind occupied with these disturbing thoughts and the necessity of digging his key from his pocket, Daniel almost missed the prone body slumped in the alley next to the boarding house. Some sixth sense slowed his feet for a closer look. He tensed in case the setup was a ruse to relieve him of his none-too-full pockets. In the faint glow of the overhead gas lamp, he recognized the woman as a local prostitute who plied her trade from darkened shadows. Meg, her name was.
"Handsome Meg,"
she'd proclaimed last week, sitting up on the examining bed at St. Bart's, though her sallow skin had suggested the name was more a hopeful wish than fact. He treated her for syphilis and counselled her against her profession in the name of the public's health. But judging by the smell of gin and vomit that clung to her, it seemed like the venereal infection was the least of her immediate worries. Though he risked exposure to footpads to linger after dark in this part of Smithfield, he knelt and took the woman's pulse, which pumped steadily beneath his fingers. Right then. Not dead. Just dead drunk. A month ago, when there had still been risk for frost, she might have risked dying from exposure. It was warmer now, the season marching toward summer. But frost was not the only danger in Smithfield. He couldn't leave her here, exposed to all manner of ill intent. It was a miracle he'd discovered her before she'd been gutted, or worse. Though worse was a stretch, given what he suspected was the nature of her usual clientele. Daniel hefted the woman in his arms and staggered under the surprising weight of her. His rooms were only a few steps away, but before he could insert the key in the lock, a woman's voice struck from behind, like a bludgeon out of the darkness.
"Oh, Dr. Merrill! There you are! I waited up for you."
Daniel jumped beneath his skin, nearly dropping his burden. "Mrs. Calvert!" He waited for his breath to catch up with his pulse. What a surprise! A light fell on him from the lantern his landlady raised in her hand. "I've a letter for you, delivered with some urgency from the hospital." The hospital? Daniel turned around to face Mrs. Calvert. It was past midnight, and she should have been sound asleep. Instead, she was wearing a dressing gown that must have once been the centrepiece of her wedding trousseau, and her hair showed signs of being freshly and thoroughly brushed. The hopeful smile on Mrs. Calvert's lips vanished as she took in the woman lying limp in his arms. She held the lantern closer, sending ghostly shadows dancing across the drunk prostitute's features. "Who is this?" she demanded. Meg. At least, that was the name she provided at the hospital last week. Mrs. Calvert's white gown and the unbraided hair made him feel every bit as uneasy as her resulting scowl. He tried to look anywhere but at the near-transparent front of the dressing gown, and finally landed on a cross-stitched sampler hanging on Mrs. Calvert's wall, just over her shoulder in the depths of her foyer. "Place your trust in God." Judging by the suspicious glint in her eyes, God was clearly the only entity for whom Mrs. Calvert employed such a sentiment. "I found her in your alley," he tried to explain. "She appears to have encountered a bit of an accident with a bottle of gin.
But that sort of truth would only muddy matters for the passed-out prostitute, and so Daniel wisely withheld his opinion. "I recognise her." Mrs. Calvert sniffed her disapproval. "The tenant who last rented your flat invited her in one night. That was why I finally had to turn him out." Her voice lowered, the warning clear. "I had thought you a more discerning sort of gentleman, Dr. Merrill, but it seems I was mistaken." Daniel choked back a cough of surprise. If his landlady thought he might consider doing anything but counsel a syphilis-afflicted prostitute, it was clear she didn't know him very well at all. "Come now, Mrs. Calvert, I'd only intended to help her. I'm a physician, and she's clearly in need of assistance. She'll need someone responsible to watch over her until she wakes." "Then take her to the hospital." He shifted the dead-to-the-world woman in his arms and prayed that the lice, which no doubt hovered beneath Meg's tattered clothes, stayed on their side of the street. "Normally I would take her to the charity ward at St. Bart's, but it's already closed for the night. I would prefer not to have her in my rooms, as I know your rules are intended to ensure both the safety and propriety of your guests." Daniel smiled as winningly as he could, given the woman's heavy weight in his arms. "Could I leave her with you?" Mrs. Calvert hesitated, clearly torn between wanting to believe the best of him and the evidence unveiled by the light of her lantern. "Well, I can allow it's a decent thing to want to help a body in need, but if you ask me, you should return her to where she fell. She reeks of gin. I'll not have her in my house." She was unsure, though. Daniel could tell by the way her lower lip gaped, showing the recent acquired gap in her teeth. "Surely it is too dangerous to leave her passed out cold in the alley, so close to where your own husband was attacked," he coaxed. Her frown grew troubled. She crossed her arms on her chest, as if remembering the flimsiness of her wrapper. "What sort of an example would I be setting for my tenants if I took her in?" He seized on her own argument and her cross-stitched sampler and turned both against her. Surely, a Christian one. He gifted her with a slow slide of a smile, the one that never failed to make women melt, though he scarcely thought it a defensible response. What man couldn't smile, should the situation call for it? It scarcely declared a man a fit partner. For example, Auburn had smiled while he sat on Claire's couch. Too damned much. Surely a bit of charity could only be a positive example for us all, he cajoled, all too ready to dump handsome Meg on the stoop if it meant he could regain feeling in his arms. Perhaps you might even convince her of the error of her ways, and I would be more than happy to check in on her, and you, in the morning. For breakfast. Morning? Mrs. Calvert's hand crept up to smooth her hair. With me? Her smile returned. Well, I suppose I might permit her to sleep on the hearth, just for tonight, though. I wouldn't want to make a habit of it. You're a paragon of virtue, Mrs. Calvert, the rock of the neighbourhood. She blushed like a schoolgirl who'd been complimented on her catechism, then turned and beckoned for him to follow. Daniel staggered into the warm, bread-scented house, eager to relieve himself of the prostitute and seek the solace of his own room. He laid Meg down on the hearth and rolled her onto her side to ensure any vomit that might make an appearance during the night would not asphyxiate her. Then he thanked Mrs. Calvert again and turned to leave. Wait. Daniel turned back, his shoulders tense. Mrs. Calvert reached toward the front of her dressing gown. Daniel braced himself against the horror, then exhaled in relief when she did no more than pull out a letter from its filmy depths. I've not yet delivered your note, she exclaimed. She handed it to him, the paper still warm from being held against her skin. "From the hospital. I can only presume it's urgent if they delivered it here so late at night." Daniel accepted it, grimly wishing it had been lodged in a pocket instead, or better still, shoved in a drawer. Not that there was anything all that objectionable about Mrs. Calvert, or her dressing gown, for that matter. She was perfectly nice, perfectly available, albeit a decade too old, and a good deal less hygienic than he preferred. He'd availed himself of offers from occasional youngish widows in the past, when his biologic urges became too great, and he had the patience to deliver a bit of pleasure to someone else as well. But lately any needs, any urges, seemed focused far too squarely on an inappropriate and presumably virginal society miss, one with chestnut hair and snapping hazel eyes and the most delectable smile known to man. She'd been inexperienced in the kiss he had stolen. That alone should have been an effective means of dissuading the direction of his thoughts, a dash of cold water against the heat of lust. Instead, it had honed his interest until desire was as sharp as the blade of a scalpel. No matter how impossible the scenario, he'd fallen under Claire Westmore's spell long before the kiss. He'd been caught in her web from the moment she'd called him a fishmonger. "You didn't have to wait up to deliver it to me." He forced a smile in Mrs. Calvert's direction, distracted by his intruding thoughts. "I hate to think you've been put out on my account." "Oh, 'tis no trouble. As you can see, I was just readying myself for bed." She smiled, almost shyly, though she placed an unnatural emphasis on the word bed. "I'm glad I shouldn't have to turn you out after all, Dr. Merrill, and I look forward to seeing you in the morning." Daniel waited in the dim gaslight on her stoop to hear that she had turned the key in the lock. Only when he was sure both women were locked inside did he trudge wearily to his own room, several doors down. He inserted the key into the lock and shoved the door open, hard. Bloody hell! Mrs. Calvert was becoming a problem he didn't know how to manage. He'd chosen this boarding house with care, presuming his flat's separate entrance onto the street would ensure some measure of privacy. But he'd not counted on having a landlady who waited up for him every night with her ear to her door. He struck a match and lit his single lamp. The crickets chirped a welcome at the intrusion of light, but the frogs leaped for the safety of their water dishes, splashing their objections. A bloody cold welcome for a man, all things considered. Daniel sat down at his desk, scrubbed a hand across his face, and, with a good deal of suspicion, regarded the letter Mrs. Calvert had been so keen to deliver. While this note may have come via hospital messenger, it had not originated from within the walls of St. Bart's. For one, it was addressed to him at the hospital. It was not from Lady Austerley, that much he knew. Her staff knew by now to deliver a summons directly to his door, bypassing his prying landlady in the process. Besides, he had just come from Lady Austerley's house, and knew all was fine there. He turned the letter over in his hand. There was no stamp, suggesting it had been delivered to St. Bart's by courier rather than penny post. But far more telling, and far more hopeful, the paper was fine, the handwriting feminine, and the weight of it smacked of Mayfair. May 18th, 1848. Dear Dr. Merrill, circumstances being what they are, I am sure you will agree it is not a good idea to continue our association any longer than is necessary. Still, I may have been hasty in executing your abrupt dismissal. These regrets do not stem from any concern over my ankle, you understand, which is healing quite satisfactorily without further interference on your part. Nor do they spring from any measure of misplaced trust. I am now quite morbidly aware of your shortcomings, and will keep a suitable 10-foot distance between us at all times. But in the matter of my brother and sister's behaviour, you may have made more of a positive impact than I previously understood. A slower disassociation might benefit their continued progress. If you are free and would accept this request, you might stop by our home tomorrow morning. Geoffrey and Lucy would enjoy seeing you, and I suspect their future disappointment will be tempered by paying you a proper goodbye. Yours truly, Miss Claire Westmore. P.S. Lucy claims you owe her an outing of some sort. I am sure you can agree that it is most impossible, she being an unmarried young woman, and you being of dubious moral character. Yours again, Miss Westmore. Chapter 15. Daniel had never been a man plagued by unsteady nerves. In fact, he could count on 3 fingers the things that made uncertainty flutter in his stomach. Editors from prestigious medical journals, Mrs. Calvert's Midnight Inquiries, failure. Such stoicism lent him a strong hand during autopsies and gave him the ability to stand before an amphitheatre of bored medical students and command at least a negligible amount of respect. But as he stepped into the Cardwells' drawing room at 10 o'clock the next morning, he was surprised to realise he might need to add a 4th finger to that small list. His stomach churned in anticipation of seeing Claire again, and his collar was damp with the sort of perspiration that had nothing to do with the day's mild warmth and everything to do with the pressure in his chest. How to apologise for a kiss he couldn't regret, and how to say goodbye to a woman he didn't want to forget. Claire was standing by the window, her back to the door, staring out at the sunshine. He had expected to see Geoffrey and Lucy, their blonde heads bent over a chessboard, but the room was otherwise empty, save a mob-capped maid who was dusting the oriental vases and other useless curiosities on the mantel. As he stepped into the room, the servant looked up from her duties and promptly dropped her feather duster. Daniel tried to ignore the invitation the girl's flash of a smile offered, as well as the generous backside she displayed as she bent over to retrieve the item she'd dropped. Without a doubt, a pretty, fresh-cheeked maid was a suitable candidate for courtship for a man like him, someone who might never, if the editors at the Lancet had their say, progress to be anything more influential than a provincial doctor. And the maid certainly appeared interested if her dimpled smile was interpreted of a fashion. But Daniel's stubborn eyes insisted on pulling back to the rigid, chestnut-haired siren at the window. "Good morning, Claire." It was startling to discover his voice still worked. She turned her head. "Dr. Mariel, I see you've received my letter." She made no move toward him. 10 feet, her letter had said. It might as well have been 10 miles. "I am here to offer an apology." He hesitated, wishing it wasn't so hot in the room. But stripping down to his jacket and necktie would send a poor message, all things considered. The attraction that simmered between Claire and himself could go nowhere. But knowing it and facing it were 2 different things, and today could not end without some final agreement on that point. "And a goodbye, as you requested," he added, softly. She stared at him an inscrutable second, then turned in the maid's direction. "Maggie, would you please tell Geoffrey and Lucy about Dr. Mariel's arrival? They will want to see him." "Yes, miss." The servant tucked her duster under one arm and tossed one last inviting smile in Daniel's direction as she quit the room. The door to the hallway remained very properly open, but they were alone. Claire began to move through the room, never closer than 10 feet, and trailed a finger over the recently dusted items on the mantel. Her gait was quite steady, no sign of a limp now, but her chest rose and fell too rapidly for the pace she set. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who was nervous. The realization cheered him more than it ought. "I expected Geoffrey and Lucy would be here to greet me," he said, "given your letter implied that it was the express purpose of my visit." A furrow appeared between her brows. "I didn't tell them about the invitation, because I didn't want to buoy their hopes. In truth, I wasn't sure you would come." "And ignore such a delightful summons?" She rounded to face him. "You must admit, I have reason to be less than delightful where you are concerned." "Claire." He said her name gently, ignoring, for the moment, how she stiffened at his use of it. She'd set the stage by calling him Dr. Merrill instead of Daniel this morning, but she'd once afforded him permission to use her given name, and despite all else that had passed between them, she'd not retracted her offer. He spread his hands in supplication, wanting to somehow return her association to someone he could tease, if not touch. "Permit me to say that I am sorry." "You may tell Geoffrey and Lucy when they arrive." "No, I am apologizing. To you. It was not my intention to cause you any distress, and I regret having done so." "I am not distressed." She lifted a hand to her lips, though Daniel doubted if she realized she did it. "I just think it would be best if we forget it happened." She nodded, as if to convince herself, and ensure it doesn't happen again. Daniel had come prepared to apologize, and he had. But forget was rather a strong word. Given that the woman herself was forbidden to him, he had at least ensured a heated memory to warm him during the cold, coming months. And when she married her future duke, well then, he had at least given her something to think about during her passionless marriage, hadn't he? She began to move again, walking more gracefully than he would have thought possible, given her recent injury. "Your ankle has healed well," he remarked, seeking a safer topic to settle on than the kiss she was insisting he forget. "And in only 2 weeks," she offered, a hint of smugness in her voice. "I believe I originally predicted as much, that night in Lady Austerley's library. Perhaps I should go to medical school." Daniel grinned in spite of himself. "Perhaps you should. You are more clever than most of the students I currently lecture." He cocked his head as she looked down, clearly discomforted by his praise. Time to lighten the conversation. "Although it seems as though the daily lectures would be an inconvenience for your social calendar, and in my own defence, 4 weeks was not an imprudent guess when I wasn't sure whether any bones had been broken. You'll find that in clinical matters I prefer to err on the side of caution." He caught the hesitant flash of her smile. "No wonder Lady Austerley doesn't listen to you either." "Lady Austerley listens well enough," he chuckled. "She simply does whatever she wants, regardless of my recommendation." She pivoted on her heel at the edge of the room and began to move in the opposite direction. "Lady Austerley sounds like an intelligent woman. I suspect she would say the same of you." Satisfied that Claire's ankle was no longer a pressing medical concern, and relieved that her animosity toward him seemed to be weakening, Daniel let his gaze drift to where it wanted. It wanted her. Today she was wearing a walking gown of vivid moss green, accented with a delicate gold braid trim. As he enjoyed what he presumed would be this last,
aching sight of her, he realized that today, of all days, she had elected to not wear a corset. His body responded to the lack of it, and the soft, natural flare of her hips, with predictable enthusiasm. Christ, that's all he needed, a raging erection to convince her he'd come in peace. He shifted uncomfortably. He'd thought he could do this, could come and apologize and escape without further insult or injury. He'd imagined he could behave, but he'd held her in his arms and knew what her body felt like beneath those scant layers of silk and cotton. He was not a gentleman prone to envy, but God above, he envied the gentleman whose privilege it would be to eventually kiss her without repudiation. "Your, gown is lovely," he offered, lifting his eyes to the ceiling and wishing the younger Westmores would emerge from the depths of the house a bit more apace. Because at this rate, he'd have their sister ravished in a heartbeat. Though she still felt restless, his words pulled Claire to a stop. She eyed Daniel warily across the 10 feet she'd threatened to keep between them. She'd called him Dr. Merrill, and quite pointedly too, but her mind, opinionated thing that it was, refused to revert to the required formality. She suspected he would always be Daniel now in her head, no matter how she tried to school her thoughts otherwise. And no matter her hopes to pretend the kiss had never happened, her own body was proving an unruly partner in the ruse. Every time she looked at him, her eyes flew straight to his mouth, remembering the feel and the taste of him. "That, sir, only proves you have no sense of fashion." She gestured to her gown. "I'm wearing a dress that is at least 2 years old, as I find I can no longer fit into my current wardrobe, thanks to a mysterious bit of marzipan that keeps finding its way to my lips. I would die if Mr. Auburn or my friends saw me in this. Surely not literally." His lips twitched. "Unless it possesses the magical ability to burst into flames." Claire felt her own face stretch in response. This was a return to comfortable banter, the same easiness they had once shared before that messy business with the kiss. Perhaps she was overanalyzing the significance of Tuesday's mistake. He'd apologized, she'd accepted, and Geoffrey and Lucy would be here any moment to save her. She stepped toward him and was startled to realize it felt as though she were finally moving in the right direction. She risked another step, and then another. "If you brought more marzipan," she warned, "you should be prepared to receive it back, shoved in a most uncomfortable place." His chuckle smoothed over her like warm brandy. "You've been enjoying it, then?" "I wouldn't say enjoying it, precisely." Claire forced herself to stop 2 feet away, but the distance proved too meagre for safety in the end. Her nose filled with the heated, sharp scent of him, soap and medicine, and things that made her stomach stir pleasantly. Blast it all, but it was hard to ignore the energy that simmered between them. She'd danced with plenty of handsome men over the course of her 1.5 seasons, including Mr. Auburn, whose broad shoulders and pleasant features made more than one woman's heart trip faster. But she was beginning to realize that what she felt when dancing with Mr. Auburn was something far less exhilarating. Apparently, interest and attraction were entirely different reflexes. And unfortunately, this man's smile engendered a powerful dose of both. "If I were pressed for a medical opinion," he said, "I would say the candy has lingered in all the right places." He lifted a hand, his fingers reaching toward her cheek, but hovering too far away to pose any danger. yet her skin burned, as if she could feel the scorching warmth of his touch. "Your face has begun to lose that hollowed appearance you had when I first met you," he added. "I think it does you better credit." Claire blinked. If Sophie or Rose had said such a thing, she'd have taken offence in a heartbeat. Odd how such an insult made her heart twist in an eager direction, merely because it came from him. Was it the smooth tenor of the voice, delivering the words in such a way that she shivered in anticipation rather than anger? Or was it the man himself, his gaze warmly appreciative on her skin? "I thank you for your generosity," she said softly. "I know the price of the candy must have been dear." Geoffrey chose that moment to bound into the room, his broad face lit up with pleasure. "Dr. Mariel!" he crowed. "I thought I wouldn't see you again." Claire cringed. It was clear, in her brother's excited greeting, that Dr. Mariel provided something he was otherwise missing in his life. And it was equally clear, now that she had witnessed the reunion, saying a final goodbye would be harder than she thought. Lucy strolled in next, dressed in a walking gown of a colour blue that matched her eyes. Claire blinked in surprise. Had that particular ensemble always been in Lucy's wardrobe? Her sister also had a pair of gloves clutched in her hands, and a suspicious smile on her lips. "Ah, there you are, Dr. Mariel, just in time." "Just in time for what, exactly?" Claire demanded, apprehension fluttering in her stomach. Lucy ignored her and beamed up at Daniel. "I've the perfect outing picked out for us. If we hurry, we should just be able to have you back to St. Bart's by noon, especially if we take the omnibus." "What are you talking about?" Claire looked between her siblings. Both looked smug. "We're going out," Lucy replied, "with Dr. Mariel." Daniel spread his hands, and for a second Claire thought with relief that he was going to provide his regrets, as any sensible man must. But then he smiled, and it was not an apologetic sort of expression. "Though your consideration is appreciated, Miss Westmore," he said to Lucy, "you may be pleased to note that I do not lecture today. I am not expected at the hospital before evening rounds." He bowed from the waist. "It seems I am at your disposal." Claire gasped. "Absolutely not. There will be no outing." There would be no thoughts of an outing. And there would be no disposal, lest it was of the doctor's own body. Lucy lifted her chin. "I want to see Madame Sylvie. The Times says she's attempting a walk today across the Thames, a distance of over 600 yards from Battersea to Cremorne Gardens. I, for one, plan to be there to see her make history." Claire questioned the functioning of her ears, though her eyes had seen the newspaper article her sister referenced. "Lucy," she said firmly, shaking her head, "you are not travelling to Chelsea as an unmarried and unchaperoned young lady to see a woman break her neck attempting to walk a high wire." She turned to Daniel, livid. "Tell her, I invited you here this morning to say goodbye, nothing more." But the blasted man was stroking his chin, as if in thought. "Madame Sylvie, She's a patient of mine, you know. I treated her after her last failed attempt, when she got a ducking in the Thames and 2 cracked ribs for her trouble." "You treated Madame Sylvie?" Geoffrey breathed in awe. "She's very pretty," he blushed. "At least, the drawings in the paper suggests she is." "I can probably secure you an introduction." Daniel cuffed Geoffrey on the shoulder. "After she is finished with her walk, of course. She will be quite focused at the moment on the coming attempt. I wouldn't want you to distract her." "It is decided, then." Lucy sounded pleased. She motioned toward the open drawing-room door.
We'll need to hurry if we're to procure a spot near the front of the crowd. By my calculations, the bus will be here in 10 minutes. Bus? Calculations? Crowd? Time to launch a battle to regain some measure of control. Lucy, Dr. Merrill isn't going with you on an outing, she said firmly. It would be improper. Lucy's eyes narrowed. I am not sure it is a matter that requires your approval. He promised me an adventure. He has established he is not expected anywhere else. She pulled on her right glove. Ergo? Ergo? Claire's hands clenched to fists. Wonderful. Now both her siblings were spouting Latin, courtesy of one abominably handsome doctor. You are but 17, she ground out. Unmarried, unchaperoned. Plenty of young women are permitted advanced studies with tutors, or even colleges at my age, so it scarcely seems a relevant argument against a simple educational outing. I'll even acknowledge I am unmarried, Lucy said. Shaded by the brim of her bonnet, her face looked surprisingly mature and, for a change, quite feminine. But then she smiled impishly. And I confess I have no intention of ever changing that status. A wise person once told me the most important thing was to be myself, so that is what I intend to be. I want to go on this outing. But it wouldn't be proper, Claire objected. And what was this nonsense about Lucy needing to be herself? If ever there was a piece of advice sure to ruin a girl's chance for a proper season, it was that. Lucy, I'm afraid she is right, Daniel broke in. You would need a chaperone. But then his eyes slid toward Claire, accompanied by a grin that made her insides flop. Which is why your sister should come with us. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God! He was deranged. No need, it is already arranged. Lucy stepped to one side, revealing a woman who had apparently been standing behind her in the open doorway. Because Maggie has agreed to come along as chaperone. Haven't you, Maggie? Claire stared in disbelief as the pretty, brown-haired servant she had sent to find her siblings stepped forward, her reticule in hand. The maid's apron had been dispatched to parts unknown, and her white lace cap was replaced by a serviceable bonnet. It seemed Lucy had thought of every argument and planned her attack accordingly. The servant darted a telling glance in Daniel's direction, and her lips curved upward in a marked invitation. Indeed, miss, I am looking forward to a spot of fresh air. I see, Claire said tartly, feeling suddenly and inexplicably left out. She couldn't help but wonder who would chaperone the maid, because given the mooning glances the girl was offering Daniel, it seemed someone ought to. You could still come with us. Daniel's voice felt like fingers trailing up her spine, daring her in this direction, making her lose all common sense. How can I go with an injured ankle? Claire protested, though her heart thumped an eager response. You said last night your ankle was healed, Geoffrey pointed out. And we are taking the omnibus, Lucy added. Cremorne Gardens is but a short walk from King's Road. If you are truly as healed as you claim you are, you should be able to manage it with nary a limp. Claire searched their faces. Did they really want her to go? She cast about for a way to diffuse this terrible, tempting idea, and found none at the ready. Perhaps you might consider this a test of sorts. Daniel took a step toward her. It would prove you are well enough for Lady Austerley's musicale. He leaned in until his voice tickled the fine hairs along her cheek, which I can unfortunately confirm the Countess is insisting will go on as scheduled tomorrow, despite my advice to the contrary. The change in proximity between them scrambled Claire's senses. Of course, he would not try anything untoward with a drawing-room audience. In fact, She could probably go on this outing and remain perfectly safe, given the mob that would no doubt be flocking to Chelsea. Was there anything more public than a London spectacle? And was there any safer way to be in the company of a rake than surrounded by throngs of people? Claire bit her lip. I believe I have proved my recovery well enough, given the mile I've paced on the drawing-room carpet today. But she didn't say no. She couldn't say no. Her tongue quite refused to consider it. "Come with us," he coaxed. "You have my promise I won't accompany them without your permission, which should make you happy, at the least. But we've a chaperone and a destination and a glorious afternoon waiting for us. What would it take for you to enjoy the day, and possibly even the company?" Claire felt as though the breath had been knocked from her lungs. She was wearing her oldest gown, without a corset. He was asking her to ride an omnibus. He was supposed to be 10 feet away from her, and yet here he was, close enough to touch. Close enough to tempt. "People might see us," she mumbled, but the protest sounded vague and hollow to her own ears. "You have no idea what it is like to be someone in my position." "No, but I do." Lucy stepped forward, gloved hands outstretched, her blue eyes softening. "I'll understand it even better next year, I imagine. But it seems to me that Dr. Merrill is right. No one will judge you. They'll be too busy judging Madame Sylvie's performance. For once, can't you just take a chance, without calculating the risks to your reputation, or the damage to your gown, or the cost to your schedule? We miss our sister, Claire. At least, we miss the sister you used to be." Claire blinked, shaken by Lucy's claims. Had she really altered herself so much? She'd faced difficult choices, of course, since the start of her first season. Tolerating Sophie and Rose's snide remarks and snubbing young men like Mr. Meeks were only part of the daily dilemmas she faced. But what young woman who dreamed of being a duchess didn't need to make a few concessions? Somehow, though, she'd not realized the changes were so noticeable. Geoffrey nodded his agreement, but unlike Lucy, he offered her a frankly mischievous grin. "What will it be, sis? And if you stay here, I should point out you'll have to be the one to explain to Mother where we've gone when she finally hauls herself from bed." Claire dried her perspiring palms on her skirts and glanced again toward the window. Mother was still abed, no doubt sleeping off the ill effects of her prior evening's overindulgence. But eventually she would wake, and given the discomfort of last night's revelations, the thought of being elsewhere when their mother stumbled downstairs had some appeal. Moreover, Daniel hadn't been exaggerating. The sun outside the window was glorious. She hadn't ventured farther afield than the drawing-room in 2 long weeks, and she had never felt the loss of fresh air more acutely than she did in this moment. Perhaps she should count the past 2 weeks as a brief diversion in her quest to secure her future, a moment's anomaly in the continuum of a well-planned life. Perhaps she could relax and truly enjoy herself just once before returning to the fray. And perhaps an outing, if it was brief and controlled, wouldn't hurt anyone. "Are you sure you wouldn't rather just go for a nice, sedate walk in Hyde Park?" she asked, making one final bid for sanity. "No!" came the chorus of her siblings' voices. "No," Daniel added, a grin splitting his handsome face. "I did promise Lucy an outing of her choice." His dark gaze met hers, warm and approving down the slope of his perfect nose. Claire felt herself slipping into the fast-moving current of his smile. "And then I will go my own way," he said, his voice lowering. "All contracts fulfilled, all parties
duly satisfied. Claire was no longer sure such an outcome would leave her satisfied, but she nodded. "All right," she said. "To Chelsea, then," causing Geoffrey to erupt in cheers and Lucy to clap her gloved hands. Apparently by omnibus, though she wasn't convinced which was the greatest spectacle here, public transportation or a female exhibitionist flashing her petticoats above the crowd. Claire prayed Madame Sylvie was properly bracing herself for impact, because it seemed quite clear the world was coming to an end. And if the high-wire line above her own future was any indication, it was going to be devilishly difficult to navigate the next few hours safely. Chapter 16. From the moment they stepped off the omnibus, it was clear to Daniel that the spectacle at Cremorne Gardens might be best defined as a riot. Set between the river and King's Road, the venue was always known to be colourful and loud, though it lacked the flair and reputation of Vauxhall. From the top of the Cremorne Pier, colourful banners streamed on the steady, foul wind pushing in off the Thames. Juxtaposed against the stench off the river came the stomach-pleasing scents from vendors selling every type of food imaginable: sticky buns, meat pies, and roasted chestnuts, though surely by now they were down to the mouldy dregs of last year's crop. But the contrary scents and jumbled sights appeared not to have deterred anyone from attendance today, because more than anything else, they were people. Bodies pressed in on four sides. It was a remarkable slice of the British populace, young and old, wealthy and poor, washed and unwashed. All here to see a woman walk a high wire across the Thames. Competing for space and scent with no less enthusiasm were the flowers. Late spring azaleas blossomed on every bush, red and white and coral, choking the air with their heavy fragrance. Closer to the ground, precious tulips that had no doubt been planted by some well-meaning philanthropic organization were being trampled as the crush spilled over into the cultivated beds. "What a mob!" Geoffrey exclaimed in excitement. "We've a quarter-hour, do you think, before Madame Sylvie starts?" He breathed in deeply. "I think I smell gooseberry tarts." Daniel was rather used to such crowds himself, but he glanced over at Claire with concern, in case she was finding the experience overwhelming. Her eyes were wide, but there was a marvellous flush on her fair cheeks. She was pointing her finger at her brother. "No tarts. These vendors are filthy. Geoffrey, have you seen their hands? I want you to stick tight to Maggie's side. Loop arms. If we lose you in this crush, we'll never find you." "An excellent idea," Daniel agreed, sidestepping a dog that had broken its lead and was tearing about, tongue hanging out. The dog's owner charged through soon after, scattering the crowd for no more than a moment before the bodies pressed back in, shoulder to shoulder. We must strive to not become separated. Christ, but it was crowded, and growing more so with every passing second. But we should agree on a meeting point in the event one of us becomes lost. He pointed to the iron gate they had just come through. There. It was impossible to miss, rising 8 feet tall, with ornate moulding and gilded lions' heads that reflected the sun like small mirrors. Anyone who is separated should come here to the north gate and wait for the others. Fingers clutched at his sleeve. He grabbed the hand, imagining it was a pickpocket. The crowd would no doubt be full of them. But it was Claire, her gloves soft beneath his fingers, and her eyes wide now with something other than excitement. He loosened his grip slowly, but she didn't pull her hand away. "Daniel," she breathed, and the panic in her voice was unmistakable. "Where is Lucy? I thought she was right with us, off the bus." He turned in a circle, searching for light blue skirts. He caught sight of her standing on the wrong side of the gate, near the omnibus that should have by now pulled away from the curb. Lucy had one hand on the horse's bridle and was arguing with the red-faced driver, who looked nearly ready to use his whip. Unfortunately, not on the horse. Claire spied her at nearly the same time. "Oh, God!" she gasped, then clapped a hand over her mouth, as if such blasphemy was on par with her sister's idiocy. Daniel was already in motion. "Stay here, and for heaven's sake, don't move." He dodged his way through the milling crowd and pulled a belligerent Lucy back to their little group. Claire grabbed her sister's arm and shook her hard. "I swear you just took a year off my life. What were you thinking? If we'd become separated in this crowd, we'd never find each other again. We were supposed to meet by the gate if one of us is lost, and there you are, clear on the other side of it, wrestling with a horse." "Well, someone needed to do something," Lucy protested, throwing her hands up in exasperation. "It was starving. You could see the poor horse's withers." Its withers?" Daniel asked, perplexed. "On its neck, Dr. Merrill." She pointed an accusing finger in the direction of the disappearing bus. "You could see its bones. It's the same on the other buses too. You can see all of their bones. The poor animals need to be fed better, and I intend to organize a movement to see that it happens." Daniel stifled a laugh. "Lucy, visible withers are not a sign of malnutrition. In fact, it is rather a desirable trait in a horse." She blinked. "Surely not." He studied her face, trying to see if she was joking, but she remained red-faced and earnest. Bloody hell. Was she honestly so invested in a cause she knew little about? "Horses lack a clavicle," he explained, realizing too late that the resulting quartet of blank faces meant his audience probably didn't know what a clavicle was. He motioned to his jacket, outlining the area of his own collarbone. So, unlike humans, the muscles of a horse's front leg attached to the vertebrae. "What is a vertebrae?" Geoffrey interjected. Daniel sorted through the jumble of medical and equine knowledge in his head and tried again. Vertebrae are the pieces of the backbone, and in horses, the top of those pieces form the withers. He thought back to his childhood, and could almost hear his father's patient voice explaining how to pick apart a horse's conformation and predict its future use and value. Withers are an important predictor of a horse's athletic ability. Longer withers predict an increased length of stride. Daniel paused at Lucy's slightly stricken look. "I take it you've not spent much time in the company of horses." She worried her lower lip. "Our mews boast only the 2 horses that pull the coach, and Father's intemperate stallion that never gets exercised, because he spends all his time at his club. I lectured the grooms about increasing their oats, but they've done little more than laugh at me." Ah. This time he couldn't hide the amused smile that claimed him. "Well, increasing oats for a stallion who is not regularly exercised is a poor idea all around, makes them hot and ill-tempered, and if you would but take a careful look around, you'll realize you never see a horse without withers. It's a feature of their conformation that has little to do with the nutritional status of the beast. I suspect you want to look at the ribs for that." "And the horse's ribs were just fine," Claire broke in dryly. "Honestly, Lucy, before you embark on your next crazed quest for justice, would you please consider researching your subject first?" Lucy looked chagrined, but before she could say another word, a minor scuffle broke out among 2 young men standing just to their right. A stray elbow caught Claire just below her diaphragm, and she pitched forward, off balance. Daniel reacted on instinct, catching her up and holding her safely. The young men were immediately off and away, shoving their way through the crowd, no doubt fearing the thunderous look he suspected was strung on his face. "Are you all right?" He frowned down at her. I think so," she said, though she made no move to extract herself. Catching her had been a reflex, and a powerfully protective one at that, but other instincts were now starting to take over. His arms tightened around her instead of letting her go. She was pressed against him, silk to wool, heart to heart. "Easy now," he murmured, quite unable to control a single piece of his anatomy, including his mouth. "You don't want to re-injure your ankle." He bent low, to the space below her bonnet, where one pert earlobe, with its diamond ear bob, could just be seen. "Or is it that I am to be your next crazed quest?" he whispered. "In which case, carry on." She wrenched herself away and shot him a dirty look, but at least it wasn't the sort of affronted anger she'd supplied him on Tuesday. She did, however, spend a good deal of time brushing down her skirts, as if those were the primary injured party. Daniel's fingers itched to tuck an errant lock of chestnut hair back into her bonnet, but he wisely kept them clenched by his sides instead. "Dr. Merrill!" A woman's voice cut through the crowd. He turned to see handsome Meg grinning up at him, and his smile was automatic in response. When he'd checked in on her this morning, his landlady hovering like a persistent gnat, Meg had still been snoring on the hearth. He'd left some money for her in Mrs. Calvert's hands, in the hopes that the aging prostitute might use it to turn herself around. Last night she'd looked rather the worse for wear, sacked out in the alley as she had been, but if forced to lodge an honest opinion, Daniel would say this morning she didn't look much better. In daylight it was far easier to see the syphilitic ulcers on her upper lip. Her hair hadn't been combed, and she was wearing the same torn gown as last night. But she was upright, if still smelling of gin, and awake, if somewhat stooped and unsteady. "Meg," he said warmly, "you're up and about."
"Oh, aye, nothing like a Chelsea crowd to make a few pennies."
Daniel glanced uneasily toward his audience. Geoffrey looked curious. The maid looked aghast. Lucy, however, looked enthralled. She stepped forward. "Are you a lady of the night?" she asked in a hushed voice. Meg waved a cheery hand. "Night, day, breakfast, lunch, any time and anywhere at all." "Anywhere?" Lucy echoed. Daniel could see the wheels turning in those blue eyes, and suspected that Miss Lucy may have just found her next crazed quest. "And how much do you charge a gentleman like Dr. Merrill for, lunch?" "Lucy," Claire hissed, looking mortified, "leave the poor woman alone, and I scarcely think Dr. Merrill needs to know how much she charges." Her gaze shifted to him, and he was surprised to see those hazel eyes soften. "Can't you see they are friends?" Daniel stared at her in surprise. Of all of them, he had expected the most judgment from her. Last night his landlady had leaped to an unsavoury conclusion just because he'd picked an unconscious Meg up off the street. Given outward appearances, he wouldn't have blamed Claire if she'd done the same today. After all, he'd taken a rather indecent liberty with her, and he was now the opposite of trustworthy in her mind. But the look she was giving him was the opposite of accusing. "Miss Westmore," he said, feeling uncertain, "may I present Meg?"
"Handsome Meg,"
the prostitute corrected cheerfully.
"I am a patient of the good doctor's."
"Pleased to meet you, handsome Meg." Claire smiled, and he caught a rare but gratifying glimpse of that slightly crooked cuspid she took such pains to hide from the world. Shaken by the impact of that smile, he took Meg by the arm and pulled her to the most private spot he could manage, which, given the crowd, turned out to be no more than a step or two away. Certainly not far enough to be out of earshot of the now fascinated Lucy. He tried to sort out how to issue a warning without violating the confidentiality he owed the woman, given his status as her treating doctor. "You'll remember what we discussed about finding a different way to, make those pennies." Meg reached into a basket she had looped over one arm and pulled out a bunch of posies.
"Oh, I'm here on a different mission, I came into some money this morning. That landlady of yours, she's a regular gem, gave me a whole 5 shillings. So I went to a flower seller I know, and he set me here with some stock. Only a farthing, and they're right fresh, too. Perhaps you'd like to buy one for your lady in green."
"That is very sweet of you, but I'm not his lady," Claire broke in from over his shoulder. But she did it kindly, and Daniel was grateful for the warmth in her voice. Not everyone of Claire's stature would treat a prostitute so well. Daniel dug a penny from his pocket. "I'll take 3, he said, then handed the purchased bouquets to Lucy, Maggie, and Claire. Claire accepted hers more hesitantly than the others, her eyes slightly narrowed. But then a reluctant smile broke through, and she buried her nose in them. He refused the change of a farthing, knowing Meg needed it more than he did, which was saying something, given the increasing emptiness of his pockets. Last night's charity and this morning's omnibus fare had lightened his pockets considerably. "Thank you, Meg." Daniel found he was glad to see the aging prostitute put to a safer industry, and not only because it meant there would be less cases of syphilis to treat in Smithfield. It was because Meg herself would be safer.
"Ah, it's you I should be thanking,"
Meg replied. Bony fingers reached out to scratch at his coat sleeve.
"Your landlady says you plucked me off the street last night and deposited me on her hearth like a sack of potatoes."
"Well," he grinned down at her. "A sack of potatoes left untended in Smithfield won't last very long, will it? You need to have more of a care with yourself, Meg. I'd hate to see anything happen to you."
"Have a care yourself," she cackled. "And good luck. I can tell you're going to need more than posies with that one in green."
With one last grin, Meg shuffled off, basket in one hand. Was it possible to have the time of your life, standing shoulder to shoulder with the dregs of London, your nose filled with the duelling scents of posies and the rotten fish smell of the Thames? Yesterday, Claire would have never imagined the answer could be yes. But today her mind was quickly changing. Reading about such things in the Times, cloistered in the safety of her Grosvenor Square